on your increasingly globally renowned podcast when it comes out.
Can't wait.
I'm joined now by the founder of Outkick, Clay Travis, and by Crystal Ball, the co-host of Breaking Points. Welcome to both of you. Crystal Ball, let me start with you. The Democrats have just crashed to a new 35-year low in popularity. Trump has just announced a new trade deal with the EU, which is more advantageous to America than the previous deal. Are you prepared to give Trump any credit today?
I will give him credit for humiliating the Europeans effectively. But in terms of delivering for the American people, I mean, remember what we were sold originally? 90 deals in 90 days? How did that work out? And now we're going to have tariffs put on, especially key pharmaceuticals coming out of Europe, not to mention European cars. So what you're likely to see is prices go up for your average working class American. So no, for the American people, I think that this is not even close to a win.
And reducing the number of people coming in illegally on the southern border from 10 million in 4 years to, I think it was 6,000 last month. You give him credit for that?
He certainly has cracked down on the border, no doubt about it. But, you know, the cruelty of this immigration system, we're learning more and more about the men who were sent to CCOT with no due process, who were raped and tortured and abused. We're learning more about the conditions in Alligator Alcatraz. I mean, it's a horror show, which is exactly why the American people are revolting against all of his immigration policies across the board, even though that had previously been a strength for him.
All right, Clay Travis, one of the problems, it seems to me, for the Democrats is their unwillingness to give Trump credit when he gets things right. The Trump dementia or derangement syndrome, as people call it, it is a real thing, isn't it? Because I think they would get so much better in terms of a relationship with Trump, with themselves, if they were just able to give him credit where he deserves it.
Well, first, the last time I was on with you, Piers, I think I said that I would dress as a full clown if the stock market in 18 months had not rebounded to where it was on election day. We are, as I speak to you right now, at an all-time high. I think you're right. And by the way, I don't know if anybody else on that show who disagreed with me is willing to put on the clown nose, but maybe they should. I hope they at least didn't sell their stocks, despite the fact they were telling everybody else to do it. But yeah, look, Trump ran primarily, Piers, on three things. He ran on the economy, he ran on border, he ran on crime. On the economy, we're at record highs in the stock market. Inflation is basically beaten down to about 2.5%. On the border, as you just mentioned, there are no illegals coming in at all. We are deporting violent illegal criminals at record rates. And on crime, it's not getting a ton of attention, but we are on pace in the United States potentially for the lowest murder rate, lowest violent crime rate in the 21st century, if these numbers can hold for the remainder of this calendar year. I don't see how you could look at those three things and not say, hey, first 6 months of Trump, it's not a disaster. We've also started to lessen the amount of war. There are less people dying. He managed to destabilize the Iranian government and take back their chances of getting nuclear weapons without a single loss of life. I can't think, Piers, in my life, I'm 46, of a better 6 months presidency than what we've seen from Trump so far.
Where would you criticize him, Clay?
If I were going to criticize him, it would probably be that I think on the Epstein case, I think that they totally overpromised and underdelivered. And I think it has knocked them off their stride. I think Pam Bondi with phase one on the binders, whoever okayed that, it was a colossal misstep that has created a mess of their own creation that was unnecessary. And that they could have addressed in a more succinct, honest way with the public. But if you take that off the calendar, I think you can say, look, the Senate has not moved as aggressively as they should have to confirm his judges. They're not moving at a very good pace there. I think you can address issues on that front. But I think in general, if I were giving him a letter grade, I'd give him an A, maybe not an A+. But an A. And again, I think it's the best first 6 months of any president in my life.
Well, Crystal, what grade would you give Donald Trump?
So let me just clear up for your audience. I am not some liberal Democratic sycophant who capes for the Democratic Party and can never give Trump credit. In fact, in his first term, I actually supported the tariffs that he put in place because I thought they made some sort of sense. This term, there is virtually nothing, maybe changing like the pressure on the shower heads, that executive order, that I can get behind. And I'll tell you why, Piers. First of all, his major quote unquote accomplishment at this point is the big, beautiful bill, which will strip healthcare away from millions of people in order to fund a tax cut for the people who need it the least. Second of all, the level of fascistic cruelty with regard to the immigrant population here is more horrifying than I ever could have even anticipated. Deploying the military in American streets, rounding up people at Home Depot, sending them off with no due process to a slave labor camp. Are you kidding me? The idea that this is a peace president, hey, I thought he was going to solve the Ukraine-Russia crisis in a day before he even got into office. That's still ongoing. No changes there. We have backed and funded an absolute campaign of starvation and horror in Gaza, and we started a new war with Iran. So on every single level, this presidency has been a chaotic horror show and a disaster. And the people who will be hurt the most in this country are the very working class people that Trump claimed and lied to support. So I give him an F across the board. And again, I am not some Trump deranged. I've given him credit in the past. I said it was good when he went and talked to the leader of North Korea. I said it was good when he met with the Taliban to try to negotiate a deal. But he never actually had the stones to pull out of Afghanistan. But in any case, he's a disaster this time. I could not in my wildest dreams have imagined how terrible this administration would be and how quickly here only 6 months in.
Do you know, out of interest, Crystal, how many people Barack Obama deported in 8 years?
I know he deported a lot, Piers. But here, do you realize this, though? Clay said something earlier. He said, oh, we're deporting record-breaking numbers of violent criminals. Look, I'm fine with deporting violent criminals. The reality is that's not what's happening. Actually, the proportion of violent criminals that we are deporting is far less. Why? Because Americans have been told, stop chasing after the gang. Stop going after the criminals because that takes time. That takes energy. Instead, Stephen Miller says, go to the Home Depot, go to the 7-Eleven, round up the mom, round up the grandma, round up the person who is going through the asylum process and actually doing the proper things and hasn't done anything wrong and ship them off to CCOT. It's disgusting. And that's why there's truly a revolt against it from the American public. I mean, the backlash
right, but that wasn't
against
actually
Trump's
my
immigration
question.
policies is striking.
That wasn't actually my question.
Yeah. What is your question?
Well, do you know how many people Barack Obama deported in 8 years?
He deported millions of people. I'm not here to simp for Barack Obama. I think he had a lot of cruelty in his immigration system as well, which I said at the time and have said afterwards as well.
Okay, that's fair enough. Clay, in this immigration policy that Trump is prosecuting, I completely think what he's done on the southern border is brilliant. It's great for America. It's great for security. He's completely stemmed the flow of people coming in there illegally, and everyone should agree to that. I also completely agree, and I think most Americans would completely agree, that the strategy that he set out to do of deporting people who are here in the United States undocumented and then commit a crime, I don't hear any Americans demurring about that. They're like, okay, fine. If you commit a crime when you're here and you're undocumented, you leave. Where the problem comes, and Crystal hit on this, I think, it feels something very un-American about ICE patrolling Home Depot to find people who may have been there 10 years, may have had kids in the United States, may be paying taxes, doing an honest day's work, who may be here undocumented, but who actually are contributing to American society. Do you not have a problem with those kind of people being rounded up in the way they are and shipped out of the country?
Tom Homan says there's 20 million illegals in this country right now. We know Joe Biden let in around 10 million in his 4 years, which is an unprecedented stem of illegal immigration. So the first thing Trump had to do was shut down that flow. Second thing he has to do is start to reverse it. And this year he is starting to reverse that process. I think it's unfortunate. But when you break the law, sometimes there are going to be stories that are important to get back. In the same way, when you were in Venezuela and somebody got on the phone and they said, hey, if you come to America right now, they'll put you up in a hotel. They'll feed you. They'll give you Wi-Fi, and you get to stay in Manhattan. And you're living in squalor in Venezuela. Do you think that encouraged millions of people all over Latin America, those kind of phone calls to make the trip to America? I think it did. And at some point, American generosity was being taken advantage of, and actual American citizens don't have the resources that they need. So sometimes daddy has to take control, and you have to sometimes be mean. And I think that's the way that the Trump immigration policy has to go, because the phone calls have to shift from, hey, you can stay in a 4-star Manhattan hotel and get taken care of on American taxpayer dime, to, hey, they're looking for people who are here illegally, don't come, and maybe even consider going back. And historically, the way that immigration worked in this country when illegals came in was they came in seasonally, and then they walked back, basically traveled back to Mexico and still had lives there. What's happened is people have stopped going back to their countries of origin at all, and we can't be. I would ask to Crystal or anybody else, okay, you think it's being too mean. What's the number of illegal immigrants in this country that would be too many for you? For Crystal, for anybody else out there? For me, 20 million is too many. For a lot of Democrats, I think 100 million wouldn't be enough. So where do you draw the line? If you're breaking the law, sooner or later, there have to be consequences.
So can I just
Well, that is a good question. And Crystal,
about that?
Yeah, Crystal, answer that.
I want to address a couple of things about that. So first of all, I'm probably more permissive of immigration than your average Democratic Party member. You know, I know there's this idea that Democrats are open borders. That's obviously preposterous. But I believe, and I think this is borne out by the data, that immigrants overall are good for the country. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't a limit to the number of people that you can reasonably absorb. Exactly what that number is, you'd have to get an expert to study and to be able to say. But there's something honest about what Clay is saying here, which is basically like the cruelty is the point. We need to make an example of people. It needs to be a horror show. That's exactly why you have these grotesque ASMR videos of deportations, all this like fascist theater of marching everybody through the park, the intentional cruelty at Alligator Alcatraz, the shipping of people to CICOT, where again, we now know that there were reports of rape and torture and abuse. Yeah, that is all an intentional part of the policy. So I appreciate the honesty about that. The dishonest part is there's always this rhetoric about, oh, well, we've got to take care of our people first. Oh, we've got to make sure that American citizens are taken care of. Bullshit. This president just took healthcare away from 17 million people. He's cutting food assistance to millions of people. And you expect me to believe he cares about your average American citizen? This trade deal that you guys are so hot on is going to jack up the prices on pharmaceuticals, on medicine for your average American people. So, you know, where is the care and concern for the American citizen here? It's all just about scapegoating an immigrant population and saying they're the reason for your pain and your problems, when in reality, it's the very oligarchic class that Trump himself represents and serves and protects with all of his actions, including the protection of the Epstein files, by the way.
Okay, well, let's just pivot, if we can, to Gaza. Megyn Kelly earlier, Clay, was saying enough is enough. Whether you supported Israel at the start of this, as she did and I did, this has gone on too long. It's too painful. The disproportionate scale of what is happening now is turning Israel into a global pariah. And I completely agree with her. I just feel like someone like me who has always supported Israel, has a lot of Israeli friends, Jewish friends. Every day this continues, with all these images coming out of Gaza now, starving children, and the endless civilian deaths are being recorded every day. The worse this gets for Israel, and I think for the security of Jews around the world. And it shouldn't do, but it is. Do you agree, Clay, that the time has come that this is brought to an end?
Can you hear me?
Well, I think Hamas is a suicide cult. And the problem is they're not behaving in a rational fashion, which I think is what President Trump has kind of just thrown up his hands about, is they see the destruction of Gaza and the suffering of their people as good for them politically because of what you just laid out. There is no rationality associated with their decision making. So how do you negotiate peace with a suicidal cult? I think that's the challenge that Israel has found itself in the midst of. And I think there is no good solution at this point. in the wake of what they did on October 7th, which basically
Can you guys
created
hear me?
the seeds of their own destruction. And I think the analogy here is you can either go to Pearl Harbor or you can go to 9/11, where you had a sneak attack that initially appeared that it was going to be profoundly successful, that actually led to the utter destruction of the people who engaged in the sneak attack. And if you go back and look at what happened to Japan, or you go back and look at what happened to everyone associated with Al-Qaeda in the wake of 9/11, it's been an unmitigated disaster. And I think ultimately, Pierce, the challenge is, I think everybody wants there to be less kids dying. I think everybody wants there to be peace in the Middle East of rational, good, sound mind. The problem is Hamas is not a rational, sound actor.
What the heck, man?
Indisputable.
The political will.
No, that is indisputable. I'm talking about the issue of the aid. And the truth is, nearly 1,000, or maybe more than 1,000 now, Gazans have been killed in these lines, waiting for aid. And the reality is that the vast majority have been killed by the IDF. And the IDF says, well, we're firing warning shots, or people were moving towards us in a threatening way, or whatever it is. There's always some excuse. We're going to launch an investigation. We're going to do this, do that, and nothing ever happens. And the truth, this is why Israel's reputation is plummeting around the world, because people see thousands of starving Gazans, population of 2 million, where half are under 18. They're starving, hungry. We're seeing emaciated, we've got the 40th anniversary of Live Aid. These are scenes reminiscent now of what we saw in Ethiopia when Bob Geldof rallied the world. And I just don't see how any of this is a win for Israel. It just every day Israel's reputation is damaged.
I think the challenge is, how do you end it? And I think the challenge is, if you don't have a rational political actor on the other side to negotiate.
This is so ridiculous, because
they still have hostages. They still
Clay says they don't give a shit about the hostages, Clay. They're starving the hostages. They're bombing the hostages. The hostages have been emotional blackmail. It's a lie. They admit they don't give a shit about the hostages. Ask the hostage families. Ask the hostage families about how much Netanyahu cares about the hostages.
I've been to Israel and talked to the hostage families.
You ask, how do you negotiate with Hamas? Guess what? The Trump administration can answer that question, because they did it. They negotiated a ceasefire. And guess who blew that ceasefire up? Guess who blew that ceasefire up? Guess who blew that ceasefire up? It wasn't Hamas. It was Israel. And greenlit by the Trump administration, which has allowed Bibi Netanyahu and his psycho far-right ministers, who are openly announcing that their plan is complete starvation and ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip. That is their plan. It's not some mystery what's going on here. They had to engineer over months, over years at this point, a complete famine. Over the past 24 hours, 14 more people have starved to death. Do you know how hard it is to starve an entire population?
Yeah, someone should ask Hamas why they're allowing
your butt
people
Hamas
to starve
bullshit
to death.
is so tired. Israel never, they could never be in the wrong. It could never be that they intentionally want to have a final solution here and cleanse as they do.
And they have no interest in the people of Gaza. Hamas does not.
Smotrich, who is an Israeli minister, just announced there should be no aid sent into Gaza, just shells. That's it. They have openly announced their plans to ethnically cleanse the entire Gaza Strip. Is that okay with you? Are you okay with innocent women and children who are not Hamas? Babies who are starving before they even say their first word?
No one wants innocent people to die of rational.
Then why are you running cover for them?
I'm not running
cover. Then why
are
you running cover for them? Yes, you are. Obviously, you are. You just lied about Hamas stealing the aid and trying to kill people who are getting aid. What a bunch of lies and bullshit.
This is the
Clay,
idea that
there is
we
no.
don't have
The Israeli
ability to
military
call
said that's
good
not
and
true.
evil. The ability
The
to call
Israeli
good
military.
evil. Hamas is
The Israeli
evil.
military
Do you think
said
that
that's not
Hamas is
true.
evil? Do you think Hamas is evil?
I think killing innocent civilians is evil. And I'm willing to say it when it's Hamas who did it on October 7th. And I'm willing to say it when it's our government funding a genocide in the Gaza Strip.
Intentional terroristic killing, which is what Hamas did, and trying to negotiate peace with terrorists, which is what Israeli leaders are doing.
What makes you think that the Israelis are intentionally negotiating peace? There is no sign of that whatsoever.
There is
none at all.
time. Only safe place in the Middle East where you have basic human rights is Israel.
Clay, do you think that just all of the Gaza Strip being turned into rubble, churches, mosques,
hid all
hospitals,
of their terrorists
all being destroyed? Oh, it's just an accident. It's just an accident.
Places as they can. Hamas is to blame for all of it.
Please, oh please, this is so tired. No one believes this
okay,
anymore.
let me jump in.
Your own party doesn't believe this anymore.
Let me jump in. I would make the point, Clay, that I totally agree with everything you say about Hamas. But the problem is, Israel should be better than Hamas.
But
Israel
who can they
should show
negotiate
more humanity.
With here? This is the challenge.
Well, here's my point.
Here's
my point. Israel, as the only democracy in the Middle East, should be showing the world what humanity actually looks like. They shouldn't be replicating the lack of humanity that Hamas show. Everybody knows Hamas are a inhumane terrorist
the
organization.
Challenge that
for Israel to behave in a way that appears to be as inhumane towards starving children, innocent women being killed in huge numbers, all of this happening, this is inhumane. And I don't think it suits Israel's purposes, either in getting rid of Hamas, which they can't appear to do, getting the hostages released, which they can't appear to do, or in enhancing their reputation around the world. It's having the opposite effect. And so I say this as a friend of Israel, enough. You've got to stop this. You know, I messaged Netanyahu today on X and said, you've got to start starving children. You have to. Otherwise, the end result for Israel will be catastrophic.
I think the challenge they have is the minute they step out of controlling and patrolling Gaza and trying to in some way keep Hamas from coming back into power, the people who live there are going to allow Hamas to return to power. And so there needs to be, in my opinion, a solution that removes Hamas from leadership in Gaza for all time. If that means that you have to bring in other Arab countries that are also opposed to Hamas, which is many of them now, and thanks to a weakened Iran, there is no supplement that is going to continue to uplift Hamas in Gaza. That, to me, feels like the long-term solution.
Can I say something that
can be helpful in that?
Okay, I want to just hang on, Crystal.
One thing. I want to just Pierce, this is important.
Yeah, very quickly. I want to move on to something else.
In the last peace negotiations, Hamas agreed to step down from political leadership. They agreed to that in the peace negotiations. You can check Jeremy Scahill, Drop Sites reporting on all of this. And the Israelis said, we don't want that. Bibi Netanyahu has loved having Hamas there. He flew to Qatar to make sure that they were still getting their money, because he always wants to be able to say there is no partner for peace. So let's deal in facts and reality here. The Israelis have decided they want to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. That is the plan they're putting into place. They're announcing it, Clay. You don't have to believe me. You can listen to them. Listen to what they're saying. The starvation plan.
If they were, they could have killed the 2 million people immediately.
The head of Mossad,
if they wanted to.
You know what? I actually think, if I could jump in, Crystal, I actually think, Clay, when you listen to what Smodrich said 3 weeks ago on camera, he made it absolutely clear what he wants, which is to, in his words, cleanse Gaza of Palestinians. I now watch them pushing the Palestinian population into a smaller and smaller part of the Gaza Strip. They've demolished 70% of it, making it uninhabitable. I think it is crystal clear now that there is a movement in the Israeli government to get rid of the Palestinians from Gaza and move them into neighboring Arab countries. And some of them are saying it openly. And the actions on the ground suggest that is exactly what they want to do. And I say that as somebody who, when people said this was the real plan all along, I used
wiping out everyone they could have done immediately.
I think they want to get the Palestinians out of Gaza now, and if they do that, it is a war crime and it's ethnic cleansing. Anyway, we've debated Gaza.
Make sure. Can y'all hear me now? All right. This dude is actually right. If they wanted to wipe out all of that place, they could have just wiped it out. They got nukes, bro. So I don't know if it's about ethnic cleansing or whatever, but if they really wanted to wipe all of them out in Palestine, they could have did it with a nuke. So, yeah, man, he's actually kind of right about that.
Let's just move on quickly to something a lot lighter, I hope, but there may be contentious in its own way. Are you a golfer, Clay?
A poor one, but yes, I love to golf.
Well, let's take a look at Donald Trump golfing in Scotland and see if you spot anything untoward. Now, what you actually saw there was the second caddy dropping a ball out of his pocket. Let's have a look at it again now that we know that. You see him there. He's the guy in the red there. Now watch. Out comes the ball and down it drops. So Trump then plays the ball dropped by the caddy. Now, a lot of people have said, well, clear evidence that President Trump cheats at golf. I have a different perspective on this. When he's not playing competitive golf, i.e. at his club or whatever, he tends to go around in about 2 hours. As a golfer for many years, you can only do that if you're basically doing what Trump is doing there. And I'm told that what he does when he's playing for fun with friends or his kids or whatever is that the caddies carry the balls. If he's in a bad position, in the rough, in a bunker, whatever, to save time, they just drop a ball nearby and he plays on, which I don't have a problem with if that's what he's doing. What do you think?
Look, I love when I'm out on the golf course. There has never been a time where I've been on the 11th or 12th hole and not thought, I wish this round was over. 18 holes of golf takes an interminable amount of time. If you're playing every ball where it lies, if you're recording every shot. Look, if it's the Open in Britain, if it's the U.S. Open, if it's the Masters, yes, assiduously record every shot. That rough, if you hit it in the rough, you could spend, 30 minutes looking for your ball, or you can just say, well, it rough went in here. Let's just play one here and we'll go ahead and hit it. Everybody has played with a guy that refuses to just drop, and it's miserable because you all have to go look for his ball. And then it's like, oh, no, I did Titleist 3. Oh, that's a Titleist 1. That's not me. Buddy, it's not the U.S. Open. Let's go ahead and keep this train moving. And Trump plays fast. He plays rapid. I think that's the best way to play golf. Frankly, 18 holes is too long. Everybody should just play 9 or 12 and call it a day. So I got no issues here.
Crystal, I would imagine you would be delighted that the President of the United States, as he approaches 80, is getting 2 hours of healthy living and fresh air, but isn't taking the usual 4 hours for a round of golf, which would mean he would spend too long not working for the American people. You must be thrilled by this.
Listen, I am old enough to remember when Trump himself would criticize Obama for being away from the office on the golf course at all. I haven't looked at the stats, but the number of days that Trump is. Although, to be honest with you, you know what? I would rather Trump be away and not like locking people up in CCOT. So go ahead, play some golf. And I just will say I am also a golfer and a bad one. And I also cheat all the time because I'm not hitting it out of some horrible situation. Nobody has time for all of that. But we ought to look at his record and how he somehow always wins his own club championships, but not on other courses. It's a little suspicious, Pierce. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I know a few golfers, Rory McIlroy, amongst others, who played with Trump and said he was very good and played to a 6 handicap and no cheating. So I take people who, like Rory, who've played with him, who said that. But I haven't played with Trump. I want to play golf with him. Then I can announce to the world what really goes on. Thank you both very much indeed for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Al.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate and entertain. And we'll do it all for free. Independent, uncensored media has never been more critical, and we couldn't do it without you.
It's time for Lefties Losing It, and we've got a treat for you. The mad, bad, chronically sad Joy Reid was back on TV. No, not hosting her own show like she did for many years on MSNBC, the mental asylum masquerading as a news network. No, Joy was on Piers Morgan's show, and it didn't go well.
I think you were fired because your show just got increasingly unpopular. It happens all the time in TV. That's why you got let go. Why play the race card?
First of all, I love the fact that your play the race card is your version of the race card. You literally are so fixated on trying to racialize conversations with me, Piers, that I find it actually quite charming.
You racialize more conversations in your tenure at MSNBC than any host in history.
All right, Mark. All right, Piers.
And of course, after being accused of playing the race card, Joy went about proving that's all she knows how to do.
And it is so interesting to me that you yourself, as a white European, find that when people of color talk about race, that you believe is racializing conversations. But when people like you fixate on, well, Barack Obama was a black president, why don't you object to that? That is racializing a conversation about the former president of the United States. But you can't put your, and I'm sure you find that charming and funny.
I find it hilarious because you're the one. You're the one who said Donald Trump.
You and your friend Donald Trump.
You said Donald Trump is a white fascist.
Are so he is a well. I agree with Mark
when Obama did the same thing,
last time I checked,
I'm not allowed to mention his skin colour.
No, Piers, you're not allowed to mention Obama's skin colour, even when it's Joy who introduced race into the debate, because that's all a race baiter knows how to do. Here, Joy proves she doesn't actually care about the issue. She just cares about attacking Trump.
Do you know how many people Barack Obama deported in 8 years?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Well, why don't you guess?
I don't know and don't care.
Well, hang on. You don't know and you don't care. You've just given me...
Because it's not the issue. You're trying to make the issue the southern border.
Joy. You've just given me... Joy.
Joy. The point is...
Joy, given that you're obviously all over every detail of the Trump deportation policy and given you were on the airwaves in America on a daily basis through Obama's tenure, how many people did he deport in 8 years?
I do not know. You'll tell me, I'm sure.
Have a guess.
But it's probably more than 1 million people. I'm quite certain.
Have a
because
guess.
I think each 2 million.
Right, it was 3 million.
Okay. And your point being what?
Your point being what? The point being you're an unprincipled hypocrite, Joy. I think that was Pierce's point. Now to another lefty, a far more sane one than Joy. Bill Maher has had a realisation. Turns out tariffs didn't tank the economy or the share market. They didn't cause a recession. In fact, they're doing precisely what Donald Trump said they would do.
I remember along with probably most people, was saying at the beginning, oh, you know, by the 4th of July, somebody had a thing how the country was, the economy was going to be tanked by then. And I was kind of like, well, that seems right to me. But that didn't happen. Now, it could happen tomorrow. I'm just saying that's reality. So let's work first from the reality of that, not from I just hate Donald Trump. Because that's boring and doesn't get us anywhere and leads you to dishonesty. Because the truth is, I don't know what his strategy is, but look, the stock market is at record highs. I know not everybody lives by the stock market, but I also drive around. I don't see a country in a depression at all.
Oh, Bill, if you want to know what Donald Trump's tariff strategy is, then just listen to what he's been saying for decades. He's spelled it out so many times. But sadly, despite Bill being much saner than the average lefty, he does still exist in somewhat of an echo chamber. Remember when Megyn Kelly schooled him over and over again? Maher was ignorant of the most basic facts like this.
Hillary Clinton, of course, is the original election denier. I'm sure you voted for her in 2016.
Well, she's not an election denier.
She absolutely was the OG election denier.
First of all, she came out before the sun had risen to concede the election to Trump.
And then spent the next 4 years saying he was illegitimate. He was an illegitimate president.
Okay, well, first of all, she didn't say he was an illegitimate.
Yes, she did.
You tell me exactly what she said.
She said those exact words repeatedly.
I believe he knows he's an illegitimate president. You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee.
See, that's what I be talking about, bro. When it comes to the Democrats, y'all can never be fucking honest about stuff, man. Like, and bro, I've been a Democrat all my life, man. This dude, I never heard her say anything like that. Oh, did she really say that? Oh, and she's like, yeah, she said that shit verbatim. Oh, I don't know. And then you go to it and they say the shit verbatim. Every time with the Democrats is like this, bro. I just had a conversation with my cousin. I'm like, bro, when Obama was in the White House, the chef ended up dead somewhere, right? He gonna come at me like, well, he was paddleboarding and drowned and blah, 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 giving all types of fucking excuses like they wasn't doing that shit before. Crazy. Let's continue.
And you can have the election stolen from you.
Now, this next clip is delicious. Here is Steve Bannon calling out the activist journalist of PBS on PBS.
And the rhetoric about the judge, because a lot of lawyers say, all of the rhetoric, calling for impeachment, the radical left lunatic, that this rhetoric that's not the type of thing the president should say. He should appeal. He should abide by the court ruling and not.
Listen, by the way, was there any complaint from PBS or was there any complaint by the Democrats on the rhetoric used against the judges when the Roe v. Wade decision came out and they had to have police protection at their houses? I don't remember anything about the rhetoric being too high. You guys are so phony on the face.
This dude is 100% right, bro. When it came to that Roe v. Wade stuff, they was demolishing the judges and all of them people talking about how raggedy they was, man. Incompetent and all of that. Now everything is different. Now you can't say anything about a judge, but y'all was thrashing them other bro, that is crazy. I'm so glad this dude brought this up. I forgot about that. This is why we have the internet, folks. This is why we got the internet, homie. Let's continue.
This is why we're defeating the left. The American people, as they see this, they go, these guys are a bunch of lying scumbags, which you are a bunch of lying scumbags. You try to terrorize Supreme Court justices over a decision that didn't go your way.
I told you it was delicious. And talking about scumbags, here is Democrat Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. This might be a new low for the squad.
Halcyon people, this is all for you.
Now, here's some news sure to make.
No. You can't be fucking serious, bro. No, man. Did she just do that? Hold up, let's go back, bro. We gotta go back a little bit. Hold up. Let's go back a little bit.
I told you it was delicious. And talking about scumbags, here is Democrat Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib. This might be a new low for the squad.
This is crazy.
People, this is all for you.
What the fuck is this, bro? Theater kids,
now, here's some news.
Fucking theater kids, bro. What the fuck was that? This is for you. Clink, 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 clink. Oh my God. You can't make this shit up, bro. I'll be trying my hardest to give y'all the benefit of the doubt, bro, but y'all keep coming out every day with something that's fucking stupid. That right there was enormously dumb. Like, hugely stupid, bro. This is for you. Clink, 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 like theater kids, homie. Straight drama students. That's all the Democrats is, bro. Theater kids and drama students.
Is sure to make the average CNN viewer extra sad. Take it away, Harry.
The bottom line is this. Despite everything that's going on in the world right now, Republicans are more trusted on Democrats when it comes to foreign policy and the world at large.
And the figures show the American people, despite the relentless media campaign against the Trump administration and its foreign policy decisions, well, the American people have more faith in Trump and the GOP than the Democrats.
When it comes to the issue of foreign policy, again, what you see is, in the American voters' minds, Democrats simply put can't hack it. More voters trust Republicans on foreign policy, very much like they did back during the 2024 campaign.
What about the strikes on Iran? Because while they were being contemplated, they were not universally popular.
No, they were not universally popular. And in the immediate aftermath, they were not universally popular. Look at this. Net approval rating, U.S. airstrikes on Iran. In late June, the net approval rating, look at that. -8 points underwater. But as the American people learned more and more about it, look at this. A 10-point rise. Now it's in the positive. The American people like the move that Donald Trump put on Iran, the U.S. airstrikes in Iran.
Let's bring in Sky News contributor Kosha Gator. Kosha, the data on the airstrikes is particularly interesting because CNN was at the forefront of running that anonymous, low-level conjecture that the airstrikes didn't actually do much damage, but that narrative seems to have not had long-lasting impact.
Indeed. I think ultimately polling does reflect reality. It may be delayed because it's always swimming against the current of the mainstream media narrative engineering. Sometimes it may be delayed by years or even decades, sadly and frustratingly, but eventually truth does tend to prevail. And that one, it was not only a criticism of Trump, which was the genesis of why they were putting that out there, but it was also a criticism of American military might, the technological capability. And that, I don't think it sits very well with the American public because just the nature of those bunker-busting bombs, it's technology nobody else has in the world. The visuals of how they're like rockets that go deep into the ground was quite amazing. And it just wasn't going to fly, I think, the way they were constructing that narrative. The polling also probably improved because it was a controversial move. Politically, in terms of foreign policy, that still remains about are we getting sucked into another forever war? But since we didn't, it was sort of an in and out. I think those concerns have been assuaged as well.
I think that had a lot to do with it as well. I think a lot of people were very reluctant about America getting involved in another Middle Eastern conflict to that extent and were fearful this was going to be a war. When it was just a one-off strike, then I think they relaxed somewhat. Now, this is rather wonderful footage. Watch here as Keir Starmer squirms like the ineffectual faux leader that he is as Donald Trump talks about Europe's illegal immigration crisis and the rise in crime.
Europe is a much different place than it was just 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And they've got to get their act together. If they don't, you're not going to have Europe anymore as you know it. And you can't do that. This is a magnificent part of the world, and you cannot ruin it. You cannot let people come in here illegally. And what happens is there'll be murderers, there'll be drug dealers, there'll be all sorts of things that other countries don't want. And they send them to you, and they send them to us, and you've got to stop them.
And the squirming did not stop there. Starmer was then asked about whether he's envious of Trump's stellar record in resolving the illegal immigration crisis in the US.
The president makes it look easy dealing with illegal migration. You must be envious of his record in such a short period of time.
Well, I think we've been discussing irregular, illegal migration is a huge issue in both of our countries. In the United Kingdom, it is a real cause for concern, and that's why we must bear down on it in all its aspects, upstream, across Europe, where a lot of ours comes into through northern France, across the Channel.
Kosha, Trump's really shown these leaders that the illegal immigration crisis can be solved. It is not an issue that's too big to have an answer. You just have to have the will and the policies to make it happen. And he's did it in such quick time. And I think that's what's shocked so many people.
That line in his State of the Union address or joint address that he gave just weeks into his presidency where he said, we heard for years that you needed more legislation or comprehensive immigration reform, and it turns out all you needed was a new president.
Yeah.
That's going to go down in the history books because he's done it. As you say, in less than 100 days, border crossings are virtually zero. And we all know that immigration has been really a debacle for Western countries over the last half century. He's laying that bare. He's showing that it can be turned around, and it's just making the rest of the world leaders look totally impotent and feckless that they're not able to do this. Their populations are crying out for it. They don't want any more of it, and he can just sit there now and take a victory lap and really show them up, as he should.
Well, the solution seems to be from some of these countries, including in the UK, to crack down on free speech. And that was another topic for discussion, an issue that we know Trump cares passionately about. Let's have a look at what's happening in the UK. They've got to crack down on people who want to voice their concerns about illegal immigration. Anti-migrant posts on social media are going to be monitored by an elite police squad. And yet we've got Keir Starmer claiming that free speech is very important to him and it exists in the UK.
We discussed the importance of free speech today.
Well, free speech is very important. I don't know if you're referring to any place in particular. Perhaps they are, but
We've had free speech for a very, very long time here, so we're very proud about that.
Kosher claims they have free speech in the UK, but this latest crackdown on free speech is coming as protests outside asylum hotels have spread across the country. And we've got people right now locked up for some of them lengthy terms, around 3 years, for things they've posted in opposition to immigration.
It's outrageous. Months, even up to 3 years, as you say. One is a 55-year-old mother who was locked up. So these are not violent offenders. And this whole concept of hate speech or bigoted speech leading to these task forces for immigration. They also did it for COVID in 2020, 2021. They had a secret sort of investigative unit that was looking to combat disinformation around various COVID measures that potentially could lead to prosecutions or arrests, and I think did in some cases. So Keir Starmer is right in that there is a long history of free speech in the UK, going all the way back to the Magna Carta in 1215. That's where it all germinated out of. That's what makes it even more shameful and sad that they're doing this.
Exactly.
It has to be defended. And this issue is only going to brew. It's headed towards a collision course because in addition to arresting their own citizens like they have, they're doing things like putting these huge fines against American big tech companies who are not without sin, those big tech players. However, they're appealing all of them, and these other governments coming in and trying to find 6, 8, 10% of global revenues is going to come into Trump trade deals and other negotiations as well. So this fight is just getting started.
It's crazy. I've been seeing screen grabs that people have posted from the UK where just posts about immigration are completely blanked out. You can see them elsewhere in the world, but you can't see them in the UK. And we've got people who have been accused of incitement via their tweets, serving longer jail terms, some of them, than people involved in the grooming gang scandal. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy. We've got more squirming from the UK Prime Minister here. Trump's asked about whether he's going to go to London, and he can't help mentioning Sadiq Khan, the mayor, and how terrible he is.
You visit London during the state visit?
I will. I'm not a fan of your mayor.
Why not?
I think he's done a terrible job, the mayor of London. But the nasty person, I think he's done. I think he's a friend of mine, right? No, I think he's done a terrible job. But I would certainly visit London. Yeah.
I love how Trump just ignored what Keir Starmer said there and just reiterated, yes, Sadiq Khan is doing a terrible job. He's a nasty person.
It's so funny because he says he's doing a terrible job, which is true if you want to defend that. Crime has been up, basically knife crime, violent crime, sexual assault. They call it something like there's a rape reported per hour now in London, even shoplifting and all these things. And not all of that is at his feet. There are other upstream reasons for it, but that's not.
Hold up. Did she just say every hour there's a reported grape? Every hour in the UK? Bro, that's freaking ridiculous, homie. Especially with all the Islamic shit going on over there now. Now they got all of these rapings going on. Bro, that's bonkers. That's crazy. They need to get that shit under control. Why are they so up at arms about free speech, and they don't worry about the women being raped and taken off the streets? Like, what are they even doing, bro? Am I tripping?
Not a good record, even though it does bear saying that he's the only mayor who's been reelected 3 times. So he does keep getting reelected despite that.
That is true.
But I love how Trump added that extra personal layer. He's doing a terrible job as mayor and he's nasty. And that's when Keir Starmer felt the need to come in and defend him, and he just swatted it away. Nope, he's doing a bad job.
Ignored it, just kept talking. Now, a warning to our viewers, this next story does have some distressing content. It's a horrible story. What looks like race-based violence from Cincinnati received scant coverage until the vice president talked about them. The scenes are horrific, but when I went to Google yesterday looking for news coverage, the mainstream media were missing in action. Indeed, the first news story that popped up was about Ice Cube's surprise appearance at the Cincinnati Music Festival. But that has all changed now because the vice president was asked about this issue and he had this to say.
What I saw is a mob of lawless thugs beating up on an innocent person, and it's disgusting. And I hope every single one of those people who engage in violence is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And they will be. They will be so long as law enforcement in the state of Ohio takes their job seriously. I know Dave Yost cares a lot about these things. I don't know the full context. I don't know how the fight started. But the one part that I saw that was really gruesome is you had a grown man who sucker punched a middle-aged woman. And where I come from, at least, when you have a grown man who sucker punches a middle-aged woman, that person ought to go to jail for a very long time. And frankly, he's lucky there weren't some better people around, because they would have handled it themselves. But if they're not going to handle it, the cops in Cincinnati, the law enforcement, you've got to prosecute people. We've had way too much lawlessness on the streets of great American cities.
We are now seeing some news coverage on this story, but Koshar, I can guarantee if the races of the victims were reversed, if the perpetrators were mainly white and the victims were black, let's face it, this would be front page on most newspapers across America, would be leading the news service. But it's taken the vice president's intervention to actually put this even in the news cycle.
The media, thankfully, is just getting more and more irrelevant, and there are these alternatives.
Facts. The media is getting irrelevant, man. Like, you don't get none of the good stories, the stories that matter, unless you go to social media. You go to social media, then you find out about stuff. There was a white guy that waited outside of his girlfriend's house with an AR-15, shot through the house, unalived her and the baby. No news coverage. None. And the dude went out there and set up on some assassination army style type shit, bro. And took them down. No media coverage. Nothing over the news. Crazy.
It is with independent media, and it's going viral online, as you said. But it is so frustrating because they don't cover it. They won't cover it. There's some rumors and rumblings that there was some kind of racial slur uttered. There's no evidence or reportable specificity around that. But if that emerges, that that's what instigated this, it doesn't justify obviously being beaten down like that, then I suspect the media will cover it because it'll give them a little bit of a motivation that they'll zero in on. But it is frustrating. I think 2 things will force them to, either that, high-profile people like the vice president speaking out about it, and then prosecutions, if they happen. Harmeet Dillon, who's the head of the civil rights group under Pam Bondi, under this administration, came out with a statement that federal statutes protect all Americans, regardless of color, and we will be watching the Cincinnati prosecutors closely to make sure that they bring charges against these people. That's what everybody's waiting to see.
Absolutely, and yeah, she's a very good operator indeed. Vivek Ramaswamy has weighed in as well. He's running to be the governor of Ohio, and he posted this earlier today. He said he spoke to Holly, that's the woman who was knocked out, and she's a single working mum who went to a friend's birthday party. It's unconscionable that there were no police present in the area in Cincinnati on Friday night, or even an ambulance to take her to the hospital. Hardworking Americans shouldn't have to worry for their safety when they have a good time in our cities. Holly.
Whoa. That's crazy, bro. How do you guys have an event like that of that magnitude with no police there? Like, no armed security? Like, what are they even doing? You can't have any type of gathering with that type of magnitude, that many people, and not freaking have some type of police force there. That's crazy. Just my opinion, though.
Said not a single local or state official had yet reached out as of earlier this afternoon, other than one police detective. Leftists like to lecture about systematic injustice while thugs turn out cities into war zones. I'm done with their excuses. As governor, I'll make sure they'll be behind bars, not running wild. Our cops will have the green light to restore order. No apologies. This is a strong statement, and JD Vance also made a statement about making great American cities safe again.
The local authorities in these big cities have allowed lawlessness to run wild. We have got to make great American cities safe again for families and children. If you want to take your wife or your children out for a meal, you shouldn't be worried about street violence. And the only way to destroy that street violence is to take the thugs who engage in that violence and throw their asses in prison.
And I tell you, this could be the issue that turns those big cities red, because the big cities are almost all blue. Yes. But crime is just running rampant, and people are sick of it, surely.
Yes, you see little sparks of that. So Ohio as a state has turned quite red and has gone to Trump by 10 points in every election, actually, that he's run in 3 times. But you're right, these cities are not. The mayor, the vice mayor of Cincinnati came out with a statement trying to water it down and saying, oh, this was just an adult fight, is how she couched it, because they don't want to admit how derelict they are in their duty.
Right. I mean, I've seen the full footage that's available online.
It's disgusting.
And this wasn't a fight. This was a full-blown gang attack. 2 helpless people bashed. Almost a miracle they're alive. And
Absolutely.
Then the second video is a man by himself who is just horrifically bashed.
They're trying to water it down, but the only thing that'll make a difference is prosecutions, handcuffs, and that is the deterrence. And we keep talking about Bukele and El Salvador and how he has done that by having very, very strong consequences for criminality. We need to bring that back, especially after BLM. The system has sent a very bad message that you can do these kinds of things and get away with it, especially if you're from certain groups.
Yeah.
And that has to be turned around.
Cool any room in 90 seconds with this NASA-engineered affordable device. It's smaller than a toaster, cools any room in 90 seconds, and uses just a fraction of the energy of a regular AC. This incredible invention was built by 2 engineers, Thomas Berger and Leo Garcia, who used to work on thermal control systems for NASA space missions. They were tired of seeing people struggle every summer with broken ACs, $300 power bills, and unbearable indoor heat. And when a power outage during a heat wave left their family sweltering with temperatures soaring past 90 degrees, they decided to take matters into their own hands and create a groundbreaking portable AC capable of cooling down any room in a matter of minutes without the big cost.
It's time for Lefties Losing It. You know, nature is healing. Things are getting better day by day, even as the demented Democrats call for Donald Trump to be impeached for a targeted strike against Iran's nuclear facilities. Still, the number of sane, rational folk is increasing. You know, things are looking up when a confirmed TDS sufferer like Charlemagne is belatedly seeing the light. Now, this is going to outrage his lefty audience. There'll be meltdowns galore because he's spitting facts.
There have been a bunch of presidents who have ordered strikes without congressional approval. Barack Obama did it against Libya. Joe Biden ordered strikes in Iraq and Syria without congressional approval. Bill Clinton did it to, was it Kosovo? I think you pronounce it. So presidents ordering military action without congressional approval has become pretty routine.
And he's not.
What are you Democrats going to say now? Because I didn't even know that. The fact that y'all been talking about, oh, he doesn't go through Congress, he doesn't go through the proper steps and blah, 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 blah. None of them have. And they just listed 3 Democratic presidents, bro. None of them have. None. So why are y'all harping so much over Trump, bro, and what Trump is doing? Why didn't you guys have this, attention to detail and attention to what's going on before Trump? Y'all hate and disdain for this dude is so much to where y'all got a problem with what he's doing, but he's doing the same exact stuff that all the people you praise is doing. Y'all can't make this shit up, bro. How can y'all even stand on anything if all of your presidents did what he did and worse? More deportations. A bunch of unalivings with drone strikes and shit like that, bro. Chefs winding up dead. Shit like that, man. Sex scandals. Stuff like that, bro. Adultery and all of that, bro. None of that stuff went on with Trump. All that stuff went on with him. With them. And ain't none of y'all talking about it. None of y'all bring it up. All y'all want to do is just go back to some damn Epstein files all the time. But don't want to address nothing that you guys have done and messed up. That's BS. Accountability. Let's continue.
Not alone. Here's another Democrat, another lefty losing it. He used to rail against Trump. Well, he's now defending him. Stephen A. Smith is angry, not at the president, but at the Democrats and their calls for impeachment.
The Democrats are calling, or at least some of them, are calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump. Same old song and dance. I thought we heard this before. I thought that was over and done with. The minute you lost the election with the popular vote in the Electoral College vote and losing every swing state. I thought we were over that. Question number one. No matter what you feel about the President of the United States, do you think that's the time, while we're in the middle of such strife, to be calling for the impeachment of the President of the United States? Particularly if you're a representative, you're an elected official in the United States of America? I don't think so. That's number one. Number two, were the Democrats saying that when Obama bombed Libya, when he was in office?
It's a new day, folks. I'll be playing you some crazy lefties.
Whoa. Stephen A. done turned all the way, huh? Seems like he's done with the Democratic Party as well, bro. That shit is crazy. That St. Pierre chick, Jean Pierre, whatever her name is, she done left. Joy Reid talking about leaving. Like, it is bonkers. And they bringing up actual facts. What Stephen A. just said was actual facts, man. Why aren't you guys bringing this stuff up? Why aren't you guys holding your own accountable like how you're trying to hold others accountable? You can't keep pointing a fucking finger when your own party is doing worse and far worse things than anybody else. Make sense of that, bro. You can't.
Soon, but right now, we are just reveling in lefties who are finally seeing the light.
This is eradicating a threat. Civilians weren't targeted.
Thanks for the follow. Trust God. Appreciate you.
Nuclear sites were targeted. You can navigate your way around the War Powers Act itself, and you don't have to concern yourself with receiving congressional approval. The Democrats know that because of Obama. So if you knew that because of Obama and you didn't say it when it involved him in Libya, why would you turn around and all of a sudden try to make that case against Donald Trump?
Really, he's done my work for me, precisely the arguments I was going to make, and now I have to listen.
Abso-freaking-lutely. Absolutely. Took the words right out of my mouth, Stephen A. Bravo to you, Stephen A. You're starting to stand for something. You're starting to see and filter out the bullshit. Thank you, Stephen A. Thank you, brother. Finally. All that fucking ratting and raving you always fucking doing, finally you spewing out some shit that actually matter, bro. Good shit, Stephen A. Good shit.
To a lifelong Democrat make it, I may lose it myself. Now, Trump has even got Democrat Senator John Fetterman, once a far-left radical, criticising AOC and her calls for Trump to be impeached.
She knows it. I know it. We all know it. That's not going anywhere. And, you know, he's been impeached twice, and now he's still our president as well now, too. So it's not going anywhere, and I don't think that's helpful. And I think if you throw that term around, that actually diminishes what the severity of what impeachment is really reserved for.
And here's more lefties getting an education. Old school lefty Bill Maher and his audience got a strong dose of logic from Republican Wesley Hunt about the importance of not tearing down Confederate statues and the importance of restoring the names of military bases. Listen to this.
Trump is putting the Robert E. Lee name back on buildings. I mean, are you down with that?
So when I was at West Point, I actually lived in Robert E. Lee barracks when I was there. And as I said,
Robert E. Lee went to West Point.
Yes, he did. That's why the barracks is named after him. And so my brother, sister, and I are matriculated through West Point. We all graduated. And I'll never forget walking under the threshold of Robert E. Lee barracks and think to myself, damn, this is one hell of a country. Because only in America can someone like me walk into a building named after a Confederate general and then be a successful West Point graduate.
Yes.
And I do not want to take down these statues and change the names of these buildings because they're a reminder of what was. Okay. And if we don't remember it, we are doomed to repeat it.
Bow, bow, bow. And see, I seen this live, right? I didn't do a video on it at the time, but he knocked it out the park, bro. He knocked it out the park. That was the craziest Uno reverse card. Bill Maher thought he had him. Well, how do you feel about them changing the names to the Confederate blah, 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 and you went to the Robert E. Lee blah, 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 blah. What he said was absolutely perfect. If you forget about the past, the shit can come around and bite you in the ass again. Yeah, you forget about how motherfuckers treated you in the past, and you forget about all that shit, they can always bring that shit out at any fucking time, bro. Any time. Now, if you can't go and revert to the past and all of that, and they bring it out now, they don't have no empathy, sympathy, or no feelings towards anything. Because there's nothing to remember, to feel the empathy or sympathy for, to change up your actions. That's why you can't forget what happened before, bro. Don't get me wrong, we can move on and continue on and prosper and all of that, but you can't forget what was. You can't forget who came before you. That's disrespectful. Good shit, brother.
Oh, so there's a reason for it, I see.
As if it's not bad enough that I have the likes of Charlemagne and Stephen A. Smith making my arguments for me, now here is Bill Maher poking fun at the dangerously dim-witted and delusional ladies of The View.
Whoopi Goldberg saying it's worse to be a black person in America today than a woman in Iran. You know, I say we were talking about the trans issue before, and the New York Times really has come over on that to the sort of the sensible, liberal, not crazy woke.
Somebody got to get Whoopi Goldberg's mic and burn that motherfucker. Somebody need to take Whoopi Goldberg's microphone and burn that bitch, man. She be saying the most fucking, oh my God. Oh my God, that shit is dastardly work. Dastardly work, bro. Oh my goodness. She be saying the most heinous bullshit ever. How dare you say the life that black folks have in America, where you can get up, put on all the clothes you want to wear, you can go buy all the designer you want to buy, you can go eat whatever you want to eat, okay? You can go out and talk to people how y'all be talking to people, right? Because you know, black women and females, y'all been ridiculously getting reckless with y'all mouth. You know what I'm saying? Y'all disrespectful, be getting at people all crazy. So, how, if you able to do all of that shit, right? You able to do all of that. Go outside, have a good time. If you want to, you can go hop in the pool. If you want to go outside naked damn near, y'all can do it now. And you're trying to say that the women of Iran has a better life than the folks, the black folks in America, when they can't even expose their skin in 130-degree weather? They can't choose their own hairstyles. They can't say no. This shit is crazy. Oh, and on top of that, right? 11, 12, they set up your marriage. You can't even choose who the fuck you are. They set you up. They make you want to be with this person. Do you understand if women in America had to go through that shit? These motherfuckers would be rioting in the streets. You feel me? They don't even want you to tell them about who they dating. They don't want you to even talk about nothing. But then y'all, if we turn around and say, no, you only marry who we want you to marry, imagine American women, black American women at that. Imagine how they would take that. They're not taking that, bro. How dare she do some shit like this? Whoopi Goldberg, burn your mic.
Position. I think this is a great first step toward getting the Democrats back to sanity. And a second good step would be, we got to do something about The View. I really believe that. I mean, could you just
It's huge in Iran, though.
Stay in your lane, Bill Maher. Mocking lefties is my territory. You go back to, I don't know, smoking dope and poking fun at Christians. But I do want to play you this brilliant response to Whoopi's insane victim playing from Wesley Hunt. And note again the audience clapping. This is Bill Maher's audience. This wouldn't have happened a few years ago.
My district in the great state of Texas is actually a white majority district that President Trump would have won by 25 points. As I said, I'm a direct descendant of a slave. My great-great-grandfather was born on a Rosedown plantation. I am literally being judged not by the color of my skin, but by the content of my character. That's the progress because, like, a lot of white people had to vote for me. A lot.
So
I don't even ever want to hear Whoopi Goldberg's conversation about how it's worse to be black in America right now. That's a bit far. And my father, who's 75 years old, he was a man that was in the French quarters that had to go get a sandwich to the back door of the building. And his son is now a United States congressman in a white majority district in Texas as a Republican. That is America. That's America.
And while we're talking about The View, let's check in on the lunacy. Here is Joy Behar.
So on Thursday, the White House said that Trump was going to make a decision on Iran within the next 2 weeks. That's what he said. Remember that? Okay. He was going to give diplomatic negotiations more time to play out. And then, less than 48 hours later, this attack was underway. So what changed? And what was he actually trying to accomplish here?
I mean, look, the 2 weeks measure was clearly a bit of a head fake.
So why did he keep it a secret? Just for the surprise, the surprise version?
I mean, absolutely the diversion, and you saw the way that all indications were the B-2s were flying towards Guam. Everybody thought, okay, so we're getting in position to be ready. They wanted to have some element of surprise.
Did she really ask why the US didn't tell the Iranians about the surprise attack? Lost for words. Here is Sunny Hostin on The View, pretending to be an international law expert, and she gets shut down quick smart.
He bypassed Congress, potentially violated the War Powers Resolution. I believe this is certainly a clear violation of international law at the very least. Democratic House Leader Hakeem Jeffries accused the president of misleading the country as to his intentions. What do you think are the possible ramifications that President Trump could face for arguably overstepping his authority?
Well, look, constitutionally, only Congress has the power to declare war. The War Powers Act would make it seem very clear you need to have congressional approval on this. But president after president after president has launched military action without the approval of Congress.
Now, here is further proof that blue cities are mad and willing to elect ever more radical miscreants. New York's mayoral race is underway, and Zoran Mamdani, a socialist, the New York Post reports, has barely ever held a job and admits to being a Nepo baby. Well, he could be the next mayor. He could be the man to lead a city of 8.8 million people. This guy.
Down for you. Make a sound for you. Go ahead, make a rap for your nanny. It's a rap. Get the grass and the rack on your nanny. Come through, give a dab to your nanny. If you're really feeling good, spin a track for your nanny.
And more recently has been involved in violent protests against Tom Homan and the Trump administration's deportation program. Joining me now is comedian and host of Prime Time with Alex Stein on Blaze TV. Alex, what is going on in New York? Will we have this 33-year-old become mayor?
You know, I hate to say it, Rita, but I think he is
possibly going to win. And I think New York kind of, they get what they deserve. And if they want to try radical socialism, go ahead and find out. I know California had some terrible fires because they didn't have, water to put out these fires. Lord have mercy if there's a terrible fire in New York City and they don't have water to put it out. So if they want to go this direction, that's why we live in a democracy. And if these people want to choose to go that route, buyer beware is all I can say when it comes to the citizens of New York City.
Well, I think we're going to see a new influx of New Yorkers moving to your state, Texas or Florida and Tennessee. We have seen that internally in the US for some time now. Californians and New Yorkers fleeing these blue states, going to red states like Texas and Florida, but sometimes they keep voting the same way, so it can be a bit of a danger. Now, Joe Biden or whoever was pulling his strings put this woman, Ketanji Brown Jackson, on the Supreme Court. Remember this?
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition? No.
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in this context.
So
I'm not a biologist.
Yes, on the Supreme Court, but can't tell you what a woman is. But since becoming SCOTUS, we've seen that justice wowing us with theatrics, literally.
Like I hate it. Which makes me think it must be brilliant. Got this feeling in my body.
And ABC News reports that Justice Brown Jackson has unloaded on her Supreme Court colleagues in a series of sharp dissents, castigating them for what she called a pure textualism approach to interpreting the law. Yes, we can't really rely on the text, Alex. We've got to just go with the feelings and vibes, I guess.
She is the DEI vibe Supreme Court justice, so I'm surprised that she doesn't want to have to look at words and go by, the laws that are written in a book. So I'm honestly not surprised because she can't define a simple question like, what is a woman? She can't say that there's many biological differences, when it comes to chromosomes or body parts. I mean, there's just so many differences between a man and a woman, and she wants to try to placate as if they're the same. So this is who's in power, and there's always going to be one of these DEI people that are there. And I think it's almost good in a way so we can kind of weed out who is making the wrong decision in the Supreme Court. Sadly, I think they're going to have a job for life. Supreme Court justices don't go anywhere, so it stinks that she's going to have a job forever. But at least we know that she's kind of, the dumb one. So however she votes, we know the opposite of it is probably the way that we should be voting.
I would argue there's another one on that in that court that's even dumber, but we'll argue about that another day. But yeah, she's got some competition there, I can tell you. Sean Diddy Combs, music mogul Sean Diddy Combs, he's not going to testify at his trial. The New York Post is reporting not only is Diddy not testifying, but his legal team isn't planning on calling a single witness in his defense. Alex, I'm not a lawyer, but this seems rather a risky approach.
Well, I'm not an attorney either, but I do think that they say that if you are, a criminal, it's better to not go on the stand so that you don't perjure yourself, or I guess that he doesn't, get caught up in some sort of web of lies by the prosecution. So maybe it is smart for him to not go on the stand, but let's be real, and I know this is an unpopular position to take. When it comes to this case and everything that I've heard so far, Puff Daddy might be the most repugnant human being in the world. But according to this case, everything seems to have been consensual. And it seems like there was a lot of money and baby oil and disgusting actions. But I think some people in this case need to take some sort of self-responsibility. So if Puff Daddy gets off from this court case, it's going to be like the O.J. Simpson trial. I mean, he's going to be a hero, Rita, for all the wrong reasons. So I kind of hope that doesn't happen. But I also hope that, justice is served and that he doesn't go to jail unnecessarily if he didn't really commit the crime that they're accusing him of.
Well, we don't know what the jurors think of some of the footage they've seen because no one else has seen it. Federal prosecutors on Monday showed the jurors around 20 minutes of footage from these so-called freak-offs, and the videos were only viewed by the jury due to the very graphic nature. So I don't know. I mean, again, just because it's repugnant doesn't mean it's illegal. So yeah, it will be fascinating to see the outcome of this case. Before you go, Alex, I know you're very sad because Pride Month is almost over. You've been very active throughout June. How close have you come to being arrested or perhaps being assaulted with some of your antics?
Well, you know, Rita, June is a good month when it comes to clicks, but in reality, I'm ready for it to be over because, listen, I love my gay brothers and sisters, but do we need a whole month to just celebrate somebody's sexuality? I mean, come on, a week is long enough. So I'll be happy when this holiday is over. And unfortunately, I will say this, you know, getting all these clicks and confronting drag queen story times, sadly, this stuff goes on even when it's not June. So just because June's ending doesn't mean that all of this weird indoctrination is going to stop.
Alex Stein, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Rita.
The quickest way to clear out stuck poop can't go? Do this to clear out stuck poop fast. On June 17th in 2019, my mom was rushed to the hospital to have what was basically a log of poop surgically removed from her colon. What happened was when she hadn't pooped in 3 days, the doctor told her to try prune juice. And then he told her to try fiber supplements and then castor oil. And then came the prescription laxatives. But when all of these failed and she was actually in a situation where she was in morbid danger of toxins from her poop being reabsorbed back into her body, they had to go in and admit her for surgery and with scalpels, go in and excavate the impacted poop. And as it turns out, she just had all of these layers, just layers on layers of stuck poop lining the walls of her colon. And these layers built up until it completely blocked the flow of poop. And according to Dr. Gina Sam, this might surprise you, this is actually not uncommon. Dr. Sam served as the director of the prestigious Mount Sinai Gastrointestinal Motility Center for several years in New York City. And she also was one of the first doctors to start to investigate that link between the microbiome and excess weight. She's also one of the few doctors who specializes in solving constipation, and not just on a short-term basis, but solving it for good. Now, Dr. Sam says that if you're over the age of 50, and even if you're pooping every day, yes, every single day, you could still have, get this, you could have up to 20 pounds of stuck poop lining the walls of your colon right now, just like what happened to my mom. Oh, and if you're one of those people who's pooping less than once a day, well, guess what? Get this, there's a good chance that your colon looks like this right about now. And it's not because you're not getting enough fiber or water, exercise, or anything like that. See, the muscles surrounding your digestive system, they work by squeezing food along through the stomach, kind of like when you brush your teeth and you squeeze toothpaste from the tube, right? Well, what happens is when your gut isn't well, this squeezing process, which is called peristalsis, it slows down. And this is a problem, a big problem, because when peristalsis is slow, the undigested food in your body, it doesn't have that momentum to avoid getting stuck in all of those twists and turns and grooves that are inside your intestines. Now, this is kind of gross, but hear me out. This stuck food, it literally starts rotting away. Isn't that gross? This undigested food, it's literally fermenting inside your belly. So it's no surprise that you have bloating and cramping and discomfort. But here's the thing, the problems don't stop there. This slow peristalsis, it also dries out that poop that's inside your colon. It hardens it into a literal cork that's blocking the only exit. And all the black coffee, you can drink all the prune juice, have all the psyllium, take gritty fiber, laxatives, all that stuff. All the laxatives on the planet, they're not gonna clean out that stuck poop. That's why Dr. Sam developed what poop experts now call the 7-second poop trick. It's a safe, fast, and incredibly effective way to shed up to 20 pounds. Yes, 20 pounds of stuck poop without the cramping, the squeezing, or that urgent, I've got to go to the bathroom feeling. And she just recorded a brief presentation that explains exactly how this 7-second morning ritual can give you safe, comfortable, and satisfying poops every single morning from now on. So if you're feeling backed up, if you're feeling bloated and constipated, take a minute, do yourself a favor, tap the button below this video, and you can see Dr. Sam's 7-second poop trick right now. You'll be moving things right along in no time, clearing all that stuck poop out of your bowels. Best of all, you could feel 10, 15, maybe even 20 pounds lighter for the rest of the day. Tap that button right now, and you can see Dr. Sam's 7-second morning ritual at this moment. Tap the button below this video and watch Dr. Sam's presentation right now. You can thank me later.
By common consensus, Dred Scott v. Sanford is the most infamous decision in Supreme Court history. Ironically, it also may be the most significant decision in Supreme Court history. Why? Because it almost destroyed the Union. Here's what happened. In 1846, Dred Scott, a slave, sued for his freedom. Scott had been born into slavery in Virginia, but during the 1830s, he traveled with his owner, John Emerson, an Army doctor, to Illinois and the Wisconsin Territory, both of which had banned slavery. When Emerson died in 1843, his widow, Irene Sanford, inherited Scott. In 1846, Scott sought to buy his freedom from Sanford, offering her $300. She refused. Scott then turned to the legal system, filing a lawsuit against her in a St. Louis, Missouri court. He had a strong case. It was not uncommon for slaves to claim that once they entered a free state, they were free, and Missouri courts were sympathetic to these claims. Over the next 8 years, however, Scott endured a legal roller coaster, first losing his case, then winning, then losing again. His appeal reached the Supreme Court in February 1856. Chief Justice Roger Taney immediately grasped its importance. Here was a case, Taney reasoned, that could settle once and for all the vexing issue of slavery and its role in America's future. To understand Taney's thinking, we need a bit of historical context. As the nation expanded in the early and mid-19th century and admitted new states, the slavery issue became more and more contentious. In 1820 and then again in 1850, Congress passed 2 bills to diffuse the growing conflict, respectively known as the Missouri Compromise and the Compromise of 1850. Both laws divided the country into free states and slave states. Although these laws kept the nation at peace, they failed to address the fundamental issue. Did blacks have the same rights as whites? Taney believed he had the answer. On March 6, 1857, the court announced its decision. By a 7-2 vote, it ruled that blacks did not have the same rights as whites and therefore could be treated as property, no different than any other kind of property. And as property, they were not and could never be citizens. And if they were not citizens, they had no standing in any court. Taney believed that the writers of the Constitution saw blacks as beings of an inferior order, altogether unfit to participate in government, and that whatever privileges they enjoyed were granted to them by the generosity of the superior white race. But what about the most famous phrase in the Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal? Didn't that undercut Taney's argument? Taney contended the founders never seriously considered the idea of human equality to apply to Africans, ignoring the fact that men like John Adams and Alexander Hamilton were furiously opposed to slavery. Ironically, slavery wasn't the key issue for Taney. Even though he was a lifelong Democrat, raised in a slaveholding family, and once owned slaves himself, he thought of slavery primarily in constitutional terms. It was permitted in that document, therefore, in his opinion, it was legitimate. Dred Scott predictably pleased Southerners and outraged Northerners. Former Congressman Abraham Lincoln was so incensed by the decision that it emboldened him to return to politics to oppose it.
It's time for Lefties Losing It, and we've got a treat for you. The mad, bad, chronically sad Joy Reid was back on TV. No, not hosting her own show like she did for many years on MSNBC, the mental asylum masquerading as a news network. No, Joy was on Piers Morgan's show, and it didn't go well.
I think you were fired because your show just got increasingly unpopular. It happens all the time in TV. That's why you got let go. Why play the race card?
First of all, I love the fact that your play the race card is your version of the race card. You literally are so fixated on trying to racialize conversations with me, Piers. I find it actually quite charming.
You racialize more conversations in your tenure at MSNBC than any host in history.
All right, Mark. All right, Piers.
And of course, after being accused of playing the race card, Joy went about proving That's all she knows how to do.
And it is so interesting to me that you yourself, as a white European, find that when people of color talk about race, that you believe is racializing conversations. But when people like you fixate on, well, Barack Obama was a black president, why don't you object to that? That is racializing a conversation about the former president of the United States. But you can't put your, and I'm sure you find that charming and funny.
I find it hilarious because you're the one. You're the one who said Donald Trump.
You and your friend Donald Trump.
You said Donald Trump is a white fascist.
Are so. He is. Well, I agree
and
with
yet
Mark
when Obama
Milley,
did the same
last
thing,
time I checked,
I'm not allowed to mention his skin color.
No, Piers, you're not allowed to mention Obama's skin colour, even when it's Joy who introduced race into the debate, because that's all a race baiter knows.
Crazy, I just had it all mute. But that's what they do, bro. They sit there and they talk about some stuff, call you a bigot, call you a racist and all that stuff, right? Then you turn around and you flip it on them and they are appalled. Oh my God, how could you call me a racist and blah, 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 when their whole conversation is calling other people racist, bigots, and all different types of names and slanderous shit that they done came up with over the years, right? And then you turn it around on them, they're like, oh my God, how could you? How could you ever do this to me? Like, don't talk about Obama. Like, but you can sit here and call Trump the man with the little mustache. Y'all can call people like fascist and all of this other stuff, right? Tyrants and all of that. But once we call you that, oh my God. Fucking theater kids, bro. Drama students.
How to do. Here, Joy proves she doesn't actually care about the issue. She just cares about attacking Trump.
Do you know how many people Barack Obama deported in 8 years?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Well, why don't you guess?
I don't know and don't care.
Well,
you
hang
tell
on,
me.
hang on. You don't know and you don't care. You've just given me...
Because it's not the...
See, when it comes to Obama, you don't know and you don't. Obama in super high fucking regard, bro. Like, y'all try to put him up here, but then when we start bringing up this little shit that this dude was doing, now you don't want to talk, you don't want to hear it. Oh, you gotta prove it. Anything that's with Trump, y'all, anything bad y'all hear about Trump, y'all just automatically run with it, right? You say anything bad about any Democratic president, you gotta prove it. You gotta show the proof. But y'all never have the burden of showing proof. Crazy. Y'all, you guys can feel how you want to feel and be in your emotions, but no one else can. That shit is fucking despicable.
Just give it, hang on,
You're trying to make the issue the southern border.
Joy. You've just given me... Joy, Joy,
the point is...
Joy, given that you're obviously all over every detail of the Trump deportation policy and given you were on the airwaves in America on a daily basis through Obama's tenure... How many people did he deport in 8 years?
I do not know. You'll tell me, I'm sure.
Have a guess.
But it's probably more than 1 million people. I'm quite certain.
Have a
because
guess.
I think each 2 million.
Right, it was 3 million.
Okay. And your point being what?
Your point being what?
Your point being what? You're sitting here trying to harp over Donald Trump deporting people, right? 300,000, 400,000, 500,000. I don't know where the number is, okay? But I know it's nowhere near Obama's. And Obama did it with no due process. And then Obama went and let off bombs and all that shit without consulting Congress. Like everything that you guys are talking about Trump about, Obama did, and y'all had nothing to say. Y'all was happy as fuck. Y'all still praise the man right now. Crazy. Oh, I don't want to hear about Obama and what Obama did. I'm just mad at Trump. Get the fuck out of here. That shit is nuts.
The point being, you're an unprincipled hypocrite, Joy. I think that was Pierce's point. Now to another lefty, a far more sane one than Joy. Bill Maher has had a realisation. Turns out tariffs didn't tank the economy or the share market. They didn't cause a recession. In fact, they're doing precisely what Donald Trump said they would do.
I remember along with probably most people, were saying at the beginning, oh, you know, by the 4th of July, somebody had a thing how the country was, the economy was going to be tanked by then. And I was kind of like, well, that seems right to me. But that didn't happen. Now, it could happen tomorrow. I'm just saying that's reality. So let's work first from the reality of that, not from I just hate Donald Trump. Because that's boring and doesn't get us anywhere. And
good job, Bill Maher. But you still owe us 10 push-ups, and you need to go run a fucking lap. Because you was one of the main ones trying to clown and make it seem like the tariffs and all that shit was stupid. Like, that's what you, these condescending, mischievous people, bro. That's what they fucking do. They know how to manipulate a narrative and make it seem like it's stupid, funny, whatever, right? And then it makes you feel like you're stupid or funny for even looking at it or even going along with the shit. Then come back a couple of weeks later, a month later, oh, I was wrong. Oh my God, I can't believe it actually worked and all blah, 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 blah. Fuck that, Bill Maher. You done made a lot of people's brain turn to mush. You done made a lot of people get brainwashed and get engulfed in bullshit, bro. You just saying, oh, now I see it, oh, I was wrong. No, that's not good enough, homie. You need to go on an apology tour. You need to go up on a tariff apology tour, bro. The fuck? 20-something billion in 1 month on a surplus, meaning that we made up all the shit we lost, made that, and then profited it on top, bro. Yeah, man. You need to go on there and start talking. And I'm sorry, and the tariffs are absolutely... Everything you said bad about the tariffs, go back and say everything good about the tariffs. The tariffs are amazing. The tariffs are this. You need to do that shit. Just saying you sorry ain't fucking good enough. Pop-Tart.
And leads you to dishonesty, because the truth is, I don't know what his strategy is. But look, the stock market is at...
Of course you don't know what the strategy is. You're fucking dumb. It's not your angle. It's not your realm, bro. That's what I'm saying. And then you listening to these experts and specialists and all that shit, and then you conjure up your thoughts and all of that shit off of what the fuck they do in they research instead of looking shit up yourself, which means you're fucking dumb. Ain't nobody about to just tell me some shit and I'm just gonna run with it. Fuck no, I don't give a fuck what your tenure is. I don't give a fuck what your history is. I'm looking this shit up, bro. We're gonna make sure what you're saying is actual, factual, bro. That's what we're gonna do. And by you, bro, fuck all of that. Fuck all of that.
Record highs. I know not everybody lives by the stock market, but I also drive around. I don't see a country in a depression at all.
Oh, Bill, if you want to know what Donald Trump's tariff strategy is, then just listen to what he's been saying for decades. He's spelled it out so many times.
Absolutely. He's been talking about this for a decade now, man. It's been 10 years. And y'all just now catching up. Think about that, bro. All these people was talking about how dumb and stupid he was and he didn't understand anything, right? Then 10 years later, everybody's talking about how right he is and how right he was. You know who else went through some shit like that? Other than me. You know who else went through some shit like that? Nikolai Tesla, bro. But with Nikolai, it took over 100 years for folks to come out and give that man his kudos. You know what I'm saying? Give that man his flowers. It took over a year. It took 10 months, 10 years with him. But think about that, bro. They was calling Tesla stupid, saying that he was dumb. He didn't know what he was talking about. He was crazy, insane. He didn't understand nothing. Now, 100 years later, you got companies named after Tesla that are trying to operate off of his motto that he created over 100 years ago. God damn, that's crazy, ain't it? Look it, bro, every time you're smart and you're a genius and you're ahead of the game, everybody that's around that's still common sense level, common IQ level, they're all going to call you stupid because they can't fathom them or even calculate the shit. They can't calculate it because they're too fucking slow and they don't understand. That's why we got to start making sure, like, with these people that be having these platforms that can influence the brains of a million people, millions of people, the American people, we need to make sure they can pass an IQ test. Like, you need to have, like, the minimum IQ to be on TV talking all this shit should be 115. The minimum. I'm talking about the bare minimum, and you're not the host. You're just an analyst. You feel me? But if you actually on TV do it, like, bro, you need to have 115, 120, 130. All you 85 to 115ers, throw them motherfuckers in the trash, bro. Straight up. We need to get some people with some real IQ on TV. These motherfuckers are stupid.
But sadly, despite Bill being much saner than the average lefty, he does still exist in somewhat of an echo chamber. Remember when Megyn Kelly schooled him over and over again? Ma was ignorant of the most basic facts, like this.
Hillary Clinton, of course, is the original election denier. I'm sure you voted for her in 2016.
Well, she's not an election denier.
She absolutely was the OG election denier.
First of all, she came out before the sun had risen to concede the election to Trump.
And then spent the next 4 years saying he was illegitimate. He was an illegitimate president.
Okay, well, first of all, she didn't say he was an illegitimate.
Yes, she did.
You tell me.
And see, that's what a lot of these lefties do, bro. They don't even know what their politicians and the people that they back, they don't even know what they've been up to. They don't even know. You see him standing on a fucking hill that's about to crumble underneath him? You know what I'm saying? Because she went on a tirade of saying that shit, bro. I remember it. Oh, he's illegitimate. And he's a blah, 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 blah. And he's about to try to create a hill to stand on and be like, no, she never did it. I never heard that and blah, 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 blah. And then the viewers, the super leftist viewers, is going to be looking at Megyn Kelly like, you lying B, why is you doing this and why are you doing that? Especially if you ain't got the receipts on hand. Bro, these lefties, like, wow.
Exactly what she said.
She said those exact words repeatedly.
I believe he knows he's an illegitimate president.
You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee. And you can have the election stolen from you.
Now, this next clip is...
Wow. Where was all the fucking fuss and fuss about her saying that, but when Donald Trump said it, you guys couldn't let it go? Oh, he's a Thor loser, he's a this, and blah, 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 blah. Where is all that energy for Hillary? Crazy, bro.
It's delicious. Here is Steve Bannon calling out the activist journalists of PBS on PBS.
And the rhetoric about the judge, because a lot of lawyers say, you know, all of the rhetoric, calling for impeachment, the radical left lunatic, that this rhetoric, that's not the type of thing the president should say. He should appeal. He should abide by the court ruling and not.
Listen, by the way, was there any complaint from PBS or was there any complaint by the Democrats on the rhetoric used against the judges when the Roe v. Wade decision came out and they had to have police protection at their houses? I don't remember anything about the rhetoric being too high. You guys are so phony on the face of it. This is why we're defeating the left. The American people, as they see this, they go, these guys are a bunch of lying scumbags, which you are, a bunch of lying scumbags. You try to terrorize Supreme Court justices over a decision that didn't go your way.
I told you it was delicious. It's time for Lefties Losing It, and Hunter Biden, you remember him, the crack-addled whore enthusiast, son of former President Joe Biden, is back and he is angry. He's angry at the lefties who, after years of covering up his father's obvious cognitive decline, dumped him and installed Kamala as their 2024 presidential candidate. And that includes Hollywood actor George Clooney, who penned a New York Times piece calling for Biden to step down after that disastrous debate with President Trump. Well, Hunter, who you'll recall scored an unconditional presidential pardon, sat down for an interview with Channel 5 and he let Clooney have it. The left are turning on each other and it's glorious.
Him and everybody around him. I don't have to be nice. Number one, I agree with Quentin Tarantino. George Clooney is not a actor. He is a I don't know what he is. He's a brand. And by the way, and God bless him. You know what? He supposedly treats his friends really well. You know what I mean? Buys them things. And he's got a really great place in Lake Como. And he's great friends with Barack Obama. You. What do you have to do with anything? Why do I have to listen to you? What right do you have to step on a man who's given 52 years of his life to the service of this country and decide that you, George Clooney, are going to take out basically a full-page ad in the New York Times to undermine the president at a time in which, by the way, what do people care about the most? Why do you think that the Republicans have an advantage over us? Because they're unified. They will go along with anything. I wasn't asking anybody to go along with anything. I was asking people to go along with this. The most successful administration in my lifetime.
Wow, he may still be high if he thinks the Biden administration was the most successful administration in his lifetime. And he wasn't done yet with George Clooney. And here he admits what we have all suspected, that Clooney was acting on the behest of Barack Obama.
You know what George Clooney did? Because he sat down, I guess, because he was like given the blessing by the Obama team or the Obama people and whoever else, and David Axelrod and whoever the else, is to go, okay, yeah, you know what? We are going to insert our judgment over yours. Me, and James Carville, who hasn't run a race in 40 years.
And it's not just George Clooney, James Carville, or Team Obama that Hunter is upset with. CNN's Jake Tapper copped a serve too for that silly little book he wrote about Biden's cognitive decline. It doesn't matter to Hunter that Tapper covered up for his dad for years and only wrote that book after the election. He's now on the enemy list.
Who's Jake Tapper's audience? Jake Tapper?
My mom or something? I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
For real, though. I don't even think it's your mom anymore.
No.
By the numbers, what influence does Jake Tapper have over anything? He has the smallest audience on cable news. And beyond that, I think that the book is right now on Amazon that he put out. I mean, his ratings just went to after he put the book out. You know, they did a 2-week infomercial for it. I mean, it was such a money grab.
Now, I regret to...
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. That was a money grab by Jake Tapper. Him tap dancing and doing the shit that he's doing now. I'm not cool with that, bro. Like, he was the main one. Like, he was all the videos that I've seen, like...
Inform you that Hunter Biden is not...
When I literally stopped being a Democrat or whatever, last year, July 2025, yeah, Jake Tapper was one of the main reasons. Because he was always lying and going against some shit and saying some shit all the fucking time, bro. Every video clip that I seen of him, he was on some heinous activity. So, yeah, I can understand why Hunter Biden is mad and upset with him. I can understand why all the Democrats would be mad and upset with him. He was one of the loudest and vocal people. For him to turn and do that, yeah, bro, that's crazy. That's like having a dude that's considered the most gangsterest gangster. Y'all go and hit a lick, and that dude is the one that goes out and he tells. And didn't even have to tell. Like, that's exactly what that was right there, bro. Crazy.
Not just taking pot shots at aging Hollywood types and CNN hacks, he somehow deluded himself into believing he could take on Trump Or the president of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele. Hunter wants to bring back the illegal immigrants, the criminals deported to El Salvador, and is willing to take drastic measures to do so. Here's another profanity-laced diatribe, almost like this guy is on something.
I say, you. How are we getting those people back from El Salvador? Because I'll tell you what, if I became president in 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, I would pick up the phone and call the president of El Salvador and say, you either send them back or I'm going to invade. It's a crime what they're doing. He's a dictator thug.
Bukele or Trump?
Both.
Hunter is going to become president and he's going to invade El Salvador. There you go, Democrats. That's your next election campaign right there. What a sad, broken party. But we shouldn't laugh off Hunter's mad rants because this man had enormous power in the Biden White House. And don't forget, Joe Biden often said Hunter was the smartest man he knew. Seriously, in this lengthy, wide-ranging interview with Channel 5, Hunter denied that cocaine found in the Oval Office was his. And then he gave the audience a helpful lesson in how you make crack. I wish I was kidding.
The only difference between crack cocaine and cocaine is sodium bicarbonate and water and heat, literally.
That's it?
That's it.
And those things are pretty much free if you go to like a science store.
This is free. You can go to your neighborhood convenience store and just get. Anyway, I don't want to tell people how to make crack cocaine, but it literally is a mayonnaise jar, cocaine, and baking soda.
He doesn't want to tell you how to make it, but he just did, and he didn't stop there. Apparently, crack isn't that bad. Crack isn't whack. It's better than alcohol, according to Hunter. Listen to this lunacy.
Crack cocaine make you act any differently? No. Is it safer than alcohol? Probably. People think of crack as being dirty. It's the exact opposite. When you make crack, what you're doing is you're burning off all the impurities so that it combines with the sodium bicarbonate, which makes it smokable. That's all.
Astonishing stuff. Now let's check.
Did he just really do that, bro? It's clean, it's all of that. Why do you guys turn into maniacal deviants? Huh? Why do you guys start losing all your teeth and all of that? Huh? What is, bro, this dude is high right there. He's off of the crack right there. This kid is bro, Joe Biden, where'd you go wrong?
In on some lefties running a bar. Not clear if they're just working at this bar or whether they're owners. I suggest the former, but that's just a guess. Watch what happens when a Trump supporter comes in to order a drink. Watch how these so-called tolerant, progressive, love is love lefties react.
I have a question.
No, we're not answering
Why?
questions. Get out of the car.
Why?
Because you're a Trump supporter.
I know, but don't you guys want our money?
No, actually we don't. Get out of my bar right now. You're not welcome.
Bro. What is that? That's the same shit that they was doing in the South during the segregation times, bro. Like, the Democrats don't even know how they be showing their true colors. Like, people been coming out saying, or I ain't gonna even say people been coming out saying, it's a fact that the KKK started the Democratic Party, right? And then you see them do this type of shit. Ain't that the same shit that they was doing back in the day, bro? Oh, you can't come here. We don't want your money. We don't. All because they're Trump supporters? They're taking it back to the segregation times just because somebody voted for Trump or supports him? That's diabolical work. You didn't do nothing evil in the streets. You didn't hurt nobody. You didn't do nothing. But they don't want to serve you because of who you like or who you voted for, who you support. You probably didn't even vote for him, but you support what he's doing. And they doing this shit, bro. They are the most racist, segregating, applying ass people, bro. The Democrats are just showing their hand all the time, man. This is bonkers.
I'm not f***ing around. Get out of my bar.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. Out.
Because I'm wearing a Trump vest. That's wild.
I don't care. Get out.
We can't call the police, or you can just leave.
You know this is like discrimination, right?
Oh, boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! Get out of my bar.
Didn't the
Hold up. When y'all is discriminating, it's okay. Boo fucking who, huh? But y'all be sitting there rioting and picket signing and doing discrimination. You know what, bro? Every time one of these Democrats or leftists start screaming out discrimination and discriminative narratives and all that shit, we need to play that. Boo fucking who? Crazy. That's what I just said that earlier, bro. They do shit to people, and then when it gets done to them, oh my God, how could you? Oh my God, we're so kind and loving. Oh my God, how could you hurt me? How could you hurt my feelings? How could you discriminate against me? But they doing this shit. Boo fucking who, huh? Flabbergasted.
left ruined the lives of a Christian baker for much less than that? To Minneapolis now, and remember when Democrat Mayor Jacob Frey dropped to his knees and wept at the coffin of George Floyd as BLM rioters tore apart his city? Well, even that wasn't enough to save him, because the Minnesota...
Tell me that ain't no fucking drama student. Him doing that bullshit ass theatric shit on the knee, crying and all that shit at the fucking George Floyd thing, bro, that is fucking theatrics, homie. Like, that's Emmy-winning performances right there. That's an Oscar-winning performance right there, bro. We got to get all of these drama kids and theater kids out of politics, man. We got to get all of these actors, actresses, fucking ballroom dancers and playwriters and shit like that. We got to get them out of the fucking government, bro.
The Democratic Party has now endorsed Omar Fatah for Minneapolis mayor. The Somali-American state senator is American-born, but his focus is almost entirely on the Somali community.
Right now, we're blessed to have 3 Somali elected officials at the Capitol. Me, Sister Holden Hassan, who's in the State House, and Brother Mahmoud Noor. And we work very closely together, and we carry each other's bills.
Hey, I'm going to keep it a bean, bro. The Somali dudes and all of them motherfuckers hate black people, bro. American black people, they hate American black people's guts. Think about this. Every time that I've ever been pulled over, it was one of these guys. Yeah. Every time I've been pulled over since 2015, if I've even been pulled over, it ain't been that many times, don't get me wrong. But the 3 or 4 times that I've been pulled over on some bullshit was these motherfuckers. And all they was trying to do was just ask some questions. Oh, what are you up to? You on probation or parole? Huh? Why are you around here? Doing that type of shit, man. These motherfuckers, every time, bro, I guarantee you, there are so many black people out here that have stories with the Somalis and all of them doing them wrong, bro. Do y'all remember that video of the Somali chick inside the urgent care cussing out the black person, calling them niggers and all of that stuff? Y'all remember that shit? Yeah, man, the shit happened. These motherfuckers hate black people, bro. American black people.
And yes, Omar was born and bred in the US, but he refers to Somalia as home.
I understand that our Somali communities are all connected to each other here in Minnesota and back home, and I ask for your support. There's always been a link between our community here as well as back home, and I'm running to bridge that gap and unite all of us.
Let's bring in Sky News.
Bro, these people keep... Why does the U.S. even allow anyone that doesn't consider themselves American to run as a fucking politician in America, bro? I don't want to hear about, oh, I'm Somali American, oh, I'm Mexican American, oh, I'm this. No, if you're not American, you should not be able to indulge in politics, bro. You should not be able to be a political figure. You should not be able to be none of that shit. If you don't classify yourself as American, you shouldn't be able to do that. All of these subtitles, oh, I'm a Indian American. I'm a this American. None of you motherfuckers should be able to have a seat or some politics or nothing. Y'all shouldn't even be involved, bro. If y'all consider yourself this and this. If you're only Americans should be in politics, bro. Straight up.
News contributor Kosha Gator. Kosha, first New York and now Minneapolis. We've got two socialists here who are front runners.
And then let me correct it. It's what you classify as, okay? Because you could be born in America, but do just like that Somali kid and say, I'm Somali American. No. If you want to be a politician in America, you need to be American. That's it, man. Fuck all that sub shit. Oh, I want to bridge the gap for my people to do this, blah, blah, blah. That sounds like you want to take this motherfucker over, bro. Oh, I'm trying to get Somalis in some more seats and all of that. What about the other motherfuckers that's qualified that ain't Somali? Huh? What about that? Yeah, bro. They need to stop that shit, man.
To be mayors of major cities. Is this the future of the Democrats?
Sadly, I think it is, and for these great cities all across America and all around the world. New York, as you mentioned, London, Rotterdam, Calgary, and on the list goes. I think there are two important lessons here for those willing to learn them. One is the downstream effects of immigration and the myth of multiculturalism, the myth of the melting pot, the myth of what they call the magic dirt theory, that these countries have magical dirt and you can import vast quantities of people from very different countries, very different cultures, very different loyalties, plop them on the dirt and somehow they magically assimilate. It doesn't happen. When there's critical mass of them, they will be more loyal to their ethnic enclaves, as you see here, and they're not representative of the vast majority of the populations that they're representing. The second, I think, is don't pander, because Jacob Fry, the incumbent mayor who's now being challenged, the election isn't until November, as you mentioned, he cried at the coffin. He was planning a trip to Somalia to try and forge ties, given that 10% of the city's population is now Somali, and Jacob.
See, that's that bullshit, bro. Now you want to go to Somalia and pander to these people so you can get votes? You want to cry at a funeral just to get fucking votes? You putting on all these theatrics and all this dramatical shit just for fucking votes? Disgusting.
Jacob Fry, where has that gotten you? Not very far.
Not very far at all. And the demographic changes there are obvious. Minnesota is home to the largest Somali population in the US. What's been the impact of that? Because we've seen that with other elected politicians. It's only 10%, you said, of the population, but it seems to be having a fairly dramatic impact.
Because I think it's at critical mass. So it's like 6% of London, for instance, is similar to the Muslim majority group. But when there's enough critical mass of them, they can really band together and outvote people maybe who are not as organized. We don't have mandatory voting in the US. So if you turn out the vote in these communities and have messaging that resonates to them and their specific interests, that can happen. It's the land of Ilhan Omar, the infamous congresswoman, also from Somalia as well. So she's a case in point, and now at the local mayoral level, we might very well see the same thing.
Now, played some of Hunter Biden's commentary about George Clooney, Team Obama, cracker cocaine. There was a wide-ranging interview he did. It was a wild ride. But he also had this to say recently about Nancy Pelosi and Pelosi's daughter, Alexandra.
It clearly made a decision. And when I say they, I mean the speaker. And, you know, I heard Alexandra Pelosi say something, call my like, put your big girl pants on to my mom or something. And I kind of feel like saying, who the do you think you are? I would never speak about your mom that way.
Yeah.
I would never speak about your father that way. I would never insult your parents that way.
Kosha, a lot of bad blood there, and we're learning just who was behind Joe Biden being knifed, being pushed out of running for re-election. And as we suspected, Nancy Pelosi had a bit to do with it.
100%. And it's interesting because you don't see it in Democrat circles. They really are very good at putting up a united front, unlike the Republicans who tend to be this circular firing squad often. So when you see these cracks and just everything that happened in those last 100 days, it is interesting. It was widely reported at the time that Jill Biden was very hurt by Pelosi specifically, and she had this phrase that we were friends for 50 years. I was very disappointed by it, that got picked up in various press outlets. And I think Hunter is just putting more color onto that. It was Pelosi, maybe Chuck Schumer, Obama, Clinton, possibly in the background. But, Pelosi remains a power player. And when it looked like they might lose to Trump, which they went on to do anyway, the knives indeed came out.
They did. What a fascinating time, and how time flies, because it's now been a year since Kamala Harris began her campaign to be president, and she bizarrely celebrated this milestone, her failure, by posting this. She wrote, "1 year ago today, I began my campaign for President of the United States. Over the 107 days of our race, I had the opportunity and honour to travel our nation and meet with Americans," blah, 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 blah. And she goes on about whether you are attending a protest, calling your representatives or building community, I want to say thank you. We are in this fight together. Kosha, she still obviously doesn't get it. She didn't have a single primary vote. She was installed into the role. She squandered $1.5 billion in around 15 weeks to lose every swing state, to lose the popular vote and lose the Electoral College in a landslide.
Mm-hmm. And yet, I think she's a sign of our times and this whole concept of failing upwards.
Yeah.
That once you're in the club and you get to a certain level, there's nowhere else to go but up. I can see it now, a book deal, like 107 days.
Netflix special.
How I did it, Netflix special, speaking circuit. She's already repped by CAA, the preeminent talent agency.
Well, she was in Australia not a couple of months ago
at
a real estate conference. How bizarre.
I know, I think that was her warm-up for bigger things. But, she's going to make the rounds. I don't think she's going to be remembered in the history books, but for now, at least, she's going to monetize her short burst of fame, and she came precariously close to the nuclear codes, but thankfully did not get them.
No, thank God. I was worried that they were going to install her as president, make Biden step down. So she went into the election already being the incumbent and having that advantage. But thankfully, she wasn't the first female president.
That was a theory that they might do that. But
I'm surprised they didn't, because I think they believed their own publicity in the end. They believed that those polls were accurate. Now, let's look at this post from the president of El Salvador, possibly the most popular leader in the world right now, Nayib Bukele. And here he calls out the prisoners sent from El Salvador to Venezuela. Some of these prisoners claim to have been terribly mistreated, but they look pretty healthy. Look at them here. Look at this guy. Looks in good shape. Getting on the plane, a picture of help, but getting off the plane, he needed help. Better get the wheelchair out as well. Kosha, America has Trump, but South America right now has two fairly extraordinary leaders as well, Javier Milei in Argentina and Bukele in El Salvador, and what they've been able to achieve is quite astonishing.
Yes, these cultures are ones that do traditionally really like the strong man, and they've revered kind of the machismo and that strong figure, even though, interestingly, they've had weak, feckless leaders for many years, like many other countries. But both of them are really a case in point, in the case of Milei, of how to turn around an economy and reduce the addiction to unlimited spending of government, which is something plaguing many countries, and he's done it in rapid speed. And then Bukele is a great example of how to reduce criminality, where El Salvador was the homicide capital of the world, and look at it now. So every other city and country that's plagued with similar issues can take a page out of their playbook, but they don't seem to have the political will to do so.
No, and if they were of the left and they had this extraordinary success in such quick time, they'd be held up as examples around the world. The media would be celebrating them. You look at Milei, what he's been able to do with the inflation rate in Argentina, the economy there, and as you say, Bukele, it's become, I think, the safest country in South America now. In fact, safest, one of the safest in North or South America.
Right, in like less than 10 years. Which is incredible that it can be done if you actually prosecute people and go tough on crime.
Yeah, surprisingly, when you put criminals in jail, they can't commit further crimes. It's a fairly novel concept that we...
Yep, and America needs to go ahead and lock up a lot of these politicians. A lot of these people that try to weaponize the government, weaponize the courts, send them motherfuckers to jail. Give them all 3 to 5. Let's see if they singing the same tunes and doing the same shit when they get out. Guarantee they'll fix all them problems.
We don't seem to be grasping here. Now, let's go to LA. We all recall the devastating wildfires in California early this year. There was a concert, a big fundraiser that managed to raise $100 million, an enormous amount for the victims that lost everything. But where is the money? It turns out the victims have got none of that. It's all going to NGOs. Here is Sue Pascoe, who investigated this story, and she's also a victim of these fires.
And this is exactly why they was getting rid of all these fraudulent NGOs, bro. That's been funneling money. That's exactly why Doge and Trump and all of them said we're doing away with all of these different NGOs that's funneling and laundering money, bro. Because that's all Gavin Newsom did with this shit. He mostly like 70 million of the 100 million went to his NGOs. Went to Gavin Newsom's NGOs or his wife's. Like, how can y'all even have that happen? That's why this motherfucker is going around on these different interviews smiling and having a good fucking time. He just got 70 fucking million. Yeah. Yeah.
This fire aid money is not helping the people. It's helping nonprofits, many of them who have executives that are getting a six-figure salary. The money is not going to the victims that you wanted the money to go to.
Kosha, if we learned anything from USAID is that so many of these NGOs have got enormous fraud happening. They're full of hard left activists, and that's not what people donated money for. I'm guessing most people who put money into this fundraiser were hoping it would go to those who lost their homes and have nothing.
It really is outrageous. NGOs and even other institutes, like the Clinton Institute has been cited as this, or other things as well, like the BLM movement and Patrisse Cullors. What they do is, on paper, it's legal, often, because they'll take the money, but then they just run these bloated, fat administrative functions, executives taking huge salaries, as she mentioned, and like so much stuff for expense reimbursement and all that administrative stuff. And then the actual percentage of the donations that they raise that go to the actual cause is sometimes less than 10%. And that is shameful. And even either it's outright illegal in some cases, or it may not be, but it's a shameful practice. And I wonder if those stars and people who did the concert to raise that money are going to speak out, because they actually do have a platform, and it would be nice if we see some pushback.
It would be good if some of those artists, and there were big names who participated in that, say something, because, yeah, there seems to be very scant coverage of the fact that there's this massive pot of money that's not actually helping who it's supposed to help. Now, let's hear from LA Mayor Karen Bass. Here she is asked about the Trump administration's impact on the border crisis.
Is there anything good you think the administration has done in these 6 months at the border?
Well, I will heap praise on the administration for the first 6 months in Los Angeles with the fires. If you ask me, is there anything that they have done good in terms of immigration? I don't know. I don't think so. I think that the viewpoint has been punitive, has been let's make it as miserable as possible.
0 freaking crossings is not good? Of course, to a Democrat, because they rule by the majority, they need a lot of people in order to get and get their positions. So that's probably why it's not a good thing. But when it comes to being an American, when you hear that your border ain't had no illegals or anybody come through, it's at 0%, how the fuck could you even call that bad or not a good thing? We're safe around here, bro. Come on.
Possible so that these people don't come.
And whatever they're doing is certainly working at the border itself. We were down on that border, and it is dramatically different.
Even the ABC, US ABC, admitting there that whatever they're doing at the border is working. But Karen Bass can't bring herself to admit that. She couldn't find one good thing about their border policy, despite the fact that we've got record low illegal immigration.
It's undeniable. I think she said the quiet part out loud, which is she doesn't want the border crossings to go down to 0. Like for their worldview, having big rampant border crossings is a good thing, because it was part of the strategy, importing voters, creating chaos, whatever the more sinister rationales are. And if that's your goal, then everything that's happening is not good. I think that's what she's thinking. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, it's astonishing because you can't deny that there's been a lot of human suffering that has been saved. A lot of people who are killed crossing that border, who are trafficked, who are children who go missing. I mean, the evil that's happened there in recent years has really not been fully comprehended.
Yeah, and it's often underreported, the 300,000 or so children still missing that were let in under the Biden administration. So for the humanitarians out there that cry, that should be the one stat that they should be pointing to, and they don't.
Facts. They keep bringing up these Epstein files, and we need to worry about the victims. And what about the victims? Why? What about the fucking 300,000 kids? The 300,000 victims. Biden and like that shit is crazy how they can sit there and point the fucking finger and not take into account what the fuck their own have done. 300,000 kids? 300,000. You're not gonna fit that amount of people on no fucking plane, bro. Crazy.
Absolutely. Kosher Gator, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Now, I have to say, I've missed the mad rants of sacked MSNBC host Joy Reid. She was an ever-reliable source of lefty losing it content, and I'm happy to report she's back with another unhinged diatribe aimed at, you guessed it, Trump supporters.
Trump has those kind of voters. They are dedicated to him personally. They care more about him being happy than them being happy. They care more about him having what he wants than them having what they want. They will give up their health care. They will let their daughters be destroyed.
What the fuck is this lady talking about, bro? This is why you lost your fucking job, Joy. Saying this dumbass shit, man. God damn. You didn't learn your fucking lesson, bro. You stuck your finger in the socket and got shocked, and you still doing it. Fucking ridiculous.
They will let their families be destroyed. They will do. There's nothing he can do. He can drown them in Texas. He can take away their FEMA. He can do anything he wants to them.
Joining me now is comedian and host of Primetime with Alex Stein on Blaze TV. Alex, Joy Reid, what she said there about Trump voters letting their loved ones drown, I'd say it's a new low for her, but I've said that before, and she always manages to sink further.
Well, when it comes to Joy Reid, I mean, her opinion of Donald Trump has not changed, but one thing that has changed is her looks. When she first started at MSNBC, she was actually kind of attractive, and now if you see her after she's been fired, she's just, she just doesn't look good. She doesn't look healthy, and honestly, if I would have to guess, she might be trading recipes with Hunter Biden, because to blame the death of 27 kids on Donald Trump, that sounds like something a crackhead would say and not an actual journalist.
Well, I'm not suggesting she's on crack. I'm just suggesting she is vile, because I could not believe you would say that. The hate is completely overwhelmed her. Her hate for Donald Trump seems to have overwhelmed her. Now, let me play you some amusing footage from New York of Stephen Colbert supporters. They're having a protest for him.
Trump must go! Colbert stays! Trump must go! Colbert stays! Trump must go! Colbert stays!
There you go. Trump must go. Colbert stays. The show was losing Alex $40 to $50 million a year. It was an awful product, and they're still convinced somehow that Donald Trump was instrumental in getting Colbert sacked.
I know, and how ridiculous is that? That literally they're losing over $40 million. I mean, it's not a profitable business strategy for them to stay in business and keep just subsidizing this show that their average audience is 68 years old. I mean, they're trying to skew younger, not older. So Colbert, I'm sorry, you're just not as relevant. You might have good ratings, but they're not enough to put you over the top, and you got to go. And it's sad to see the decline of late night Rita. Even though I don't like his politics, it is kind of sad to see these once great legacies like the Late Show with David Letterman be devolved into whatever Stephen Colbert did to a once great legacy. So I'm happy to see Stephen Colbert be gone, but I miss the good old days of David Letterman and even Jay Leno.
Well, yeah, they're not what they used to be, and that's why the audience has gone away. And the clear winner at the moment is Greg Gutfeld on Fox News. His audience, that late night audience he manages to attract, is well over what Colbert gets and all the other big names in those time slots. Now, we saw the WNBA All-Stars game on the weekend, and the players took the opportunity to campaign for more money. They were wearing these shirts saying, "Pay us what you owe us." Let's hear here from Angel Reese.
That they don't believe that we know what we're talking about and we know what we want, we know what we value. I for sure, damn sure do. I'm a businesswoman, and I know my value and I know my worth and I know what I want. And I think that it's something that people don't understand or take low value. Yes, we deserve more. We deserve more and we deserve more now.
Alex, I had some advice for the ladies in last night's show. What's your advice to them? Because this is just a simple case of mathematics. Pay us what you owe us. The league is making an enormous loss, and it's only existing because of the men's competition funding it.
Well, Rita, you're exactly right, but I do have to say this. I think the new price of a Subaru on average is $47,000. So, I mean, how can you blame these women? They want to have a nice Subaru. They want to be able to, at least stay in the Four Seasons instead of staying at a Motel 8. So I'm a little empathetic to these ladies, but at the same time, when high school players play these, women's college basketball players, the male high schoolers oftentimes beat the college level women. So, at the end of the day, Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese have done a lot for the WNBA, but in reality, their league loses millions of dollars every year. It's subsidized by the NBA. So if it wasn't for the men, they wouldn't have a salary at all. So for them to want this, I'm a little empathetic, but at the same time, it's just ridiculous. Just go play basketball. Quit complaining about the amount in your paycheck, because really and truly, the only people care about is the men's basketball.
You got to have a product that people want to watch, and we shouldn't feel too sorry for the stars, because Caitlin Clark may only be earning a relatively small sum for playing in the WNBA, but she's earning millions. Literally, I think last year was around 11 million in endorsements. So she's doing very well for herself. Now, staying in the sporting world, Donald Trump wants to see a return of the Redskins moniker, a proposed new $3.7 billion stadium for what are now called the Washington Commanders, is under pressure from the president, who has threatened to scuttle the deal if the team name is not restored to the Washington Redskins. What do you think about that, Alex?
Well, Rita, people accuse me of being anti-LGBTQ, which is impossible because I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan. And the Dallas Cowboys, one of our biggest rivals, is the Washington Redskins. And the reason why this is so important, though, Rita, the first African-American quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl was in 1988, a guy by the name of Doug Williams, and he was a Washington Redskin. And now they do not go and play those old clips because the NFL doesn't want to, show the Washington Redskins' old logo. So by changing the name, they literally whitewashed the first African-American to ever win the Super Bowl. So this is ridiculous. It's always Cowboys versus Redskins, not Cowboys versus Commanders. So I'm happy Donald Trump is actually putting his foot down. And I hope he really does withhold the new stadium for them to change back to the Redskins, because it's ridiculous. This is a legacy. This is NFL.
Alex
this is what America is all about.
We've run out of time, but thank you so much for joining me tonight.
They don't believe how toxic this is. If you're still using a plastic or wooden cutting board, you need to hear this. I never post stuff like this, but I had to share. I cook almost every day, so we've gone through our fair share of cutting boards. For years, we used plastic, until I read about microplastics ending up in your food. One study even linked them to cancer. So we switched to wood, thinking it was safer. Until one morning, my husband took a bite of toast and said it tasted like raw chicken. Minutes later, he had stomach pain, a fever, and started throwing up. I rushed him to the hospital. The diagnosis? Salmonella, from the bread. We knew right away it had to be the cutting board. When I got home, I checked it. It looked clean, but deep in the grooves, there were bits of old food. I smelled it and nearly gagged. That same raw chicken smell. I always cleaned it well, hot water, soap, even bleach. But I found out wood cutting boards absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside, where bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the spot. Thankfully, my husband recovered. But I knew we needed a safer option. A few weeks later, we were having dinner at my husband's boss's house. His wife was using this sleek silver cutting board I'd never seen before. She told me, it's a Cwiktv, made from pure titanium. It naturally resists bacteria and prevents cross-contamination. Even pro chefs are switching to it. She said her mom had constant stomach issues for years. Turned out it was her cutting board. Once she switched to Cwiktv, the problem stopped. Apparently, it was invented by a biology student from Texas who loved cooking. He discovered titanium is not only the safest material, but also easier on your knives. Her mom had an extra and gave it to me. That night, I cut raw chicken on it, rinsed it with just water, and it was spotless. No smell, no stains. Days later, it still looked brand new, no matter what I cut. I asked where to get one. She said, they're not in stores because big brands are trying to sue them out of business, but they're still available through their website. She gave me a referral link with 50% off. I ordered 3 immediately. Don't get a knockoff from Amazon. Most aren't real titanium and can damage your knives. I've tried them all. Plastic, wood, glass, bamboo, even marble. They all had issues. Cwiktv is the only one that's safe, clean, easy to use, and keeps my knives sharp. Oh, and yes, it's dishwasher safe. If you use a cutting board at all, you need this. It's a one-time purchase built to last a lifetime. I even got one for my dad. He saw what was hiding in his old board and threw it out the same day. I left the link below the Learn More button. There's a love it or return it guarantee, so there's 0 risk. Honestly, I don't know how long this price will last. My mom's friends already bought 4 after seeing hers. Just get one. You'll thank me later. Tap the blue button on this video now to get 50% off before they sell out again.
What can you tell me about the Baron?
He's a narcissistic sociopath. He's experimenting on humans like they're lab rats. God only knows what the Baron's planning to do with those monsters.
Walls are, or how big his army is. That fucker will pay for what he did to me. All the years he took from me, all the agony he put me through.
You want revenge?
Damn right I do!
Good evening and welcome to a program devoted entirely to lefties losing it. Let's start with a bit of frivolity. Remember when Will Smith wasn't a massive beta joke before we found out his wife had boyfriends and he slapped Chris Rock for telling a very mild joke about Jada Pinkett Smith? Well, he's desperate to rebuild his image, and this song about how much he likes pretty girls may just be the most embarrassing thing I've seen in 2025, and I watch full episodes of The View for you.
I like pretty girls. Girls, 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 girls. I love pretty girls. Girls, 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 girls. I I like pretty girls.
Sadly, the song doesn't get any better.
There's not a lot of women not pretty to me. I mean, she pretty to me. And I ain't talking about just the pretty you see. But the pretty I like pretty girls. I love pretty girls.
That's enough of that, thank you. But if the official video wasn't bad enough, Will Smith decided to gather a crowd and perform that catastrophe of a song in London. And just check out how excited the crowd is.
I'll change your life if you let me, girls. I like pretty girls.
Ian, no one's dancing, Will. Give it up, son. Talking about dancing, here is proof that leftism ruins everything. Here is Alyssa Milano. You may remember her from programs like Who's the Boss and Charmed. That was before Trump broke her. This is her now.
Think like that, I will love you endlessly. If you only believe me, don't you think like that, I will love you endlessly. If you only believe me.
You know, there's a bit of a Britney Spears vibe to these antics. Is it a cry for help?
He told a little story that sounded well rehearsed. 4 days on the run and that he's dying of thirst.
Now to that comparison I mentioned earlier, comparison between a year ago and now. A year ago, this man was the commander-in-chief, the leader of the free world. Yep, the lefties wanted you to believe he was perfectly fine. No cognitive decline then at all. Well, that was then. This is now.
Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill.
Can you detect the subtle difference between those two leaders? One was a cognitively impaired puppet controlled by far-left radicals who empowered the Iranian regime through weakness and terrible deals, and one has devastated the mad mullahs of the Iranian regime. Now the Democrats are demanding that Donald Trump inform them before any future attacks. Here is Adam Schiff on CNN.
The failure to brief Democratic lawmakers, the making this just another partisan exercise by the administration. The president didn't seek the approval of Congress because he didn't make the case to the American people, because he didn't even inform one of the parties in Congress. That's when you have a real problem engaging in warfare on a partisan basis. So a lot of risks here for the country, which, you know, is the reason why you come to Congress in the first place.
Why would President Trump consult with Democrat lawmakers, the lunatic fringe who currently enjoy an approval rating south of 20%? And how exactly would you hope to blindside the Iranians if you are briefing the anti-American miscreants in the Democrats? Anyway, while the Trump administration was taking out Iran's nuclear sites, the Democrats were dealing with far more serious matters. They had Senator Alex Padilla crying on TV because J.D. Vance called him Jose.
Sadly, it's just an indicator of how petty and unserious this administration is. But he's the vice president of the United States. You think he'd take the situation in Los Angeles more seriously?
Now, predictably, there are many on the left who are having absolute meltdowns about these strikes against Iran. People like this next dude who is on Iran's side, on the side of Islamist terrorists.
And somebody in the White House needs to take Trump and sit his ass the down. Life already hard, then we gotta worry about this. Ever since you stepped foot in the White House, you ain't did nothing but cause mother chaos. I'm not getting out there fighting nobody. I'm on Iran side. I'm on they mother U.S. I don't give a damn.
I like his cute little hat. I don't know, maybe that's an act of parody. You can't hardly tell these days. Now, as for the Democrats' propaganda arm in the mainstream media, they are floundering. Watch this on CNN. They're lucky enough to have a token conservative on the panel, Scott Jennings, and he always injects a little bit of sanity into proceedings.
In order for the president to take action without congressional approval, he needed to show that there was a real true threat to the United States and that the strike would not cause escalation. Congress must see the underlying intelligence about how they were indirect threat and how the U.S. needed to respond without congressional approval. But as of right now, I have not seen that.
You're arguing that after 46 years of the Iranian regime killing Americans, threatening Americans, saying over and over and over again, death to America, that maybe they were just didn't mean it, that they're fiery but mostly peaceful Iranian butchers?
And Vice President J.D. Vance was being asked over and over again, is America now at war with Iran? This poor guy was growing weary of pointing out the obvious.
The big question, is the United States now at war with Iran? No, we're not at war with Iran, John. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program, and I think the president took decisive action to destroy that program last night.
First question, Mr. Vice President, is the United States now at war with Iran?
No, Kristen, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program.
You know, nature is healing. Things are getting better day by day, even as the demented Democrats call for Donald Trump to be impeached for a targeted strike against Iran's nuclear facilities. Still, the number of sane, rational folk is increasing. You know, things are looking up when a confirmed TDS sufferer like Charlemagne is belatedly seeing the light. Now, this is going to outrage his lefty audience. There'll be meltdowns galore because he's spitting facts.
There have been a bunch of presidents who have ordered strikes without congressional approval. Barack Obama did it against Libya. Joe Biden ordered strikes in Iraq and Syria without congressional approval. Bill Clinton did it to, was it Kosovo? I think you pronounce it. So presidents ordering military action without congressional approval has become pretty routine.
And he's not alone. Here's another Democrat, another lefty losing it. He used to rail against Trump. Well, he's now defending him. Stephen A. Smith is angry, not at the president, but at the Democrats and their calls for impeachment.
The Democrats are calling, or at least some of them, are calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump. Same old song and dance. I thought we heard this before. I thought that was over and done with. The minute you lost the election with the popular vote in the Electoral College vote and losing every sweep state. I thought we were over that. Question number one. No matter what you feel about the President of the United States, do you think that's the time, while we're in the middle of such strife, to be calling for the impeachment of the President of the United States? Particularly if you're a representative, you're an elected official in the United States of America? I don't think so. That's number one. Number two.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
What should the response be, say, to October 7th? I would say that primarily, first of all, there were active hostages involved immediately. So I would say the first thing, much like what you do when, look, if a hostage, if there's a bank robber and he has a machine gun and he takes 12 hostages up with him, the response is not blow up the building. The response is you first negotiate, try to get every innocent person saved, and then you go and try to enact justice against that person while trying to not kill as few innocent people as possible in the process.
Makes sense.
But the immediate Israeli response should have been this. Look, it should have been fortify your borders, have a true investigation to find out how the hell it is possible that the most prepared fortress of a country allowed the most surveilled area in the world, which is Gaza, to commit what the most obvious attack would have been. Like, this was not 9/11. This was not like, I know they could say George W. Bush got that one piece of intelligence that said planes into buildings, but planes into buildings was still a pretty wild thing to actually have happen. People crossing over the border from Gaza to kill Israelis is what you always had your eye on. So how in the hell did this possibly happen?
I told you earlier how it happened.
Okay, 1 second. How in the hell did this possibly happen? How was the response time so long? What exactly happened here? Let's look into some of the more gruesome details about what really went on, what some of the firsthand accounts are, and then you should absolutely hold Benjamin Netanyahu and the Likud party accountable for this strategy of propping up Hamas and funding them that blew up in their faces. This is just what the Times of Israel piece the day after, I believe it was either on the 8th or the 9th, it was either 1 or 2 days afterwards said, well, Benjamin Netanyahu's strategy blew up in his face. If there was a SWAT team, let's say a murderer, serial killer, he's on the run from the cops, and he's held up in a school, and they're like, okay, he's in this elementary school, and then the local police or your state troopers or even the FBI said, all right, well, here's our plan. We're going to blow up the school. How'd you feel about that? Would you say, oh, that's law enforcement. They're doing a great job?
That is such a good example. People don't realize how crazy it is what Israel is doing to the Palestinians because people are desensitized. And people actually don't consider the Palestinians real people. They don't consider them humans, they consider them barbarians. So when you dehumanize someone, people just stop.
Now, I'm not about to just let this Pop-Tart say some shit like that, bro. That's crazy. Ain't nobody doing that, man. Ain't nobody considering. Bro, that shit is crazy how folks be fucking thinking, bro. Like, y'all take shit and take it to a whole different fucking area and realm. Did you just hear what the fuck this dude just said, bro? Let's go back a couple of seconds. What the fuck?
Actually don't consider the Palestinians real people. They don't consider them humans, they consider them barbarians. So
they don't consider Palestinians humans, they consider them barbarians? When or where have you ever heard this shit before? This is my first time ever in the history of knowing about Israel and Palestine that folks consider them as non-human and barbaric, bro. That's the first time I've ever heard that shit in my fucking life. Why the fuck are these people able to do this type of shit, man? Say these type of fucking lines and rhetoric and then continue on about their merry old day. That's egregious, ain't it? For you to say that folks consider Palestinians non-human and barbaric? Who the fuck are you to say that about? You think that, bro. You think that. Ain't nobody ever came out on TV and said that shit. You said it, man. What the fuck?
So when you dehumanize someone, people just stop caring. So, think about it. Because they think there's armed militia in the building, they don't care who else is in that building. They just blow up the whole building. Could you imagine something like that in America? Imagine. No one could do something like that here. How is it so? How are people so normalized with it? I don't understand. Imagine. No one could do it. People just stop caring. So, think about it. Because they think there's armed militia in the building, they don't care who else is in that building. They just blow up the whole building. Could you imagine something like that in America? Imagine.
Is he serious? Is this dude serious? Bro, America has blown up towns. You ain't never heard of Tulsa? Huh? You never heard of Black Wall Street? What are you even fucking talking about? Wasn't no military people in there and they blew the shit up? What is this dude even fucking talking about? America wouldn't do that. America, yes, the fuck they would. America sends drone strikes to people. What is this dude talking about?
No one could do something like that here. How is it so? How are people so normalized with it? I don't understand.
No, you would say that is unacceptable. And in fact, if they did that, you would not sit here and pretend that they cared about human rights or they really were trying to not kill kids, but there was one bad guy in there, right? But see how that's totally acceptable when it's in Palestine? Mm-hmm. Now, all I'm saying is this. Look, even if you want to come at from the most pro-Israeli point of view, where you have no value on Palestinian life, let's say you don't care, whatever. We got to kill Hamas, so we're going to kill all those kids if you have to.
I never said that.
I'm not saying that. Listen to what I'm actually saying. Let's say that's your attitude. still, go in with your eyes open and understand.
Why are people allowed to make these crazy hypotheticals? Did you just see that? Let's just say this is what it is. Of course, if you go to the extreme of the extreme thought process and say, let's say somebody is thinking in an extreme fashion, of course you're going to get these type of fucking, what are you even doing, bro?
Understand what that's going to be perceived as from the other side. Because if anybody ever had that attitude with my kids, I know what my attitude toward them would be. And you can say, oh, this is just, Islam is a crazy religion and we're going to blame them for everyone. I don't know. I'd feel the exact same way if anyone had that attitude with my kids. I'd be ready to join up with whoever the craziest group was who wanted to go get those people back. And likewise, you see the same thing after October 7th. What is everybody like you who supports Israel saying? Well, I'm ready to join up to go kill as many of them as we got to kill to get rid of this problem. Maybe there's a lot more similarities than differences between these two sides.
I'd like to counter this. Because watch your mother and your father get blown up. You're probably going to have a spirit of revenge, and you're going to have deep-seated hatred and want to kill. Anybody would want to kill somebody that killed their family member, right? I think that that's just human nature. Whether it's, a drunk driver, whether it's an act of terrorism, whether it's a murder, whether it's, whatever it may be.
Vengeance is...
It's vengeance, okay? Vengeance is...
So do you think that plays a part in the Palestinians' hatred for Israelis?
I think that it may play a part when, people are losing...
Something.
I think
that's something. We're making progress here. You can at least admit that maybe that's part of it.
But I also think that it's a serious problem when from the moment a baby is born to a Palestinian, they are being taught Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, just as it obliterated others before.
Hey, look.
How can you agree that, right? And then turn around and say, oh, what about them? Like, if somebody is being taught to be evil and all that shit from birth, what do you expect to be of them when they become adults? Now, I'm not saying any kids need to be wiped off. Don't even try to take my words and misconstrue them. But what do you expect to actually happen? You feel me? If anything, y'all should be trying to get these kids and teach them the right way, teach them the appropriate stuff. You feel me? Try to, basically decrypt all the fucking information that they put into their database. Y'all need to go in there and try to delete all that shit off. So, but that is a major difference in the situation. If folks is being taught to hate a particular group of people from birth, bro, that's not what's going to happen when they get 18, 19, 20. It's just going to amplify.
We just had a moment. Look, we just had a moment of some agreement. So I think that's disgusting also. So look at that. Look, we had a moment of agreement.
I don't think there's ever going to be peace in the... I don't ever think there's going to be peace between these people.
Acknowledge the agreement, Laura.
Literally, let me just give you a second. So you acknowledge that what Israel has done to the Palestinians might be at least somewhat of a contributing factor to them hating them.
It's not, I'm not saying just what they've done.
9/11 happened to us, right?
I think a lot of what Palestinians have done to Israelis as well, because there are innocent Israelis who have been killed.
I know it's tough for you to admit, but we came to a moment of agreement there. Listen, 9/11...
This is what's wrong with these emotional ass Pop-Tarts, bro. Let the other person fucking talk, man. Shut up.
Yes, no one's denying that. This is like, okay, fine. 9/11 happened to us. What was the American attitude after 9/11? We gave George W. Bush a blank check.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want to do. Drop bombs on whoever the hell you want to drop bombs on. Because we are pissed off because we got hit and someone else has to suffer for this.
Stop scrolling. Were you locked up at San Bernardino juvenile halls? High desert?
Or was it really the people who did it? Is it just innocent people who are dying?
Now we're suffering. Whatever. We're the terrorists.
Okay,
we are the terrorists in our country.
The Muslim world has had 1,000 9/11s. And if you sit here and go, look, just imagine, try to imagine, be really genuine here, okay? Because we're going to see it. We're so much better than the Islamic world. And you know what? I generally do think we are. But even us, who's so much better than them, imagine. No.
And that's a character flaw. For you to even be able to think, oh, we're better than somebody because we're over here, or we're better than any type of, all of that shit, bro. that shows that you have terrible fucking character, man. Like, you got the folks over there teaching their kids from young until they get older, deaf to America and all of that stuff, right? But y'all just made a correlation. The people that's having kids now were kids when George Bush was blowing up all they shit, bro. Yeah, they were kids then. So y'all want to have feelings about what's going on with y'all and who y'all care about, right? But y'all forgetting the fact that they went through the shit. They had, like he said, they had numerous 9/11s in their town, in their country, right? When it happened to us, bro, you couldn't go nowhere with a turban or anything like that. Motherfuckers was up on you, bro. If you was Muslim, anything, Americans was up. They was on your ass. Pause. You know what I'm saying? Every fucking time since that shit happened. No matter what you was doing, the most innocent anything, bro, folks was looking at you crazy, getting at you crazy, and wanted to react on you. And that was one. We had one 9/11, bro. They've been having 9/11s every fucking year. Every other month. Like, how could you imagine these people to be children, lose all their family members, get up and start having a family, and they don't tell their kids to watch out for these motherfuckers? That shit is they're hypocrites. You're a hypocrite, Dave Smith. Somebody get this shit. Bro, you're a fucking hypocrite. Out of your own fucking mouth.
One 9/11, but 1,000 9/11s happened here. What would that look like? And then let's say after 1,000 9/11s happened here, let's say whoever, Iran did it. And then Iran invades and they overthrow our government. And they prop up their own government. And now they rule us. What do you think the toughest right-wing militia members in America would be doing? They'd be throwing Molotov cocktails through their government building. They'd be running up suicide bombing themselves. And I bet they'd yell something about Jesus before they did it too. Because they'd probably start clinging to their religion. So I'm just saying that, like, if we're unwilling in this debate, in this divide, to try, make a real effort to put ourselves in their shoes and go, what would we do in that situation? We're just basically like your neighbors all decided they were going to come in.
But see, that's the thing, bro. The problem of you people is the fact that you guys only look at one side of the fence, one side of the yard, bro. Put yourself in their shoes, right? Now put yourself in the shoes of everybody else that they didn't hurt too. Like, you forgetting the fact that everybody in this whole equation has faults. Everybody in this equation has bad stuff that they have done. America, Israel, Palestine, all of them got faults and shit that they've done. Each one of them countries or entities can point the finger at one of them entities and be like, bro, y'all done did this to us. That's why we doing this. You feel me? So you can't sit here and say, oh, put your shoes in their feet and put your feet in their shoes, because you're disregarding these people's shoes and these people's shoes and these people's feet. You can't do that. And rip your children apart and rape your wife in front of you and make you watch and then beat you to death. And this happened over and over and over again.
This was going on where exactly?
In Eastern Europe, most of the old Russian Empire, Poland, Ukraine, Russia, all these areas.
And it's happening now.
And I hate to bring out the elephant in the room. There's been police officers that's been caught doing this in America. You know, raping people in front of their families and doing like heinous ass shit, you know, sodomizing dudes because the dude was dating a white woman or whatever and they was mad about that. Bro, there's been stories and clips of all of this shit all across social media, man. I done made videos about all this shit. So therefore you can have the same feeling towards us, bro. Towards America.
Yeah. And this was what, it's not happening now.
No,
like
it actually is, though. Did you see
not
the,
like it was
no,
happening
but did you see
Let's
the
not
videos?
trivialize
No,
that.
I'm not.
So the response, that Zionism was a response to that. And what's really interesting is if you read the early Zionists.
Shut up, Dave. Let her fucking talk, Dave. What's wrong with you motherfuckers, man? Y'all can never shut the fuck up and let the other person speak, can you? Ever.
They didn't talk that much about the Arabs. And first off, none of them had ever been to Palestine. They didn't really know, but they actually talked, when they did mention the Arabs, they talked about them in kind of friendly terms because they liked the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire was kind of cool. They let Jews work. They let them practice their religion as they wanted to. They were certainly much better than the Russian Empire was to them. And so it was almost like not like an afterthought, but it was like, look, we're reacting to that. And so we're going here. And whatever has to happen to the people who are happening, whatever, we need our own state because we can't live like this anymore, which is a reasonable conclusion, at least needing your own state from that. And then, of course, after the Holocaust, it was like, game over. We're doing whatever we have to do this. I'm just making the point that, look, people react to this level of violence. And if you want to understand what's going on in the world, if you want to understand what motivated Osama bin Laden to hit us on 9/11, if you want to understand what motivates Hamas to hit Israel, you got to look at this or you're never going to get it. And this is the final.
I just got paid $60,000 for my car crash from using this app on my phone. And I don't know if you could see this, but
it's time for Lefties Losing It. And you may recall songstress and lefty losing it elder stateswoman Barbara Streisand blaming Donald Trump for making her fat. Yes, the president's powers are truly profound. Well, it's not just Babs who's overeating because of Donald Trump. Here is Rosie O'Donnell talking about how Trump's triumph saw her piling on
The Trump blame is crazy, bro. You're blaming Trump because you put on weight now? Oh my God. Oh my God. What are we doing as human beings, bro? Oh my God. She said, I put on weight and it's Donald Trump's fault. You cannot make this shit up. She said she got fat because of Donald Trump, bro. Donald Trump made her do this. Despicable, the shit that these motherfuckers.
The ways
Despicable.
and hitting the bottle.
During his first go round, it was very difficult, and I got myself into some bad places. You know, I was very, very depressed. I was overeating. I was over drinking. I was so depressed, Chris. I can't, it hurt my heart that America believed the lies about him. And then it broke my heart to be in a business that creates and sells those lies for profit. You know, it was very heavy, to tell you the truth.
She wants you to think.
Hey, bro, is it me? Or is Rosie O'Donnell starting to look like Trump? Like, she's starting to take on some of Trump's features, bro. Like, don't get me wrong, she looks a lot older, but look at her.
Him,
Tell me
and
she
then
don't
it
look
broke
related
my
to
heart to
Trump
be
right
in a
here,
business
bro.
that
All
creates
that
and
hate in
sells
your
those
heart,
lies
lady,
for
got you
profit.
looking like the dude you hate.
You know, it was very heavy, to tell you the truth.
She wants you to think she's better now because she's fled to Ireland. But here she is just a few weeks ago with her delusional dreams about getting rid of Donald Trump. She thought it could happen perhaps even by June 14.
So upsetting everywhere you turn. It's really hard to believe that this man is the president of the United States. Yet he is, and I'm just hoping that we can get him out as soon as possible, hopefully before June 14th. Now, I don't know that that's possible, but that's when he wants to have this massive $90 million military parade for himself.
The parade was for the military, Rosie, celebrating 250 years of service. And
You see the narratives that these folks be spinning in their head, bro? Do you see the shit? She just made all that shit up in her head. Oh, he's bringing out the military so he can make a parade for himself. Just disregarding all the years of active duty that the military has put in so America can be what it is today. Like, you cannot make this shit up, bro. She said none of that was for that. None of that was for the fallen soldiers, for the fallen veterans, for the people that lost their lives in Vietnam, World War II, World War I, the Russia stuff, the Soviet, all of that shit, bro. No, it's for Trump. You're crazy, bro. This is why folks is leaving and not even wanting to pay attention to a lot of these Democrats, because that sounds bonkers to an individual that knows a little bit about military history, our military history. It's like, lady, shut the fuck up.
And it was magnificent, you miserable fantasists. Now, here are more crazy folk who claim cutting NPR's funding, cutting PBS's funding, will end lives. What? And why do they always look like this? Now, the next scenes you're about to witness are not from New York or California or some other depraved blue state. This footage is from Pride events in the great state of Texas. And these events are apparently family friendly.
That's the way I like to head down, ass up. That's the way I like to.
Now,
you see what I'm talking about, bro? What the fuck was that? Why did they have them girls up there doing all of that bullshit, and them probably wasn't even women? Oh my gosh, let's go back a little bit, please. Oh my God.
Blue state. This footage is from Pride events in the great state of Texas. And these events are apparently family friendly.
Family friendly? Look at this shit. Look at that. What the fuck? Oh my God. That's the way I like to. This is for families? And then what the fuck?
Now to some CNN craziness.
Oh my God. A family event, bro. You Texas people, y'all allowing this shit to happen, bro? Where's the picket signs and protests for this mumbo jumbo, bro? God damn, we need some. What the fuck? That was bananas. Unbelievable. You what the fuck? Ain't nobody went up there and tried to shut that shit down? And they said it's family friendly, bro. Meaning kids. Oh my God. These motherfuckers done went way too far, bro. Oh my God.
Let's hear from former Congressman Jamal Bowman. Remember that Democrat race baiter? Well, he's now on CNN claiming that black folks are suffering serious health issues because people are using the N-word.
You can't be calm about this. I'm a black man in America. The reason why heart disease...
I'm white, I can't comment.
Listen to what I'm saying. The reason why heart disease and cancer and obesity and diabetes are bigger in the black community is because of the stress we carry from having to deal with being called the N-word directly or indirectly every day.
Yo, this is the second person that I done heard say they're fat or out of shape or their health is bad because of stress, because of being oppressed. What the fuck? That shit does not make you do this. It does not make you sit on your ass, okay? Because you know, if you get up and you move around, you're automatically in a calorie deficit. If you get up and you exert yourself, you're going to automatically lose weight or stay stagnant. You're not going to lose, you're not going to gain. But for you to sit here and say it's because you've been oppressed and you've been called certain names and all of this is why you have heart disease and you're fat. That's you. That's a mental thing about you, bro. What the fuck? I used to be fat. I said I didn't want to be fat no more because I'm about to have my son. I'm not about to be fat with my son. I'm not about to have my son looking up to no fat dude. Talk about, oh, I want to be like him when I grow up. No. You feel what I'm saying? So I got up off my ass and did something. Y'all sitting here talking this shit is crazy. I live the same oppression shit that you live, bro. I've been called the Nigger with the hard capital R. You know what I'm saying? I done been spit at. The person didn't leave with their teeth, but I done been spit at and spit on. You feel me? I done went through all of that shit. I done been told, oh, I don't want to sell to you because of this and this and that. That shit didn't turn around and make me fat. That shit did not turn around and make me have cancer, bro. That shit didn't give me Crohn's disease, bro. It's the shit you put in your mouth, fat man. Wow. Because you was oppressed, because you was called the N-word, you became fat with heart disease. Cry me a fucking river. Boo-hoo.
If your colleagues would listen and try to learn and engage and grow and stop being so hateful, we could have a better country.
Just unbelievable.
I'm sorry, bro. I hate fat people with them type of excuses. I'm never going to stop hating these type of people that make excuses for why they're fat and they refuse to get off of their fat ass. I am not like, oh my goodness, bro. Now I'm not going to lie. It was one time that I seen this dude on one of these little panels and he said some good shit. One time and I was like, okay, I could fuck with that. But then I started getting slammed with all of these dumbass clips and videos of this dude doing this dumbass shit. You got heart disease and you're fat because you were called the N-word. That's a powerful fucking word, isn't it?
Unbelievable levels of race baiting lunacy there. Let's stick with CNN. They had some sobering news for their ever diminishing audience. This needed a trigger warning for the lefty snowflakes because there's no way you can spin this data. It is historic. The fact is that despite the relentless fake news and media...
All right, now, chat. Scooby, you just said in Israel, all people live together in peace. You cannot say the same about Gaza. How do you know? You live in Gaza? How do you know? Huh? Where'd you get your information from? Or you just made that shit up? Because all of the Palestinian people that I've known and I've come across, they all say they live in peace. They're peaceful people. They even approach me peacefully. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even feel any type of harm, no aggression, no nothing from them people. So how are you saying you can't say the same about Gaza, Scooby? Please let me know.
Hysteria, Donald Trump is the most popular president with Republican voters ever. And that includes the great Ronald Reagan after he survived an assassination attempt. Grab some popcorn and enjoy this lefty rage bait, also known as facts.
So this isn't just Republicans who like Donald Trump. This is Republicans who love Donald Trump, and he's up like a rocket. Look at this. In July 2017, the strongly approved was 53%. That's pretty good. But look at where he is now. 63% of Republicans strongly approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing about 5 months into his presidency. Republicans love Donald Trump the way that Americans love Disney World. The bottom line is 63%. That is a huge base. And of course, it's just part of a Republican base in which about 90% of them overall approve of him, including the somewhat approves as well.
I mean, every politician would like this number here, especially to see it go up. How about compared to other presidents who were Republicans?
Yeah, it's history making. It's history making. What are we talking about here? So why don't we look back? We have all the presidents, Republican presidents, going back over the last 35, 36, 37 years. What are we talking about? GOP, who strongly approved 5 months in. Look at this. George H.W. Bush, Bush 41, 46%. Bush 43, 59. You see Trump, the first term, 53. But look at this. 63%. He beats all the other Republicans on the board here. And I was looking even back since Reagan. And get this, Donald Trump beats Ronald Reagan when it comes to the strongly approved 5 months. And of course, Reagan was coming off that high after that assassination attempt. So the bottom line is Donald Trump is making history with the Republican base. He is more beloved by this Republican base than any Republican base loved any GOP president 5 months in. It is history making.
Oh, I think I need a cigarette after all that. And here's some sobering news too for the rhinos, the Republican in name only members who think They'll reclaim the GPO from Donald Trump. Wrong.
You do not want to go against Donald Trump because the Republican base is with Donald Trump. And it's not just the polling. We actually have the data to show that the Republican base is with Donald Trump. The times Trump endorsees won the GOP primary for governor and congressional races. Look at this. 2024, 96%. 2022, 95%. 2020, 98%. The bottom line is this. 95% plus of the time, the Trump endorsed candidate wins in GOP primaries. And even in the cases where Donald Trump endorses a challenger to an incumbent, the majority of the time, that challenger wins. So Donald Trump is a winner in Republican primaries. You go against Donald Trump, to quote the movie Good Burger, you go in the grinder.
Joining me now is host of Sarah Gonzalez Unfiltered on Blaze TV and Vice President of the Texas Family Project, Sarah Gonzalez. Sarah, what do you make of that data? These are, as Harry Enton said, historic numbers in the GOP. No president has been this popular among Republican voters.
Yeah, I mean, Rita, thanks for having me on. I think that the Democrats, in large part, I would say, have themselves to thank for these historic numbers, because we have never seen a Democrat Party that has made their entire identity just hating another person, regardless of the policy. I mean, you have Donald Trump that just got elected in November, in large part due to his immigration policy, due to his promise to deport illegal criminals. And what are the Democrats doing? They're fighting him every step of the way. They have these activist judges that are blocking him implementing the policy that Americans elected him on. And so you saw it leading up to the election, Rita. Every time there was another assassination attempt, every time they threw him in the courtroom and didn't allow him to go out and campaign, Americans saw what was happening. They saw the lawfare and they said, we are not for this. We stand with Donald Trump. His numbers just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And what did they do after he won? All they did was double down on the same bad ideas that they had leading up to the election and decided, we're just going to continue the lawfare. We're just going to continue fighting good policy. And that is a large reason why you see these historic numbers for not just Republicans, but Americans saying, no, you know what? These are reasonable, common sense policies. This is why I went to the voting booth in November and voted for him. And shame on you, the Democrats, for trying to fight the American will.
Well said. And we played some footage just earlier in Lefties Losing It of some of the scenes from Pride events in Texas, the great state of Texas, your state. This is footage obtained by the Texas Family Project of sexually explicit content. And Sarah, these are supposed to be at supposedly family-friendly events. Tell me more about this.
Yeah, Rita, it really is sickening what we are seeing, not just in Texas, but across the entire country, that these events that you're seeing, the types of graphic imagery that you guys are playing right now, we are seeing at every single one of these events that are billed as family friendly. These LGBTQIA exponent, PEMDAS organizations are going out and they are formulating these festivals, and they are intentionally, purposefully putting in this sexual content, and then they're claiming, what are you talking about? We had no idea that there were children that were going to be there. Here's another key factor, Rita. Every single time our organization, Texas Family Project, goes undercover into one of these Pride festivals and we uncover the disgusting sexually explicit performances that are happening in front of young children, almost every time the drag queen, the performer, whoever it is, seeks out the children in the crowd and interacts with them. And if that doesn't tell you all that you need to know about the intention of these people, I don't know what else will. These are sick people. These are degenerates. And we need to keep them not only away from children, but we need to have a reckoning in America of what we really are about. I mean, your homosexuality, heterosexuality aside, this is what we are parading around: sexuality, degeneracy, half-naked people just, dancing together. I mean, you should have seen the streets of San Francisco. It was disgusting. And we have to ask ourselves as a country, are we going to be a moral people? Do we stand for morals and values? Do we want to teach our children better, or do we just want?
She's absolutely right, man. All of them people need to go to jail. All them dudes that's out there that got strings on and that's it, need to go to jail. And every single one of them, like all the clips I've seen them every single time go out there and search for the kids. Like they literally target the children, bro. Like, oh, I want this kid, like they go out there and get the kids, man. Straight up. They need to stop the shit. Lock them motherfuckers up.
To be a hedonistic, low-life society. It's gotten really, really sad. And I got to tell you, if that is happening in the state of Texas, way worse is happening all across the country, especially in the blue states.
Well, yeah, when you see those scenes, I'm not making excuses, but when you see it in NYC or San Francisco or LA, that's one thing. But when it happens in a red state like Texas, where the people have voted and they have said we reject this sort of ideology, we reject the excesses of the LGBT movement. How is it happening in Texas? How does it happen in Florida, Tennessee, red states, where the people have rejected this?
Yeah, no, it's a really great question. And it's one that I ask myself often. And the only conclusion that I can come to after being at so many of these events and being around these people is that they are intentionally creeping into the red states because they already know that they have a stronghold in the blue states. There's no reason to stay there. They already know they can get away with whatever they want. I mean, you've got, again, people in San Francisco, grown men, overweight, obese men who nobody wants to see naked, prancing around totally naked in front of young children, and nobody is getting arrested. We used to call that indecent exposure. And now all of a sudden it's being done in broad daylight in front of children, and police will not act, will not do anything. The reason that they start coming into the red states is because they already know that they've got a stronghold in the blue states, and they want to start testing their boundaries and seeing how far they can get and how many states they can acquire power in. Because as we know, this is a very, very instrumental, long process. They play the long game, the left does. And so they are used to quietly infiltrating, setting up shop in these red cities, in these red communities, seeing how far they can push, seeing how far they can get away with so that they can extend their power into the red states. And honestly, I wish I could tell you that it wasn't working, but in large part, it really has been working for them.
And it desensitizes people. You see this over and over again, and you kind of forget just how perverse it is, how weird it is to have nude adult bodies walking down the street in front of children. Like you said, that was considered indecent exposure not too long ago. And the Texas Family Project, which I know you're a part of, does great work in exposing what is happening around the state. Now, let's move on to Donald Trump. Again, he was in Florida today for the opening of Alligator Alcatraz, and he noted that Joe Biden, the former president, wanted him to end up in a jail like that.
Many of the news claims they're keeping him out in the hot, humid South Florida. That is wrong. It's probably 62 degrees here, to be honest.
Hey, Biden wanted me in here, okay? He wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here. That son of a...
And at
He said that New York be coming out of Trump all the time, bro. He said that motherfucker wanted me in here, that son of a bitch. Oh, man, that shit is crazy. But yeah, they did. They wanted that old orange fella locked behind bars, man. Just so they could win the election. Crazy.
Alligator Alcatraz, at Alligator Alcatraz. The president was also asked about what is happening in his old home city of New York.
Your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zoran Mandami, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zoran Mandami?
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation.
Certainly a strong statement from the president. But Sarah, tell me.
I'm with you, Trump, on that one. Like, the stuff that this dude is doing is crazy. BD Levitt? What's up? Thank you for joining in. But yeah, I totally feel him. All that communism and stuff that kid is trying to push, bro, is unbelievable. Like, half of the stuff that I done heard this dude say, I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? when he was talking about like the lawyers, like them prosecuting people and doing their job, that is violence, like a form of violence. But someone burglarizing someone's home isn't a form of violence. Like, that shit was crazy to me, bro.
How much power do the Democrats' radical wing hold at the moment? We've seen a number of elder statesmen and women, including Bill Clinton, congratulating this radical Marxist. They're not repelled by him. A lot of them are inspired.
Yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen whether or not this man can actually win in New York City. I got to tell you, by the way, if he does win this, if he does pull it off, New York City will be irrevocably changed. It will be irrevocably, pained from all of these policies that he decides to implement. He is a full-blown communist. The interesting thing about the New York City primary in the Democrat Party is that when you look at the data of the people who were actually going in and voting for this man, the man who claims that he's about the working class and he's all about equity and he wants to make things fair, you would think that he would appeal to the working class people. Well, largely the working class people here in New York City rejected this man. And it was, of course, the liberal elites, the people who were making so much money that they didn't really care, that they think that they know better. And they want to dictate policy for these poor, oppressed, poor people that they know better for. And so that's who you saw voting for Mamdani. You didn't see the actual working class, who his policies would affect the most, vote for this man. So it's tough to say how much the radical wing, has really taken over the Democrat Party. But I think that if the last presidential election shows anything, I don't think that this man will be as successful as perhaps Bill and Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama want him to be. My hope is that New York City says, you know what, we may be Democrats, but we are not communists and we are rejecting this communist scum.
We'll be watching that race with bated breath. Before you go, I want to play you an exchange between Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth and Democrat Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs. It's about men identifying as women in the armed forces.
If it were, you would be keeping these women in. Instead, you are the one injecting culture wars into the military, and it's at the detriment of our military readiness and national security. Now, General Kane, I'd like to turn to you.
So to be clear, these are men who think they're women.
These are women. I'm happy to educate you on
but these are men,
on trans issues at another
what we've
time.
identified is that there's mental health issues with that belief system.
I'd like to turn to General
are
Kane
detrimental
now.
to readiness, and that's the determination that we've made and that we stand behind. Gender dysphoria.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, he said it exactly how I've been saying it, bro. If you are a male and you think you are in the wrong body, you think you were supposed to be a woman, why the hell would I think you have the mental capacity to go out and be in a war, bro? To be in combat, man. Think about it. You think you're inside the wrong body. You think you're inside the wrong body, bro. And we're supposed to just take that and be like, okay, he's fine. Or she's fine. Let him go out there with a fucking rifle, a gun, grenades, and all this other shit, bro. The shit is fucking insane that y'all think like this. What are y'all even thinking? This person doesn't even understand themselves. How can they understand? Bro, that shit is just wild, man. They can't. It's impossible, bro. You already mentally messed up, man. You're not supposed to have somebody that's mentally off, mentally messed up in any type of capacity in the military. That's why they do all them different tests. Don't get me wrong. You got outliers that come through and pass tests that have mental issues, right? But that's because they know how to assimilate. You feel me? They know how to put on the act like as if they're not crazy or not fucked up. These motherfuckers can't even do that. They think they're in the wrong body, bro. Nah. I can't believe that we even have these type of discussions.
Sarah, what's your response to those who, like Congresswoman Jacobs, argue that the military is now weakened by these soldiers being sidelined?
Well, what I would say to Congresswoman Jacobs is simply look at the statistics, look at the numbers. The military has had record numbers of people joining, in large part due to the adults being back in charge. I know as much as Brian Stelter, Mr. Potato Head himself, liked to say the adults are back in charge when Joe Biden came into office. Really, the adults are back in charge. And we all know biology. It's very, very simple. And by the way, if a man is confused about what sex or gender he is, he can't just look between his legs and understand what he is. We don't really need him serving in the military. It serves as a distraction. And so I would tell Congresswoman Jacobs, look at the recruiting numbers. They're through the roof because young men are excited about, not being told that they are toxic, about being told that they should be strong and they should be willing to fight. And we can have the greatest, strongest military in the entire world. No offense, Rita, of course. If we just pay attention to the right things. They are supposed to be deadly. They are supposed to be strong. We are not supposed to be worrying about coddling someone because they don't know what sex they are. And so, I mean, Congresswoman Jacobs, this used to be an elite esteemed position to be in Congress. Now, apparently, anyone can join and they don't even need to pay attention to numbers or statistics or figures or hell, even basic biology, Rita.
Well, you've got justices on the Supreme Court who can't tell you what a woman is, so we shouldn't be surprised that we've got Congresswoman Jacobs there. And just on Pete Hegseth, I want to play you a statement he made, because I think the Trump administration understands better than most that names matter, language matters, and the left has always understood that. And here is Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announcing that the United States Navy is renaming the U.S. naval ship Harvey Milk to the Oscar V. Peterson.
We are taking the politics out of ship naming. We're not renaming the ship to anything political. This is not about political activists, unlike the previous administration. Instead, we're renaming the ship after a United States Navy Congressional Medal of Honor recipient, as it should be. People want to be proud of the ship they're sailing in. And so we're renaming it after a chief, a Navy chief.
Pete Hegseth goes on to describe the heroics of Oscar V. Peterson and why he's earned that honour. These things matter, Sarah. The Trump administration gets it, whether it's statues being torn down, army bases being renamed, or ships. It matters.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, history matters, right, Rita? I mean, we look at all of the statues, you point out all of these statues that the left has torn down, quite literally torn down. And we look at how much they've changed, they even eliminated Aunt Jemima, right? They have gone from celebrating really key figures in our history for what they were known for into just erasing our history. And what we know is that if we don't really embrace and learn history, we are, of course, bound to repeat it. So, of course, we should be embracing, United States naval service members instead of gay activists. I mean, of course, we should be recognizing the things that matter. And I really do commend Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, along with President Trump, for recognizing that. I mean, this is not the first thing that they have decided to rename, to take back from the left that has co-opted, of course, language and co-opted some of our bases, our army bases, our military bases, and these ships as well. And so the Trump administration has said, no more. We are going to honor these service members. We are not going to pretend like it is wrong to be strong and be proud of our military. We are going to be proud of it. And we're not going to be ashamed of history anymore. And I think that it's a really, really important thing to recognize. And I think it's a really big win, not just for this administration, but for the entire country. It's about damn time that we start, embracing these things again, because I got to tell you, China is over there building machines. They're not afraid to embrace their military. And finally, we have an administration that is doing that. We've got record recruiting numbers. And I'm really, really excited about the future of the United States military under the direction of course, President Trump and Pete Hegseth.
Sarah Gonzalez, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Dooring is a cyclist's worst nightmare. Being doored is when a car door unexpectedly opens in front of a cyclist, causing injury or even worse. Better infrastructure and better awareness can help prevent these types of accidents. Experts suggest creating more designated bike lanes where part of the road is set aside just for bicyclists. An even safer option is a protected bike lane where cyclists are separated from motorists. Cyclists, stay vigilant. Look for shadows, brake lights, turn signals, any movement from a parked car to stay safe. Drivers, check your mirrors before you exit your car. Try to adopt the Dutch reach. That's when you use your opposite arm to reach for the handle, causing you to look over your shoulder. If you've been hurt in a bike accident, reach out to our winning team. In 2023, Sweet James's winning team of attorneys recovered $9 million for a deserving client that was hurt in a bike accident.
If you've been hurt out on the road, don't wait. Take action now or call for a free consultation.
Good evening and welcome to a program devoted entirely to lefties losing it. Let's start with a couple of Democrat operatives embarrassing themselves with their Trump delusions. Here's the diabolical Alexander Vindman saying that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump should apologize to Zelensky. He demands it.
The current leader of this J.D. Vance owes Zelensky an apology. President Trump owes Zelensky an apology for the way he was treated.
For what?
I demand it. What? I demand that they give him an apology.
He demands it. Oh.
Bro, are you American? Like, what are we doing here? What is up with these people, man? Like, it's so wild to me how many Democrats got, loyalty to different places other than America. Like, why would you even run and be a politician in America if you have ties and all of this love and loyalty to these other countries? That's why America should not allow folks that are sub-Americans, like African-American, Mexican-American. If you classify yourself as a sub-American, then you should not be able to do politics in America. It's either you're an American or you're not. That's what it should be.
Dear God. Even the CNN panel were bemused by that foolishness. But for a really severe, incurable case of tedious lunacy, we cannot go past this mad rant from James Carville.
I'm talking about madness like King George III kind of madness. And it could be a combination of being a fat slob, which of course he is. It could be that he can't sleep at night because his beached whale body can't allow the circulation it needs. I don't know. I'm not a sleep specialist or a medical doctor. But I think we should revisit the possibility of a syphilis diagnosis.
Oh my God. No wonder the Democrats are practically unelectable at the moment. Let's look at Saturday Night Live now. They had their own take on the Zelensky blow-up, and sadly, it was about as funny as a burst appendix.
Sorry if I... You say you want to end this war, but frankly, you don't have the cards, okay? I have the cards, all right? I have skip. I have draw 4. I have reverse. I have get out of jail free. The Supreme Court gave me that one. I have Pikachu and Charmander and Charizard. All I'm missing is a Charmeleon.
Not only did that guy look nothing like Trump or sound anything like Trump, the whole thing was so lame and unfunny. And what's worse is that they had the best Trump impersonator available. Shane Gillis was on the show. Here he is on Kill Tony shortly before the election. And I warn you, this is a little blue, but it's actually funny.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, hey. What a great lady. I talked to her backstage, and wonderful woman. The tits are real.
Yeah, bro. Why did they have the other person? And what's up with the lack of love for this guy? The Shane dude? Like, he's actually funny, man. But I don't know. I don't know why they did what they did. Because that last little skit was ridiculously garbage. Trash bag juice.
Excuse me. A lot of people are saying her tits are fake. They're not fake. I touched them. And great tits, wonderful tits, American tits. And that's the thing that we've lost under this administration. Where are the American tits anymore?
But instead, Saturday Night Live had Shane Gillis doing a new skit. Now, It was okay. It was amusing enough, but he should have been playing Donald Trump. Let's have a quick look at that new skit.
The suspects are believed to be 4 white.
Yes! No, that's right.
I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, bro. This skit right here was the funniest skit I've seen on SNL for the last fucking 5-10 years, bro. Yeah, where they was sitting here doing the races, trying to, you know, read the different cases and be like, I bet you this is this race, like doing race wars or race
What's going on?
competitions.
Oh, nothing.
Yeah, just relieved that the police have white identified the suspects.
Exactly. Very white.
This was a good one.
Police are looking for looters, huh? You hear that? These looters were spotted after wildfires devastated homes in Hunt Valley Township. Looters.
Okay, just read the story.
That's enough.
Looks like they stole televisions, bikes. Who do you think that was? What color do you think that was?
Good job, Dale.
All right. Police are on the lookout for the alleged ringleader, a local man named Ethan Kapowski. Damn it.
Now, since...
Bro, tell me that that's not funny. That was funny. Like, they need to let that dude just go ahead and create and keep making up more skits. That shit was actually funny. They need to make that into like a show.
We are delving into the world of comedy. Let's hear from comic John Christ mocking social justice warriors who grandstand on the internet. About time these massive hypocrites were called out.
Just like on the internet, just like, we stand with Ukraine. I go, you don't even have custody of your kids, dude. What? Who are you talking to? Pick up your kids from soccer practice, then we'll talk about foreign policy, Kevin. We are living on stolen land. I'm like, you're stolen your parents' cell phone plan. You're on stolen minutes, Brittany. Who are you talking to?
Facts.
Let's have a gander.
Facts.
The Oscars, the night devoted to celebrating excellence in cinema. Well, except it's not anymore. It's a massive leftist snorefest featuring a bunch of pretentious films no one's bothered to watch, but satisfy the Academy's diversity quotas, or inclusion standards, as they call it. And of course, they started the ceremony with an incoherent land acknowledgement delivered by actress Julianne Hough.
We gather in celebration of the Oscars on the ancestral lands of the Tongva, Tataviam, and Chumash peoples, the traditional caretakers of this water and land. We honor and pay our respects to Indigenous communities here and around the world.
The what tribe now? Didn't they slaughter the previous tribes that live there? Matt Walsh tweeted this response to the Oscars' vacuous virtue signalling. He wrote, she paid homage to the Tongva tribe, but the Tongva moved into Southern California thousands of years after it had already been occupied by a more ancient tribe. They killed and displaced the inhabitants and took over. If they get to claim the title of Indigenous, then so do we. Interesting point there. Almost like lands and people have been conquered over and over again throughout history, and perhaps assigning collective guilt or collective reverence and praise to people based on their colour or ethnicity is not the best of ideas. But back to the Oscars, and when you think about what a far-left lunatic asylum Hollywood has become, then you won't be surprised that the most nominated film this year was a Mexican musical about a transgender cartel leader. No, really. The film Emilia Perez had 13 nominations, including for Best Picture, and it even scored a Best Actress nomination for a dude identifying as a woman, Carla Sofia Gascon. In the end, the film won 2 Oscars, including for Best Supporting Actress for Zoe Saldana, and let's have a look at her stellar work. This is just amazing.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina. Is it for you?
For me.
Yes, she got an Oscar for that, and the audience, those crazy enough to sit through that entire film, got an education in all the different types of trans operations.
Vaginoplasty.
Yes.
rhinoplasty, laryngoplasty, control laryngoplasty.
What is that?
Adam's apple reduction.
Yes, yes, yes.
And it's not just.
That's why so many people dislike that girl. Zoe, that shit is crazy. Why the fuck would she even do a fucking movie like that? That was despicable.
Audience, those crazy enough to sit through that entire film, got an education in all the different types of trans operations.
Vaginoplasty,
Yes.
rhinoplasty,
Yes.
laryngoplasty,
Yes.
control laryngoplasty.
What is that?
Adam's apple reduction.
Yes, yes, yes.
And it's not just actors who've been spewing activist nonsense. Singer Pink is never one to miss out on an opportunity to make a fool of herself. Here she is earlier in the year claiming that, what?
Ladies and gentlemen, and every other gender that absolutely exists, I give you the incredible John Mayer.
Yeah, but they don't, Pink. There are two.
What is wrong with these people? Oh. It doesn't make sense, man. With all these genders and blah, 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 blah. And I used to have so much respect for Pink. Ridiculous.
Count them two. Everything else is performative attention seeking. Now to a trans activist posing this important question. The answer is quite obvious, I would have thought, but sadly lost on this soul.
So trans people are considered a danger to women in sports, yet they're considered a weakness to the United States military? Make it make sense, MAGA.
I would have thought that's because the US Army isn't fighting against female combatants exclusively. If it were, then perhaps your question would be valid, but alas, you just went and made.
You just made a fool out of yourself. That's what you did. You made a fool out of yourself. Well, men competing against women, if that's a problem, blah, 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 but then they're too weak to be in the Army? Yeah, they're not mentally sound. You know why? Because they want to compete against women. They want to beat up on women. Bro, we're not okay with that type of shit. I don't give a fuck what type of man or what type of dude you are. I'm not okay with you beating and competing against women. I don't give a fuck what it is. I don't care if it's volleyball. Sit your ass down, happy boy.
A massive fool of yourself and provided more content for lefties losing it, so I do thank you for that. Let's have a look now at the great work of Charlie Kirk. He goes to university campuses around America debating lost lefties, and this next gal needs all the help she can get.
Let's say there's a black kid right now. Would you rather have that black kid have a role model be Kendrick Lamar or Clarence Thomas?
Kendrick, obviously.
So not
Kendrick, obviously. Clarence Thomas, who's a politician doing stuff like that. No, you want the black kid to be the rapper. Thank you for liking the live. Appreciate that. Tyranny today. You would rather the kid to be Kendrick too, Tyranny? You would rather the kid be a rapper, performer, instead of a politician that actually has a stake in the government in America? That's crazy to me, man. And I rapped. Like, I used to rap. I used to make beats for Kendrick and all of them, bro. I used to make beats for a lot of people. But I would rather have Clarence Thomas' fucking career versus Kendrick. Don't get me wrong, the money might be a little different or whatever, right? But who knows? We don't know. We don't know what the money situation is. But the fact that folks is like, I want to be a rapper instead of a politician is bonkers to me, bro. That shit is crazy to me. Somebody that actually has some type of say-so in the country, you wouldn't want him to be that. You want him to be a motherfucking performer? A court jester? That's what performers are. Okay, I understand. So, all right, Tyranny, you just said Kendrick has stuff that he said that you can get behind, right? But also, doesn't he have stuff just like Clarence Thomas that you can't get behind? Pull up, Drake? Huh? How could you be okay with that? Man down. Where you from, my nigga? Did you forget Kendrick got these types of songs? Exactly. No one is perfect for sure. Agreed. But my thing is, why would you want somebody to be a rapper versus a politician? Why would you want somebody to be a rapper versus a doctor? Somebody that actually has hands-on, like the ability to be hands-on to make change. Like when you're a rapper, you gotta hope somebody hear your words and feel change. But no, when you're a politician, a doctor, you are hands-on. You're creating and making change with your actual hands, mouth, and all that. Absolutely. But see, with you saying that, right? How do you know Clarence Thomas can't rap? He probably can rap too. It's a lot of dudes out here that's very gifted with words and that can rap, but they're in this particular profession. You got basketball players that know how to rap. You got NFL linemen that know how to rap. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I would rather have the hands-on thing, and I appreciate you accepting the L. That shows character. Oh, yeah. Make sure you follow. I like people that accountability right there. That's beautiful.
Not the black American on the United States Supreme Court.
No, he's trying to ban interracial marriage. He's trying to like do all.
Wow, no, he's in an interracial marriage.
He literally like.
He's married to a white woman.
Yeah, I know the Roe v. Wade thing like goes against.
He's trying to ban his own marriage.
Yes.
What
can you make this stuff up? Did she just say the dude is trying to ban his own marriage? Oh my God. And the dude then got on TV and got at people for getting at him for having a white wife but accepting Kamala Harris's white husband. That shit is bonkers. The stuff that people believe. Like, why can't you guys ever go out, read something, and make sure that it's actually correct? Like what you're thinking, why don't you do research behind what you're thinking and make sure what you're thinking is actually correct? Because this is bonkers. For her to do that, that's crazy. She owes all 10 push-ups. That was
but it's not just the students, it's the teachers too that Charlie Kirk has exposed for being utter fools. Here he asks a teacher a simple question: what is a woman? The guy thinks he's prepared for this obvious question, but watch him flounder.
Great teacher. Yes. What is a woman?
What is a woman?
Look at that. He getting the microphone. I've been ready for this.
So, we define gender as a set of preferences that you have.
Delete. Do not have him teach. Take him out of being a teacher immediately. Right when you start talking like that and saying shit like that, your job is done as a teacher, bro. What the fuck? This is why I promote homeschool. That dude right there, people like him is exactly promote homeschool. Like, imagine you teaching your kids certain things as they grow up and then they go to school and then they come home and they tell you you're wrong because of what this fucking Pop-Tart just said. Like, bro, this toaster strudel. That's what this dude is. He's not even a Pop-Tart, he's a toaster strudel. God damn.
Gender is a set of preferences we have.
Pop-Tart!
Woman is a social construct.
Did you hear the dude in the background? Don't you ever teach my kids. You goddamn right, you Pop-Tart. This dude is a Pop-Tart. I am so sick of these Pop-Tarts. And then they come, let me get ready for the explanation. And then fuck all that bullshit ass filibuster, regurgitation, irritation, irrigation. Bullshit, man. Throw all that shit in the trash. Pop-Tart, fucking toaster strudels.
That we've agreed upon. Typically, we imagine womanhood as...
But, and then they say that these things are based on constructs that we've agreed upon. Who is the we? Huh? Who is the we in this agreeance thing? Because I ain't agree to shit. I'll never agree to that. Period. Who is the we? That's what we need to start asking these people. Like when they started, oh, these are a social construct that we accept and we agree with and blah, 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 blah. Who the fuck is the we, man? Who's the we?
Makeup or whatever. It is.
Look at your face.
There is a difference between the word woman and being a biological female. Woman is a social construct that we use.
Woman is a social construct that we use. Who the fuck is the we, sir? Women is a social construct that we use. Gender is a social construct that we use. Who is we? I'm not a part of your we, bro. Don't engulf me or any of my people that I deal with into your we. We're not we, okay? You're y'all. That's y'all, okay? That's not we. That's not us. That's y'all, bro. Pop-Tarts and toaster strudels.
Listen for a second. I'm telling you what it means.
There you go. Oh, it's just a set of preferences, a social construct. So if you like makeup and the color pink, then you're a woman. I mean, can you get more?
That shit is bonkers to me. It's womb man. A man with a womb. A human with a womb. Womb man. Okay? It's a social construct that we believe upon. Boop, bop, boop. Knock your punk ass out.
Backward than that. They had more enlightened values in the 1920s. These are the so-called progressives these days. That's what they call themselves. And our educator continued to dig himself a hole trying to answer a question which a child could easily answer.
Woman is a social construct. We agree on these set of preferences. If I tell you that I'm a man, it's because I want you to know that I like these set of preferences. If I tell you I'm a woman, it's because I want you to know that I agree with these set of preferences.
Can men give birth?
No, why don't you just say that you're a feminine man? Like if you tell a man that you are a feminine man, that man is going to know that you like flowers, butterflies, and pink, bro. Just say you're feminine. Why y'all got to say you're a woman? Say you're feminine. That's what the word is, right? Oh, these are social constructs that we have agreed upon, and these are preferences, and blah, 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 blah. Boop, bop, bing! Knock his punk ass out.
Birth. Can men or can males? If you listen to your bio professors, you would understand there's a difference between biology and what we think
So
about.
I want to thank you for proving.
And this is why you got to listen to your professors, and there's a difference between. This is why I say homeschool, bro. Because all of these people, these professionals, and all of these teachers, and all of these professors, and all of this shit, right? They're all indoctrinated dummies. All of them. They all just follow the textbooks, bro, of information and words that somebody else put on the fucking paper. They don't even decipher or even go through and distinguish whether or not the person that wrote that piece of paper or those articles are even actual factual. And then another thing about school, right? You have to go with their sources. What if you find a source that contradicts the source that they agree with, but your source is right and this source is wrong? They're going to tell you you're wrong for even having that source, when that source is right, because it doesn't go along with the shit that they trying to indoctrinate people with. Fuck these goddamn, your professor. If my professor tell me some shit like this, he might not have a throat anymore. Right in the throat.
Having a great point. What? You are why we should eliminate the Department of Education. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is scary. That is who's teaching your kids. That's why you save up for those college fees. I tell you, Charlie Kirk is so effective because he just gives them enough rope and they do the rest. And no wonder.
Now, I am going to say this about Charlie Kirk, because I watch a lot of his clips. I've seen a lot of his stuff. I agree with a lot of the things that he said. But I disagree with a lot of the things that he said as well. Mainly the incarceration numbers with dealing with black folks. When he's always talking about, oh, black folks are incarcerated at a higher rate, there's more criminals and blah, 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 right? But he never takes into account all the wrongfully convicted black people. Yeah. Yeah. Because you get 17 black dudes that get locked up, about 11 to 15 of those could be wrongfully convicted. It's not the same for every other race. So if you want to talk about incarceration numbers and incarceration rates, but don't take into account the false lockups, the bullshit, I don't want to hear nothing you got to say on that subject, at least.
The lefties are tearing down post events. Look at this mug entitled Brat.
Why do you feel the need to do that? Why do you feel the need to do that? Why do you feel the need to tear posters down?
Because I don't like them.
Why?
I think you know why.
Why?
And how do they think that they could just do this type of shit and it's okay? Oh, I didn't like it, so I ripped your shit down. I tore down your stuff. I caused destruction because I didn't like something. But they're the nice ones, right? They're kind. They have all the moral. They're just. They're righteous. But when they don't like something, it's okay for them to cause destruction. Rip and tear all your shit down.
Good news, I have a View extravaganza coming up. But first, let's hear from the View's target audience. You know, those angry, ill-informed Karens. This one is particularly mad.
They brought Zelensky into the Oval Office and attacked him. And you people who are celebrating that. You. Every one of you.
Not actually what happened, but, you know, facts aren't important to the left, as you'll see in the next few clips, because it's time to check in with the dangerously delusional ladies of The View, and I regret to inform you they are increasing in number.
You think about journalists, you think about the reason they're in the press briefing, you think about the reason they're in the pool. It's called the protective pool. There are 13 members of the pool. I'll try not to get too wonky here. And their job is to provide unbiased information to the American people, because the American people deserve that.
Yes, that's former White House press secretary and professional liar Karine Jean-Pierre. At The View, on The View desk. I wonder, is that a little bit of an audition? As for the American people deserving the truth, you think we've forgotten this?
I've spent sometimes countless hours with him, whether it's in the Oval Office, whether it's on the road, and I believe, for me, you're asking me my personal opinion, he is sharp. He is on top of things.
Sharp and on top of things. Yeah, cool story, bro. And she repeated that lie, I don't know, approximately 5,000 times in recent years. But Karine has some ways to go to reach the derangement levels needed for a full-time gig on The View as a co-host. Can she reach that pinnacle, the pinnacle set by, say, Whoopi, also known as Karen Johnson? Yes, that's her real name. Here is Karen claiming that Donald Trump is going to break up the marriages of white dudes who've got foreign wives. He's going to deport the wives and find new women for the men.
He's not going to say, oh, you're with a white guy, I'm going to keep you from being deported. No, he's going to deport you and put the white guy with someone else. The man is out there.
Oh, Karine, you have a long way to go to match it with these girls. No, I think that audition is not going to be enough. Now, let's check on Joy Behar, who's still in denial about Donald Trump's enormous mandate, the fact that he won and won comfortably. And here she is schooled by another lefty, but a relatively sane lefty, in Stephen A. Smith.
Going around with his cronies touting his so-called landslide and blowout win. But he won the popular vote by 1.5%, one of the smallest ever, and he won the general election by less than 50%. So what kind of mandate is this really?
Well, it is a mandate, and I'm going to explain why. And I don't mind the question, but let me be very clear. I'm no supporter of Trump. I'm a supporter of truth and the facts. And here's the facts. The man won every swing state. He increased in terms of his voter turnout in his favor from the standpoint of blacks, Latinos, and young voters. He increased his numbers in that regard from 2020.
Best thing he said out of this whole thing right here thus far is the fact that he respects the truth. He's about the truth. All that other shit is frivolous BS.
89% of the counties shifted to the right. That's a mandate.
The man was forced to repeat that data, to repeat the obvious, because these ladies just cannot cope with facts.
Now, I wouldn't even say he's a moderate Dem. He's a moderate Dem now. For sure, he's a moderate Dem now in these last couple of months. But you can go back to November, September, and all that stuff. He was talking just like everybody else was talking about Trump. For sure. Oh, if he gets up in there, it's going to be this, it's going to be... He was talking like that too.
20 years after they last won a popular vote, they won the popular vote. They won the electoral college vote. The man won every swing state. And on top of it all, 89% of the counties shifted against. I don't understand how people can look at that and say, there's no mandate.
Lefty Stephen A. Smith then had to jump in and correct Whoopi when she claimed that the Democrats are just for helping ordinary people. And listen here as she confirms that all they do on The View, all they really do is just push Democrat talking points.
Let's remind people what those issues
can do that.
are. Making sure that families had what they need, SNAP, making sure stuff is there, making sure that the America that we all grew up in, where you could come and be whoever you were supposed to be or want to be, you still have that right. All these things are the things that the Democrats have always said.
You brought up the message that the Democratic Party was disseminating. I'm challenging you on that. That is not what they were doing. I'm not talking
yes,
about,
it was.
I'm not talking
I
about the
was here.
intent.
We did it.
We did it, did we? Whoopi, it didn't work out too well, did it, love? And in their latest episode, the ladies of The View encouraged the Democrats to launch a naked protest against Donald Trump's address to Congress. Oh dear.
Get butt naked and dance around. What should happen? Or should they all...
Now, if you just came to my live, you probably didn't see it earlier, but we was just showing videos of Texas of a pride thing where they was running around, dancing around, gay, doing the nude stuff and all of that, like just like how she just said. My thing is, why the fuck do they think that shit is some type of a weapon or something, bro? Like, I posted a video with women walking down the middle of the street with their boobs out in form of protest. Like, do you guys understand that's what a lot of these dudes want? Like, y'all walking down the street with your chest out and being naked and nude. A lot of these dudes can't see a woman naked in real life in person, bro. So y'all doing that is just making them happy. Y'all not winning nothing. Nobody is looking at y'all like y'all feel oppressed or anything like that. They're enjoying The View. Now, I'm going to say this too, though. A lot of y'all look terrible out there. That's probably why you think it's a weapon. Because you like, look at my nasty looking body. Look at these these paper bag boobies. You know what I'm saying? These plastic bag titties. Oh my gosh. Absolutely. Counterproductive.
Wait till the end when...
Think about it. Think about this, man. Have you ever been scared of somebody? Like, scared for your life. Oh, this person is going to hurt me because they're naked? Think about it like, oh my gosh, my life is going to change because that person is out there naked. That shit is a waste of fucking time. That is more theater. That's when I say these drama kids and drama students and theater kids is the Democrats and politicians and all that shit. Them doing that, oh, look at me stuff, that's drama student shit.
Freshman Senator Elise Slotnick gives the Democratic response. Anybody?
I think they should walk out en masse.
Naked or clothed?
Naked. I think they should walk out. I think that a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Naked protests, walkouts, they really are overgrown children, aren't they? When will the mass tantrum end? But you know, if the View ladies were really serious about protesting Trump, they'd follow this next woman's example and transform themselves into Zelensky. Watch this.
Whoa. You gotta be kidding me.
Yes, she's morphing into Zelensky in a show of solidarity, I don't know, show of lunacy. I can't keep up with the modern left anymore. Let's see if she manages to pull it off. Let's fast forward to the end. There's only so much lunacy I can take. Let's play the last 10 seconds.
Theater kids, bro.
Stunning.
Drama students, what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my God. And these people supposed to be Americans, bro. Oh man. Oh my God.
And brave as always. You know, the Democrats have reached an all-time low when the likes of Casey Anthony, yes, Casey Anthony, Google her if you're not familiar with her putrid work, when she's pushing their talking points.
As a proponent for the LGBTQ community, for our legal community, women's rights.
Ain't that the chick that unalived her kid? It didn't show no remorse. Didn't cry, didn't do nothing, and she tried to hide it, try to cover it up. Ain't that who that is? You gotta be kidding me, bro. That's who that is, right? The chick that unalived her goddamn kid and hid the shit. She's an advocate. You Democrats are dumb. Oh my God. Oh man. Bonkers. You Democrats are dumb, bro. That's some donkey ass shit. We're doing this for women's rights and blah, 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 blah. With a motherfucker that didn't kill their daughter, their child. Despicable, man. I'm starting to get exhausted.
I feel that it's important that I use this platform that was thrust upon me.
Who cares what you feel? Lady baby killer? What the fuck? What are we doing?
Played you many clips of lefties spewing lies, uttering insane diatribes and generally behaving in an ugly, hate-filled manner. We marvel and mock the sheer shameless stupidity of the modern left daily on this program. We've almost become desensitised to the insanity, but even I was taken aback, sickened by this demented diatribe from MSNBC's Nicole Wallace. Watch as she turns a beautiful moment into something unhinged and ugly. Let's first have a look at the beautiful moment.
Joining us at the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. In 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all.
Take this into account. He could have went and got any little white kid to do that. If he was racist, he could have just got any white kid with brain surgeries and all of that stuff. He could have got, there's plenty of them out here, bro. He went and got the black kid because the nigga ain't racist.
I am asking our new...
Or, let me take that back. Because he could be racist. He's not prejudiced, though. Let's move on.
Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
Now, it takes a broken soul to turn that beautiful moment into something ugly, but that's precisely what Nicole Wallace did. Watch here, she starts off pretty well, but halfway through, the TDS kicks in, and she says something so full of bile that she's straight into Lefties Losing It Hall of Shame.
But I think this was a lesson in finding one thing that you let yourself feel. And I let myself feel joy about DJ, and I hope he's alive for another, 95 years, right? And I hope he lives and the life he wants to live. He wants to be a cop. He knows what he wants to do. And maybe when you have childhood cancer, that crystallizes for you. And I hope he has a long life as a law enforcement officer. But I hope he never has to defend the United States Capitol against Donald Trump supporters. And if he does, I hope he isn't one of the 6 who loses his life to suicide. And I hope he isn't one who has to testify against the people who carried out acts of seditious conspiracy and then live to see Donald Trump pardon those people.
You know, this woman's TDS is incurable. Even Rachel Maddow tried to move on the conversation right after that. She didn't want any part of that lunacy. When you're too far off the reservation for even Rachel Maddow, then you know you've gone and stuffed up Nicole.
Now, hold up. Before I go, Tyranny. You said you dislike a lot of the things that the administration has done. Like what? That's what I want to know. What don't you like about the administration? And don't bring up the Epstein shit. That shit is old now. Like, I'm tired of people just hanging on to that. So, what do you dislike about this particular administration? Or, just drop it on me. Because for him, the last 3 months was a surplus in billions that America took in from them tariffs. Everybody was talking about how them tariffs was bad and messed up and all of that, but it brought us a surplus over $20-something billion, 2 months in a row. The border is at 0 crossings. 0 illegals crossing. Like, I want to know what the administration did wrong, man. Now, it's questionable that move they did in Iran. That's questionable. But we don't know the intricate details of that situation. And then what came out of it was nothing but positivity. You feel me? You may feel something wrong about that particular move he did, but nothing but positivity came out of that. So I would like to know. Let me know, Tyranny, what don't you like, what you disliked, all of that, and we can talk about it.
Problem is
Now, I'm not going to sit there and say I liked everything about this administration, but like the things that you could be upset about or to even bring up as a negative is such small, acute, minute things that you shouldn't even have to or want to even bring them up.
Beauty of that child is the tragedy of the Trump presidency, because we don't know how he survived pediatric cancer, but it is likely he benefited from some sort of cancer research, and it is a fact that Trump has slashed cancer research. It's a fact.
Actually not true. And shame on the Democrats who refused to stand for DJ, refused to cheer on this brave kid who has fought for his life, who loves his country, loves law enforcement. They sat there with their bitter looks on their bitter faces, holding their stupid little signs, and refused to just be human for a moment, to acknowledge a beautiful moment. But at least they were being bitter and twisted quietly. Not so Democrat Al Green, who was determined to make a spectacle of himself. This lefty losing it was warned again and again.
Small business optimism saw its single largest 1 month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning.
For people that are supposed to be professionals, politicians, in a setting like this, you guys choose to act reckless, heinous, and all of that, bro. These people can't be trusted in a position of power. Their emotions will engulf them to make decisions based upon their emotions versus logic, versus what's right and wrong. They might feel something is right or wrong because of emotions, emotional attachments, which can cause them to make the wrong decision, make the wrong move. And you got to elaborate. You said political dissonance, and I don't believe force forced until institutionalization will solve the problem. Who's being forced to institutions? You talking about the illegals? You don't think they should be forced to institutions? Oh, okay, but what I'm asking is, so you have an issue with how they're conducting with the illegals then? Because if that's the case, you do know these people are actually, like, they're actual criminals, right? By law, by the paper. Like, if you take away your feelings and how you feel and all of that stuff, and you just look at what's on the fucking paper of the laws and all that stuff, they broke the law, which means they're criminals, man. Which means they're supposed to be institutionalized. You mean to tell me y'all okay with people breaking the law, coming across the border, not being institutionalized, right? Y'all don't want them to get locked up and all of that, but y'all okay with Americans getting locked up because they didn't pay a fucking ticket? Y'all okay with Americans getting locked up because they didn't pay the speeding ticket? But no, these illegals that broke the law and came across over here illegally, y'all don't want them to go to jail and be institutionalized, but the guy down the street that you know, y'all want him institutionalized? Oh, don't take nobody away from their babies. You guys understand that people go to jail for speeding tickets and get taken away from their babies for a speeding ticket? And then majority of the time, people that be speeding be trying to get to somewhere to save something or to protect something? Y'all okay with them going to jail? Y'all okay with Americans going to jail for a traffic infraction? Right? Y'all okay with that? The kid that just got pummeled in the window. Oh, he didn't comply. Send him to jail. But y'all okay with the illegals not complying? If an American doesn't comply, send his ass to jail. But if the illegals want to break the law and not comply, it's okay? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, you said you don't like the executive order about the ending crimes in the streets, crime and disorder on American streets. That's what you don't like? Are you from LA? Have you ever traveled the freeway in LA? The 405, the 101, the 110? Huh? Have you ever driven in the IE? Have you ever took the 91? That shit take a long ass time getting home taking those routes. It takes a long time taking those routes. Motherfuckers want to hop out there in the middle of the street, in the middle of the freeway. When you got to go home, you got to poop. You got to eat. You got to pick up your kids or something. That's crazy. You don't want them to stop them from being able to do that? I do. I don't want to be on my way home having a boo-boo, and now all of a sudden these motherfuckers are singing Kumbaya in the middle of the fucking freeway because they don't want to go and get legalized? That's crazy to me. If you can make sense of it, make sense of it. But that shit is crazy to me. Disorder. He's talking about riots and stuff like that, man. You've never, see, that's the thing. You've never been caught in the middle of one of those situations. That's what it is. You ain't never been on your way home and then all of a sudden you got to spend 10 hours outside parked in that spot because these Pop-Tarts don't want to go do what the fuck they supposed to do. And no, I haven't read it. Not the new one, at least. I've read a couple, but a few of those executive orders ain't for me. So I don't really care about them. I'm not out here breaking the law. I'm not out here thinking about breaking the law. I'm not out here swindling and doing anything like that. So, yeah, man. I don't be reading all the executive orders. I read laws and executive orders that go along with my rights or something that can impede on my rights. You feel me? Like with police. A lot of people know their rights, but they don't know their rights and the police's rights, because some of your rights may be negated if you have a certain interaction with the police. Their rights will supersede yours. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't go and look at that type of stuff, then you already in a bad zone. But lady, I'm sorry for calling you a lady. My bad. I'm just so used to ladies doing this, right? But no, the mental health thing. You don't remember back in the day when they had asylums? Straitjackets? You forgot those days? People used to be locked up for mental stuff, man. That's why you had people out here acting normal, and then they would have moments of them going crazy because they had to act normal and they had to assimilate while in public. Now they don't have to do that. We have to assimilate to them. We got to cater to the crazy instead of the crazy having to, zip it up, get your shit together, keep your head on straight until you get home, and then let your crazy out. Nowadays, they allow you to be crazy any and everywhere. Yeah, that is the issue. That's why these motherfuckers need to be locked up. Because they start getting locked up for being crazy outside, they're going to stop being crazy outside. That's a simple fix. We didn't have all of these people acting crazy, walking outside naked, doing all that stuff when these motherfuckers was able to get fined and get locked up for it. Disorderly conduct, indecent exposure. When all of that shit, when motherfuckers used to get locked up for that shit, get fined for that shit, we didn't have none of these fucking problems. Look at how many homeless people is outside all over the place doing all whatever. Disorderly conduct, indecent exposure. We didn't have, bro, he did right by that. Bringing that shit back is going to have all these motherfuckers have to buck up and get straight. How so? How so? How can you be labeled crazy and institutionalized if you don't have acts or behaviors that example that? I told you I haven't read it. But you got it, regardless of that executive order, if you don't know your rights, there's no reason for you to read the executive order. If you don't know your rights entirely, why the fuck are you reading executive orders regarding rights and all that shit when you don't even know rights? Because you have to show certain behaviors and anything like that in order to be labeled crazy. You have to have actions. It's just nowadays, the shit that folks are okay with was considered crazy years ago. Like, in the early 90s, if a girl just walked outside with pasties on and shit like that, folks would think that girl was out of her mind. Now it's normal. And then that girl go outside with them pasties like that in regular environments will get locked up for indecent exposure because of her behaviors and her actions. Now, how the hell can somebody get labeled crazy, get institutionalized if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing? If you get up, you get in your car, you go to work, you go do your job, you go get your food, you come home. If you doing all the right shit, how the fuck can you be labeled? You can't. Like me, I'm a black dude. Y'all already know what comes with that. Black dudes get bothered. But I've noticed something. Okay? I've noticed something. Like when I'm in the car and I'm leaned back with a hat on, I'll get pulled over. Okay? But this same dude sitting up straight, no hat on, I can even have my hood up, but no hat on, no nothing, I don't get pulled over or even bothered by the police. All the times that I got bothered by the police, I did something stupid. Had my music up too loud. Now they looking and watching. You feel me? Had a fucking flamboyant ass car. That makes people look and watch. Now they want to see what's going on. Exactly. And folks want to be oblivious to the profiling. Me, when I walk outside, I know what people see when they see me. You feel me? And then if I show muscles and come up out the shirt and all of that, motherfuckers think that I just got out of prison. I know it already. So I'm not about to be doing anything or showing anything to exemplify or example whatever they done conjured up in their head, man. Huh? You didn't eat your hot dog? All right, let's continue.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session.
You heard Speaker Johnson, but do you think Al Green listened? No, he kept waving his little pimp cane around and yelling that Trump had no mandate. He was about to discover the FO portion of the FAFO equation.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
That was fun, but then...
Not only should he have been removed from the chamber, he should have been removed from his seat, his spot. Get his ass up out of there. If you can't hold your emotions in order to get the fucking procedure done, get the fuck out of here, Pop-Tart. What the fuck is you here for? Fucking toaster strudels, bro.
Old Al had the nerve to say that it was the Democrats who are civil, and then he called for another impeachment of Donald Trump. Good luck with that, champ.
Who uses his incivility against our civility. He is a person who has consistently been used incivility against civility.
So do you think it works in the House? Is that what you said?
Well, look, I'm willing to suffer whatever punishment is available to me. I didn't say to anyone, don't punish me. I've said I'll accept the punishment, but it's worth it to let people know that there are some of us who are going to stand up against this president. And I'm also working on my articles of impeachment. This president is unfit. He should not hold the office. 34 felony convictions, 2 times impeached.
Earlier today, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt took aim at the Democrats, the media, and in particular, Nicole Wallace's disgraceful antics.
Last night, MSNBC's Nicole Wallace disgustingly looped in a 13-year-old boy with brain cancer into an attack on the president over January 6th. And CNN's first chyron out of the speech called it divisive. President Trump wasn't divisive. The Democrats were. And CNN was proven wrong by their own viewers, 69% of whom, in a post-speech poll, said they had a positive reaction to the president's speech.
69% of CNN viewers like the speech. So even I didn't see that coming. And the YouGov CBS poll was even more positive. 3 in 4 loved the speech.
The CBS YouGov poll that shows that 76% of those who watched the president's speech last night approved of his speech.
Most people are too lazy to do this, but it saves homeowners a fortune.
Good evening and welcome to a program devoted entirely to lefties losing it. Let's start, lefties, with the tragic fall of Bill Burr, a comedian who was once hilarious, unashamedly politically incorrect, and not scared to take on the left's groupthink. But sadly, a lefty wife and a severe case of TDS, well...
Oh, your boy.
Sadly,
boy. Your boy. Your boy got. Your boy getting punked over there, bro. That's what this is. Oh, Bill. No, Bill. Oh, Bill. Not Bill Burr. Come on, bro. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this. I'm not saying the lady anything unattractive. Nothing. Just looking at her, I can tell what he going through at home. Because Bill Burr wasn't like this, man. 2 years ago, 3-4 years ago, he was not like how he is now, man. He's a straight Pop-Tart now, bro. And I see why he done got punked. He done got his pants took off. She's wearing the pants, man. Wow, that is crazy. What a turn of events.
Lefty wife and a severe case of TDS, well, it's reduced Bill Burr to a sad joke, a very unfunny sad joke. Watch him here on The View. Yes, The View. Here he had a golden opportunity to poke fun at these crazy, hysterical women, but instead he's joined their ranks and is railing against Elon Musk.
These tech nerds that want to build robots because they don't know how to talk to hot women they're gonna take over the world. They're gonna take over. They are literally gonna replace us. We're like beta right now, and they're coming out with like the VCR. And I think Elon has got the rockets going because they realize there's other Earths out there, and they're gonna trash this one, and because they don't have any concern for it, and they're gonna move on to the next Earth.
Not sure that a billionaire with at least 7 baby mamas that we know of has any issues talking to hot women. He should probably be talking to less. But great call there, Bill Burr. Remember when you were funny? I do.
Not to mention, it's a male-subsidized league. We gave you a league. None of you showed up. Where are all the feminists? You failed them. Not me. Not men. Women failed the WNBA. Ladies, name your top 5 all-time WNBA players of all time. Come on. That's it. Name 5 WNBA teams. Name the WNBA team in your city. You can't do it.
Yep, the WNBA and body positivity were favourite topics, and it was always funny.
Ladies, if you could just support the WNBA the way you support a fat chick that's proud of her body and is no longer a threat to you, you know, that league would be doing better numbers than the NBA. Oh my God, that's one of the saddest things I've ever seen. Oh my God, you're a goddess. You're gorgeous. You look great in that bikini. I would kill myself if I looked like that. You saw an alcoholic where you'd be like, oh my God, look at you. You're face down, passed out. Your kids are crying. You're a hero. You're a god. Keep doing what you're doing.
But now Bill Burr is just another lefty losing it, cheering on a murderer and railing against capitalism.
Some corporate had to give himself a bonus check at the end of the year. What if we made it worse, but made it look the same?
Yeah.
Then could our pools be bigger? Free Luigi!
Where did the laughs go, Bill? Where did they go? But I've got to say, Bill Burr still has some ways to go to rival Rosie O'Donnell in the Loopy Stakes. Fresh from fleeing the US for Ireland, Rosie is now engaging in dangerous democracy denial and trying to start a conspiracy theory about the swing states and Elon Musk's influence.
I question why the first time in American history a president has won every swing state and is also best friends, and his largest donor was a man who owns and runs the internet.
Hold up.
So I would hope that that would be investigated.
So who owns and runs the internet? Like, which one of Trump's friends owns and runs the internet? I ain't never heard of this shit. I know somebody owns the internet, but which one of Donald Trump's friends owns the internet? I hope she ain't talking about the guy that owns fucking X. And then, how did he win every swing state? Did you not see the last candidate? Did you not see Megan Thee Stallion out there twerking? Moment of silence. She couldn't talk. 60 Minutes had to re-edit and give her the answers to the questions. Like, she gave her answer and then they came back and was like, no. You can't give this type of answer. We'll write your answer for you. That's who they was trying to push in front of us as a president, man. Somebody that's being sued right now for 60 Minutes altering their fucking interview because they couldn't be competent enough to answer fucking questions. And she's like, I don't know how they lost all the swing states. What, you thought people turned their brains off when they was watching that shit? Come on, man.
Investigated, and that we would see whether or not it was an anomaly or something else that happened on election night in America when Kamala Harris was filling up stadiums with people who supported her, and Donald Trump was not able to do that.
Not only a convention, they should have did a primary. They should have allowed the people to vote for who they wanted to have run it. That's what they should have did. Like, they should have stopped trying to push and shove Biden down everybody's throats. They should have just went back and just, let's do a primary real quick. Let's choose somebody real quick and then go from there. They own all the networks, all the news and media outlets. Like, if they would have had a better candidate, just a little bit better, someone that was just a little bit more articulate, they probably would have fucking won with all the media that they was pushing and all the money that they had. Come on, man.
So it's curious to me. And as an American and a believer in democracy, I would hope that we would be able to look at all of the reasons why this happened.
I must have missed when Elon Musk owned and ran the internet. What is she on about? And you won't be shocked to learn that her circle is very small and very insular.
How do you think America has changed in the months since he's been elected?
Well, if you talk to any Americans, they're all in shock, or at least the ones that I know. I will have to say I don't really have many people in my life that support him. I don't really understand.
So you're in the echo chamber. you don't know anybody or you don't mingle with people that support him or talk about him, you're in the echo chamber. Like me, I don't want to surround myself with people that agree. Like, I need some disagreements. Like, how do we get better and prosper if everybody is in agreement all the fucking time? That shit doesn't do anything. That shit keeps you stagnant, man.
How people could support a convicted felon.
Let's go from Ireland to Britain now and hear from the UK delegate for the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women.
I'm actually going to be talking to you about my nipple.
Why do we keep having these big ass niggas talking for women? This nigga's a wrestler. Why the fuck we got Macho Man Randy Savage with a wig on talking for women, man? Crazy.
As an out and proud trans woman, I can tell you my nipples have been on quite the journey. Soon after starting HRT, my nipples became quite scandalous.
This next clip is delicious. It's got my favourite ingredient, a big fat dose of instant karma. Watch here as some deranged Karen accosts a man on the New York subway for the crime of wearing a MAGA cap. She felt emboldened to be a nasty bully. After all, she's in deep blue New York. But listen as others in the carriage tell her to back off, and they also tell her that people like her are the reason why Trump won. Enjoy.
That's why he won. People like you. That's why he won. That is why he won, because the people like you need to stop it. Let him live.
Bro, just like, chill, bro.
You're okay with that? He's a racist.
I'm okay. How can I be racist?
I'm okay with it. If you voted for Trump, you're racist.
If you voted for Trump, you're a racist. But the way these people think, bro, so what happens when you vote for the other white guy? Are you not a racist anymore? The white guy that was actually talking and spewing out the racist stuff, talking about he doesn't want his kids to go to school with certain kids because he doesn't want them to get dirty. He doesn't want them to go to a jungle. Remember, Trump was the dude that just gave that stuff to that little black kid that had all the surgeries and the brain stuff. Trump just did that for the black kid. He could have easily went and got a white kid. It would have been the same response. I don't know, man. I don't know.
How can I be racist?
No, he's not racist.
Why are you wearing that hat?
And the best bit is about to come because this MAGA-hating loser is about to land flat on her face. Literally.
Well, this is my stuff. I hope you enjoy the hat.
Oh, no, bro. Nah, bro. Hold up, son. Hold up, son. Hold up, son. She tried to chase him and fall. She fell. Oh, that is the most beautiful thing I think I've ever seen. This is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. That was fucking amazing. Hold up. Hold up. We going back. We going back.
Because
Oh,
this
man.
MAGA-hating loser is
That
about to
was
land flat on her face.
Crazy.
Literally.
She tried to chase him.
I hope you enjoy the hat.
Get away, get away. No, no, no.
How good is that? Can you believe that crazy woman chased that poor kid? As I said, instant karma. Now, the Democrats are in all sorts of trouble. Their approval rating is under 30%, in the 20s, and the party is now being taken over by the looniest, far-left radical commies to ever be elected to public office in the United States. Among them is this charmer from the great state of Texas. Let's listen to how Jasmine Crockett used to sound.
No one could have told me that when I went down to Austin, now it looks like a little bit over a year ago, that I would be running for Congress. It's just not what my plan was.
What a nice girl, but marvel here at the accent switch, or code switch, as the kids call it.
The trans kids that want to play the sports, Lord have mercy, that is the biggest issue that we had. Since when? Since when? Find the little trans child that is ruining your life. Like, I mean, I'm just like...
Talk about Kamala 2.0, God forbid. And now that she's adopted this ghetto persona, despite her private school education, including at the very expensive, very exclusive Rhodes College, Jasmine has been accused of inciting violence.
On March 29th, it's my birthday. And all I want to see happen on my birthday is for Elon to be taken down. Yes.
What a nice girl. And here she talks about wanting to punch opponents, including Ted Cruz.
I think that you punch. I think you punch. Okay, you okay with punching? But like, it's Ted Cruz. I mean, like, this dude has to be knocked over the head, like, hard, right? Like, there is no niceties with him, like, at all. Like, you go clean off on him, right?
Yes, the modern Democrats, they're the party of neo-Marxists like AOC and Bernie Sanders. They're leading the party right now, leading them straight to the depths of hell.
This isn't just about Republicans either. We need a Democratic Party that fights harder for us too.
We have a message for Mr. Trump. And that is, we will not allow you to move this country into an oligarchy.
No wonder Gavin Newsom is trying to relaunch himself as a moderate, not the far-left governor of California. But he's got a fair bit of baggage. Even CNN can see that. Watch here as he claims that no one in his office would use the woke term Latinx, Latinxes I like to say, except, well, someone did.
By the way, not one person ever in my office has ever used the word Latinx.
So can we finally put that to bed?
Yeah,
we agree.
where did that even
No more Latinx, everybody.
Well, I just didn't even know where it came from. I'm like, what are people talking about?
But there was a person who used Latinx. It was actually a really important person. It was him. Right?
Yeah, that's right. And look, these aren't minor shifts. These are progressive issues that Gavin Newsom used to champion until fairly recently. And now he's not just walking away from them. He's sort of acting like they were never legitimate.
I hope we can really paint a picture in terms of consciousness of how impactful this has been on the Latinx community. The Latinx and black communities. You've got politicians that are banning not assault rifles, but the word Latinx. They're not even serious.
And another Hollywood actress has decided to show us how daft and out of touch she is. Here is star of Grey's Anatomy, Ellen Pompeo, just being comically clueless and a know-it-all at the same time. It's not a good combo.
I think we all need a lot more empathy right now, and so I hope we take that away. I mean, why are old white men the only ones who are allowed to be felons?
Right.
No one else can stay in this country if they're a felon, but somehow if you're...
And he's not even that white.
Oh, just a profound point. How proud was she of what she just said? Really? But you can't expect someone who is this dim and out of touch to understand why Americans want illegal immigrants, particularly gangbangers, out of the country. Watch this.
Your $20 million salary was publicly shared to the world. How did you feel when that came out?
Well, my manager at the time said something to me that literally hit me like a brick. He said, are you ready to be unpopular? I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, well, I just don't want you to think that everyone's going to go in and cheer for you and clap for you and bow to you and think you're the dopest thing ever. Because there's going to be a lot of people who are not happy for you. And that had never occurred to me.
What? It had never occurred to her that people may be critical, may be unhappy that some second-rate actress is earning $20 million? Let's check in now with some leftist protesters who are asked about their job status. Cue much hysterics and victim playing.
I got to ask, it's the middle of the day on Wednesday. Do you have a job?
I do. Wednesdays, I have some flexibility, and, during the day, I'm able to go do stuff. I got to get stuff I got to get do.
We leave our jobs because
tomorrow.
Our blood is not more precious than the Gazan children. That, no salary, no slave wage is enough to stop me from actually raising my voice.
Now let's have some fun watching Dylan Mulvaney run in heels. Here he is mocking womanhood again. He's notched up more than 1,000 days of mocking womanhood, and he now has a billboard in Times Square.
Oh my God, it's day 1096 of being a girl. It's year 3, and that's me on a billboard in Times Square. Ah! I've got 3 Bs, a book, a bath bomb, and a billboard. Oh, wow. Now I think we should hand out some paper doll books to some of these people out in Times Square. Let's go.
Now, don't go accusing the Democrats of being in a cult. Not like they'd be mindless sheep regurgitating the same phrase over and over again. The latest talking point is all about this moment.
The strength that we have is in this moment.
Listen to your constituents. Center them in this moment.
But I can tell you that there are a lot of people that are watching his leadership in this moment. This is the moment.
I think about what's happening, in this moment.
What's important is that we meet this moment.
So are these current Democrats the ones to meet the moment?
What do you want to see us doing right now in this moment?
And which Democrats are actually going to stand up against Elon Musk and Donald Trump in this moment?
In this moment, the Democrats' arguments against deportations, against stopping illegal immigration, amount to just one thing: their love of cheap foreign labour. This blue-haired Texan is part of the problem.
Who's going to build the Texas detention camps? Who's going to build them? I'll wait.
And to another pitifully cheap and nasty attack from New Democrat favourite Jasmine Crockett, here the privately educated Congresswoman mocks Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who is disabled and in a wheelchair, calling him Governor Hot Wheels.
As we in these hot-ass Texas streets, honey, y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot-ass mess, honey. So yes.
I regret to inform you that the Democrats have lost whatever tenuous grip they had on sanity. Watch this performance from Democrat Congressman Robert Garcia. He actually thought he was clever here, asking the CEO of taxpayer-funded PBS the following.
The American people want to know, is Elmo now, or has he ever been, a member of the Communist Party of the United States? A yes or no?
No.
But let's talk about somebody else. Let's talk about Cookie Monster. Now, we know that Health Secretary RFK Jr. is coming out against fast food and baked goods. Are we silencing pro-cookie voters? Yes or no? Ms. Karger.
But cookies are a sometime food.
Now, these two guys actually live together. They're friends. They're supportive of each other. Now, that might be triggering to our chairwoman and some on this committee, and perhaps that's also why we're here today. Ms. Karger, an important question. Are Bert and Ernie part of an extreme homosexual agenda?
So infantile, because, PBS are never political, are they? Well, let's have a look at a show the taxpayer-funded PBS produced.
So, get your singing voices ready.
Lock them up. Lock these motherfuckers up. And I'm not the one. I appreciate you too, Tyranny. Join anytime, man. Come back. But this right here, look at this motherfucker. That's scary. Like, think about waking up in the middle of the night and this motherfucker's walking towards you. This shit is scary. And they're doing this on PBS for kids.
And we're going to start with our hips. The hips on the drag queen go swish, 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 swish.
Lock his ass up. Jail time. 3 to 5, 5 to 10, 80%. Get this motherfucker out of here. God damn.
Swish, swish. The shoulders on the drag queen go shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, dear.
Punch. Oh, my
But there was
God.
one lefty.
If there hasn't been more of a time for a boop, bop, boop, boop, boom, pop, bam. It's the type of shit I'm on you wouldn't understand. That's the... Crazy. Despicable.
Losing it even more than the Democrats, and some would say lying even more than the Democrats. And that was NPR CEO and hard left ideologue Catherine Ma.
Do you think that white people should pay reparations?
I have never said that, sir.
Yes, you did. You said it in January of 2020. You tweeted, yes, the North, yes, all of us, yes, America, yes, our original collective sin and unpaid debt, yes, reparations, yes, on this day.
I don't believe that was a reference to fiscal reparations, sir.
What kind of reparations was it a reference to?
You see what I'm saying? You see how these folks be pandering to people? She just said, I don't think that means physical reparations, right? But if any black person or anybody seen that, they'd have been like, oh my gosh, she's on her side. She's trying to advocate for reparations. But she just said that she actually don't want motherfuckers to get reparations, bro. So y'all better stop just allowing these motherfuckers to pander to you all the time.
I think it was just a reference to the idea that we all owe much to the people who came before us.
That's a bizarre way to frame what you tweeted.
Oops, yes, her old tweets are coming back to haunt her. There are plenty of them. Ma's old tweets are a hot mess of far-left lunacy and racist emoting, a lot of anti-white racism, and then loopy stuff like this, like getting triggered with words like boys and girls. She posted, I do wish Hillary wouldn't use the language of boy and girl. It's a raising language for non-binary people. Goodness me. This is a woman who...
This non-binary people shit is crazy, man. Like, what's a non-binary childbirth? A hermaphrodite? Is that what a non-binary childbirth is? Or am I tripping, man? Like, these people need to be put in mental institutions. Don't use the word boy and girl. It's gonna be... Send her to the psych ward, bro. Straight jacket. Make this lady go fucking do a fucking lap. God damn. Make mental asylums great again. Available again.
Who ran Wikipedia and helped ruin that site with leftist propaganda masquerading as facts before moving on to NPR. And today she struggled to answer straightforward questions and tried to justify her past hysterical fact-free statements like with words like
tweeted.
Promoting a lot of anti-white racism and then loopy stuff like this, like getting triggered with words like boys and girls. She posted, I do wish Hillary wouldn't use the language of boy and girl. It's a raising language for non-binary people. Goodness me. This is a woman who ran Wikipedia and helped ruin that site with leftist propaganda.
This is why folks with these crazy ideals, they don't need to be in positions of power, bro. Because all they ever want to do is implement their ideals. They don't do what's right or wrong. They don't do what's true or false. They implement what they want and what they believe. These motherfuckers shouldn't be in a position of power. That comes with holding firearms too, because anytime you're holding a firearm, you're in a position of power.
Masquerading as facts before moving on to NPR. And today she struggled to answer straightforward questions and tried to justify her past hysterical fact-free statements like calling the president a fascist.
Let me ask you, why did you call President Trump a fascist and a deranged racist sociopath in 2020?
Congressman, I appreciate the opportunity to address this. I regret those tweets. I would not tweet them again today. They represented a time where I was reflecting on something that I believe that the president had said rather than who he is. I don't presume that anyone is a racist.
You don't believe anyone is a racist?
I don't start by presuming anyone is a racist.
Oh, shit.
She's an ultimate panderer, bro. She just will lie and say whatever to get whatever done. Crazy. Crazy. These lies.
On a roll now. Here she got some laughs when she claimed NPR wasn't biased and she knew nothing about the politics of her editorial staff, like the fact that 87 editorial positions are filled by registered Democrats in DC and 0 by Republicans.
Is NPR biased?
Congressman, I have never seen any instance of...
Never?
Of political bias determining editorial decisions, no.
It was 87 Democrats, 0 Republicans, and you say NPR is not biased.
And those old tweets kept coming back to haunt her. But don't worry, she has changed dramatically in the last 4 or 5 years, or half a decade, as she refers to call it. What a mess.
Do you believe that America is addicted to white supremacy?
I believe that I tweeted that, and as I've said earlier, I believe much of my thinking has evolved over the last half decade.
It has evolved. Why did you tweet that?
I don't recall the exact context, sir, so I wouldn't be able to say.
Okay. Do you believe that America believes in black plunder and white democracy?
I don't believe that, sir.
You tweeted that in reference to a book you were reading at the time, apparently, The Case for Reparations.
I don't think I've ever read that book, sir.
Catherine, you certainly did. You tweeted about it at length. You took a day off to just read the book. You posted, America begins in black plunder and white democracy. I appreciate the day off today to finally fully read The Case for Reparations. Now you claim you never read it, but you posted about it repeatedly. Okay, let's explore just how lunatic left this woman who ran Wikipedia and now NPR is. Thankfully, Brandon Gill has the receipts.
Do you believe that looting is morally wrong?
I believe that looting is illegal, and I refer to it as counterproductive. I think it should be prosecuted.
Do you believe it's morally wrong, though?
Of course.
You tweeted, it's hard to be mad about protests in reference to the BLM protests, not prioritizing the private property of a system of oppression. You didn't condemn the looting. You said that it was counterproductive. NPR also promoted a book called In Defense of Looting. Do you think that that's an appropriate use of taxpayer dollars?
I'm unfamiliar with that book, sir, and I don't believe that was at my time at NPR.
You tweeted that you read that book, but...
I don't believe that I did read that.
Now let's go to the disaster that is Disney's Snow White. I can't imagine why people are not warming to this woke reimagining of a much-loved favourite. And they're not warming to its star Rachel Zegler either. Here she is before the election saying, if you don't intend to vote for Kamala, then you should unfollow her.
Vote for Kamala Harris. And it's actually non-negotiable. Our rights are on the line, folks. Our reproductive rights. Come on. Go vote blue. And if you disagree with this sentiment, just hit the unfollow button. I don't need your business. Thanks.
Okay, Rachel. Now listen to her promote the film.
The girl you remember, but she's definitely made for the modern age, and there's such an emphasis on what it really means to be the fairest of them all. And for Snow White, it's coming to terms with finding herself and finding her inner voice and finding a sense of agency so that she can be a just ruler.
And the reviews are in, and even the leftist publications can't put lipstick on this pig. This production is a train wreck. Let's go to some of these reviews. We've got this from The Independent. Lazy, visually repellent. Ouch. Exhaustingly awful and toe-curling terrible, said The Guardian. The most controversial Disney adult nightmare ever was from Rolling Stone. A strange hot mess, said the Huffington Post. And good enough for TV. That's the nicest you'll get from Vanity Fair. Now, you all remember Jussie Smollett? Well, we may have found the female version. A Pennsylvania city worker, Latasha Brown, has been charged with staging a fake hate crime after she allegedly planted a noose on her own desk.
The Downtown Police Department conducted a thorough investigation, including interviews with persons, analysis of evidence, and consultation with the District Attorney's Office of Lehigh County. As a result of the subsequent investigation, Latasha Brown was charged with tampering with or fabricating physical evidence, a misdemeanor of the second degree, and false reports to law enforcement.
Seems like the demand for racism is outstripping the supply. Now let's go to Elon Musk's transgender son, who Teen Vogue has featured in their publication, just so this kid can blast his father and the Trump administration. Why else would they feature Vivian Jenner Wilson, a 20-year-old that's not really doing much and not exactly setting the world on fire, even with their social media output?
Give us some of your political beliefs.
Kill everyone now. Condone first-degree murder. Advocate cannibalism. Eat. Filth are my politics. Filth is my life. Take whatever you like.
And for being so brave and stunning and hating on her anti-woke dad and, of course, Trump, Vivian gets a Teen Vogue fluff piece complete with the star treatment.
I look like Ghostface.
Now to CNN with some sobering news about Donald Trump's popularity. If there are any lefties in the room, I'm giving you a trigger warning. This is going to hurt.
I think sometimes it's important to do a little bit of reality check and take a little different spin at the numbers. I'm going to do that right here because all we talk about is how unpopular Donald Trump is. But in reality, he's basically more popular than he was at any point in term number one and more popular than he was when he won election back in November of 2024. What are we talking about? His net favorable rating right now comes in at -4 points. Compare that to where he was when he won in November of 2024 when he was at -7 points, or March of 2017 when he was at -10 points. So when you compare Trump against himself, he's actually closer to the apex than he is to the bottom of the trough. And of course, that's so important because Donald Trump, historically speaking, has had his numbers underestimated. So I think it's very important to compare him to himself to understand he's actually more popular now than he was when he won.
So, despite the media hysteria and lies, Donald Trump is more popular now than when he won the election in a landslide. Remember, he won every swing state, he won the popular vote, he beat Kamala Harris 312 to 226 electoral college votes. It wasn't close, folks. And if there was an election today, those polls indicate he'd win with an even bigger margin.
Guess which student has a better chance of getting into an Ivy League school? First, take a look at Zach. He's valedictorian, National Merit Scholar, and he's president of the debate team. He's got a 4.4 weighted GPA and a near perfect score on the SAT. Most people would think if anyone could get into an Ivy League school, it'd be Zach. And on the other hand, take a look at Sarah. She doesn't have the best GPA or test scores, but she has things that Zach doesn't. She picked the right AP classes and summer programs, which got her a letter of recommendation from a nationally recognized scientist. She picked the right extracurriculars that didn't waste her time padding her profile with activities that made her look like all the other applicants. She didn't waste countless hours on tutoring, trying to get perfect grades, and proving that she can handle a heavy course load at an elite university. And instead, she forged a path that clearly leads to excellence in her chosen field. And so who has a better chance of getting into an elite university? Chances are Sarah's application will be
Good evening and welcome to a program devoted entirely to lefties losing it. Let's start with one of our favourites, Dylan Mulvaney, who has made a career out of mocking what he calls girlhood. And despite causing more than $1 billion worth of damage and almost destroying Bud Light with an endorsement, he is now promoting another iconic brand, Versace.
So pretty. I've never seen you in that dress. Sure you have, honey. This is the one that I always pull out when my relationships start to get a little serious. Some boys kiss me, some boys hug me. I think they're okay.
Yes, I'm sure that'll have the ladies flocking to buy those overpriced Versace garments. Well done, Donatella. Let's check in on a protest that took place in recent days where masked anti-Israeli activists stormed Columbia University, taking over the library. They may have learned something in there. Well, they weren't interested in sticking around in the library. Too much knowledge there. It wasn't long before they were trying to escape with shouts of "Let us out, let them out." But security wanted to see ID before allowing the protesters to leave. Remember the days when you needed to have an IQ above room temperature to attend university? Now the most dangerously dumb seem to be recent graduates. I mean, where else will you hear something this silly?
Let's say you had to pick a country in the Middle East to live in. What country would you choose?
I would say Iran, but I know that it's not the best for women. Probably Iran, yeah.
Yeah. They want to live in an Islamist hellhole where women are second-class citizens. Let's see what other...
Hold up, bro. We've been hearing about the stuff that's been going on in Iran for a long time. For a long time, guys. They're oppressed and all of that stuff over there, right? But yet, you got all of these people over here trying to talk about us Americans being oppressed and dealing with oppression and all this stuff. And, oh my God, this is a fascist, this is communist, this is that, all of this stuff. But y'all want to go to Iran where they take away all your fucking rights as a woman? But y'all got a problem with America? You can't make this shit up, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Found insights these two have to provide.
Are you guys also Free Palestine?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so what is your favorite Free Palestine chant?
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Do you guys know what river and what sea that chant refers to?
The Mediterranean. I don't know. I'm gonna guess the Arabian Sea.
And these people will walk around with they chin and shit all in the air. Don't get me wrong. Of course, ain't nothing wrong with doing that. But they will walk around all snobby, because they graduated from college, even though they're fucking dumb as shit. Their brain is bat poo, doo-doo, the mushy kind, okay? They're that dumb, but they'll walk around, oh, I got a degree, and I did this, I went to college, and blah, 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 I'm so educated and smart, and blah, 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 blah. They fucking stupid.
I don't know river names, but I know it's the one that's near there.
Let's hear from...
I don't know the river names, but I know it's the one that's near there. She owes all a lap.
President Trump now diagnosing another Democrat, Chuck Schumer this time, with TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome. Watch here as J.D. Vance cracks up. He's trying not to crack up, but he's losing that battle. Trump really is the funniest president.
If you don't, and the Democrats are fighting it only because they want to fight. They have Trump derangement syndrome. You know, if it was somebody else, they wouldn't fight. If you had a normal person, if you had some stiff sitting behind you, they'd be fine. But But they have Trump derangement syndrome. You know, Senator Schumer's become a Palestinian. Welcome. I don't know when they're going to give him the ceremony, whatever the ceremony may be. It's terrible what's happened to the Democrats.
Now to the ladies of The View, who are joined by four.
Yeah, Trump is the funniest president ever. His snarky, little, quick, witty remarks, hilarious. Some of them be legendary.
President Joe Biden and his wife, Dr. Jill, and good Lord, it was a sickly, sycophantic love fest.
They like you, they miss you.
I miss being here.
We are beyond happy to have you here today for a lot of different reasons. But my question is, how are you?
Looked like he was falling asleep there. Biden did struggle through the program with help from his handler, his wife, Dr. Jill, and he...
Bro, did you see how he looked at her after she asked him that? She asked him, "Are you okay?" He gave the saddest face ever. Let's look at that again.
I miss being here.
We are beyond happy to have you here today for a lot of different reasons. But my question is, how are you?
Looked like he was falling asleep there. Biden did struggle through the program with help from his handler, his wife, Dr. Jill, and he was not above engaging in more divisive rhetoric, painting America as inherently racist and sexist. Apparently, that's the only reason Kamala lost.
But I was surprised. I wasn't surprised because they went the route of the sexist route, the whole route. I mean, this is a woman, she's this, she's that. I mean, it really, I've never seen quite as successful and a consistent campaign undercutting the notion that a woman couldn't lead the country and a woman of mixed race.
Yes, he really said that, and he also seems to think that he would have beaten Donald Trump if he hadn't dropped out. I mean, there is delusional, and then there's this.
Knowing what you know now, do you think you would have beat him?
Yeah, he still got 7 million fewer votes.
Yes.
There you go. Okay. A lot of people didn't show up. Number one. Number two, they're very close in those toss-up states. It was it wasn't a slam dunk, and so look. Every time I've been on the show, which I've been fortunate to be on more than once. Thanks for having me. Is that we talk? You guys don't focus on as much, and I think it's good on polling numbers. But let me put it this way: he's had the worst 100 days any president's ever had.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah.
That's a fact, is it, Joy? The man who managed to solve the ruinous border crisis within weeks of being in office has had the worst 100 days on record. Even old Joe in his feeble mental state doesn't really believe that, though he did try to blame his failings on the border on Donald Trump. Listen to this lunacy.
He got on the telephone and he called Republicans, do not support it. It's legal, it'll work, it'll make Biden look good, don't do it. And they backed off.
Trump should use this for defamation right here. This dude just said, oh, he did this, he did that, he made them do this and do. Bro, defamation his ass. He said this shit on fucking camera. On national TV. Get this motherfucker a defamation lawsuit. Him, Harry Sisson, and all them other motherfuckers too.
They backed off.
Can't someone be impeached for something like that?
Well,
Impeached, that's a new and imaginative reason to impeach Trump for things Biden failed to do. As Donald Trump showed, you didn't need the flawed border bill to fix the border. You just needed a president who knew what he was doing. Unlike this dude, listen to this incomprehensible gibberish.
All the projects, the benefits. How do you lead the world without having the best infrastructure in the world? How do you lead the world without having the best health care in the world? How do you lead the world without having the best education system in the world? How do you lead the world?
Bro, that shit looked and sounded like AI.
Don't have that done.
And let's check in with this charming lass. You know, she doesn't have to declare her politics. You know precisely how she votes.
I can help you talk to somebody.
He didn't use his turn signal!
Man, can I please call you an ambulance?
Those are the people that's voting for the left, man. Them is the people. Her right there is the motherfuckers that be out there with the signs and shit, bro. Give him a ticket. Now.
I do hope that is satire, but I think it's just another example of a lefty losing it. Now to the worst vice president we've had. Here is Kamala Harris being Kamala Harris.
And I was just telling somebody recently who didn't know, we performed Free to Be You and Me. When I sang about my friend William, who was 5 years old and wanted a doll to hug and hold, I could sing the whole thing.
I think you should sing some now. Did she just say what I think she just said, bro? Oh, let's go back.
Vice president we've had. Here is Kamala Harris being Kamala Harris.
And I was just telling somebody recently who didn't know, we performed Free to Be You and Me. When I sang about my friend William, who was 5 years old and
Her friend William, who's 5 years old? And what was that song called again?
When I sang about my friend William, who was 5 years old and wanted a doll to hug and hold, I could sing.
Who wants an adult to hug and hold? Hold up, bro. And people is trying to make Trump out to be a PD-3-0 when he said in that Howard Stern interview that he didn't want to be like Congressman Foley and get caught with 12-year-olds and dealing with 12-year-olds. She's talking about she has a 5-year-old friend that wants to be hugged and held by adults. And nobody has a problem with this? Hold up, bro. Let's go back one more time. Maybe I didn't hear this shit right. Hold up.
Vice president we've had. Here is Kamala Harris being Kamala Harris.
And I was just telling somebody recently who didn't know, we performed Free to Be You and Me.
We performed Free to Be You and Me. Hold on. Let me Google this. Free to Be You and Me song. How do I pull it? There you go. Hold up. I'm about to put this on.
Take my hand and we'll live in a land where the river runs free, in a land through the green country.
Hold up. Now, let's go back and make sure I got the right song. Hold up.
Here is Kamala Harris being Kamala Harris.
And I was just telling somebody recently who didn't know, we performed Free to Be You and Me. When I sang about my friend William, who was 5 years old and wanted a doll to hug and hold, I could sing the whole thing.
Okay. You heard her. Let's see what this song is about. It's not gonna play. Let's go.
There's a land that I see where the children are free, and I say it ain't far to this land from where we are. Take my hand, come with me where the children are free. Come with me, take my hand, and we'll live in a land where the river runs free, in a land through the green country, in a land to a shining sea. And you and me are free to be, you and me. I see a land bright and clear, and the time's coming near when we'll live in this land, you and me, hand in hand. Take my hand, come along, lend your voice to my song. Come along, take my hand, sing a song. For a land where the river runs free, for a land through the green country, for a land to a shining sea, for a land where the horses run free. And you and me are free to be, you and me. Every boy in this land grows to be his own man. In this land, every girl grows to be her own woman. Take my hand, come with me where the children are free. Come with me, take my hand, and we'll run to a land where the river runs free, to a land through the green country, to a land to a shining sea, to a land where the horses run free, to a land where the children are free. And you and me are free to be, and you and me are free to be, and you and me are free
Whoa.
to be, you and me.
Are we serious? Son, hold up, son. She just said that she be singing this shit. Hold up, bro. I'm about to go back again. Y'all be talking about Trump on some PD3O shit? What the fuck is this? How did y'all let this shit get past y'all fucking radars, bro? Hold the fuck up.
Vice president we've had here is Kamala Harris being Kamala Harris.
And I was just telling somebody recently who didn't know, we performed Free to Be You and Me. When I sang about my friend William, who was 5 years old and wanted a doll to hug and hold, I could sing the whole thing.
What the fuck did she just say, bro? And ain't nobody ever talked about this, homie? Hold up. How old is this fucking video? You fucking kidding me, bro? She just said that she... Wow, and ain't nobody brought this up? How the fuck can y'all talk about Trump being a PD3O and she just did this shit? Who's her 5-year-old friend, William? That she's singing songs to We're Free to Be You and Me? To a 5-year-old? Hold up, son. Hold up, son. Nah, bro. We ain't about to let this shit slide. What the fuck? Oh my God. And ain't nobody brought this up. Nobody seen the all of these fucking right motherfuckers. Ain't nobody brought this up, bro. She just said that she be singing this song, We Free to Be You and Me, to a fucking 5-year-old, bro. What the fuck you mean you free to be you and him to a 5-year-old? Bro, talking about her running for president or being president or anything like that. You motherfuckers is just like her, just like them. Why the fuck she got a 5-year-old friend, William, that's a little boy, that she be singing, we're free to be you and me? That's bonkers. And y'all talk about, oh my God, y'all talk about Trump, homie. That shit is fucking nuts.
I think you should sing some now.
Yeah,
She
me
always
too.
seems a little over-refreshed, and we should know today is a special day. It's the anniversary of this great speech. The iconic coconut tree speech was shared by Kamala with the world. It was a gift, really, 2 years ago. How time flies when you're unburdened by what has been.
My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context.
Now, this is a delicious little clash. Here is Candace Owens owning Jason Lee.
Let's not conflate it with being black. Otherwise, you'd have to defend Rachel Dolezal.
Well, there's no. Well,
would you defend it?
There's no defending crazy. That's crazy. But
Why is that crazy?
Hold on. Because she was
using their own rhetoric against them. You can't fucking defend crazy, bro. Out of this Pop-Tart's own fucking mouth. Hold up. I ain't even pulled the thing up. Sorry for those that I didn't have it on there. By this dude's own mouth and admission. This dude just said you can't defend crazy. But then you turn around and defend somebody that says they're stuck in the wrong body. No, I can't tell myself that I'm white because that's crazy. But I can say that I was born in the wrong body. Why do we have these people? Why do these people have platforms, bro? I said this earlier. If you're a host of a show, one of the main requirements should be you should have an IQ over 115. Because you know 85 to 115, that's the average American, right? Which is fucking stupid because you're not considered bright until 120 and up. Okay? So, the bare fucking minimum. None of these hosts, panelists, analysts, whatever, should be able to get their job with an IQ 115 or lower. Period. Throw these motherfuckers in the trash, bro.
It was a white woman that said she was black.
Yeah, that's a man saying he's a woman.
But let's back up.
If you're gonna say that a man can just be a woman, why can't Rachel Dolezal just be black? You gotta be consistent.
Because she's white.
Okay, because it's a man.
No, yes! Hold on. I get it.
You know I'm right.
I get
you know
it.
I'm right.
No, I don't agree. And this is not a matter of right or wrong.
Hey! Get the fuck out of here, Pop-Tart!
It is.
Hold on.
This one is.
Let me tell you.
Why isn't Rachel Dolezal black?
Because she's a white woman.
Okay, because it's a male or it's a female.
Damn it! God! Shut up! Shut up! a super toaster strudel. This dude is a fucking strudel. Pop-Tart. Punk ass punk. Oh my God. Oh, he has such a punchable fucking face after saying this shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. These motherfuckers is crazy. These motherfuckers is crazy.
Now to some Aussie
Oh my
lefty losing in
goodness, bro.
action involving some loony left versus loony left hate and hyperbole. Yes, the feral left is turning on each other with Clementine Ford, who has in the past posted racial abuse about me and misogynistic abuse about other female conservatives.
Tell me that this person just don't automatically look crazy. The one on the left. I'm trying to calm down, guys. I'm calming down real quick, and then we're going to continue. This shit is bonkers. Bonkers. Let's continue.
Kind of weird for a supposed women's rights campaigner, wouldn't you think? Well, she's now turned her attention on fellow far-left feminist simpleton Abby Chatfield, who, when not promoting butt plugs, is slamming anything to the right of Joseph Stalin. Remember her very sane, very measured reaction when Donald Trump won in a landslide?
If you're a woman in Australia and you think the US election doesn't affect us, just know they now have permission to be outwardly sexist and support a rapist. Just know that. In your heart, know that they now have permission. They now think they are the majority.
Hey, I want to disclose something. Folks with these type of hairlines, bro, like, where the shit, like, bro, folks with these type of hairlines, bro, we got to zoom in. Hold up. Hold up. Folks with these type of hairlines, bro, can't be trusted at all. She can't be trusted at all. Look at this fucking hairline. Look at the shape of her head, the cranium portion. She can't be trusted. You can't be trusted. Oh, diabolical. Look at you. Ridiculous. All right, let's continue.
And they're so uneducated that they think that because they're the majority, they are right. They now have permission to be racist, transphobic. They have permission to laugh about our reproductive health and reproductive freedom.
Well, if you can believe it, she's more unhinged now than back then, because her fellow leftist feminist, Mad Greenie, Clementine Ford, has criticised her for being shallow and profiting from the performance of being politically engaged and presenting herself as a voice of feminist and political authority. That's a direct quote. Strong words, and that had Abby in an almighty meltdown. This is worse than when Trump won.
Stop lying about my character and my intentions.
This lady is crazy. Bro, this lady actually needs help, man. Aside from the hairline. Like, that's the telltale sign right there that she's crazy. Okay, that's one of them. But she's even further beyond that, bro.
I get it enough from... Please stop dehumanizing me. Please.
And then that cry, that all of that shit. Bro, a sane person don't cry like that, man. You motherfuckers better watch out.
You can criticize my content. You can criticize my work, just I'm begging you to stop lying about my intentions and stop saying that I have a personality disorder. You don't know me. And this is so triggering. I just want her to stop.
Yes, no personality disorder there. And yes, you must not dehumanise those you disagree with, Abby. What good advice. If only you thought of that when you said Conservative voters have no empathy and that it's a good thing that they're supposedly dying out.
Whoa.
We spoke to Adam Band today on the radio show. Thank you, Adam. Loved you. Loved talking to you. And I really am thinking that, or hoping, that in the next 10 or 15 years...
She really got the Officer Murphy. The RoboCop? She really got the RoboCop hairline, man. The Officer Murphy. This lady's crazy, son. Look at her. Why is your hairline so far back, young lady? God damn.
As people who are voting for the Liberal Party literally die out and also metaphorically die out.
Literally die out, literally and metaphorically, pretty dehumanising, I would have thought. But let's get back to this left v left inspired.
So her telling people that they should die is not triggering. But someone saying something about her character and that she's bipolar is triggering. But she can say, oh, I want these people to die out. That's not, and that's okay. That's why these motherfuckers need to be put in mental institutions.
I'd meltdown because, of course, you're the victim. Always the victim.
Also, please, when I post about Palestine, stop using that as a reason to critique me more and say that I'm performative or whatever. Please.
You are performative or whatever. That's what you are. You're performing right now. Fucking dumbass. Drama students, theater kids, bro. That's all the Democrats and left liberals and all. They're all fucking drama students and theater kids. They all believe that they can actually have their life turn into whatever fantasy book they read as a kid. Straight up. They really think that they can turn their life into the same shit that they read as a kid. They feel like they can actually be fucking Harry Potter. Crazy.
Stop discouraging me from posting about Gaza. It isn't working, but you're discouraging others. And you're encouraging trolling of me. Please, I'm just trying to do what I can to help.
And it's even more performative, bro. Think about it. She had to set up the, set up the camera. Let me turn on the light. Oh my God, I'm so triggered. Let me set up my camera, make sure my camera's right. Oh my God, now my camera's good. Start the recording. Fucking get out of here. You are performative. She's a fucking Pop-Tart too.
I don't understand why she's so adamant on proving that I'm awful. I don't get it.
You're a Pop-Tart.
This pity party did not stop there. The heart of it is the accusation from Abby Chatfield that Clementine Ford is sending her leftist trolls after her. You know, something leftists always do, but though they love to dish it out, they're not so good at taking it.
Because I'm aware now of someone spreading malicious lies about me again and again and again and again and again because she claims to know my intentions on everything. I'm scared of her. Please stop. Clementine, I am begging you to stop. You don't know me at all. You're a stranger. I deal with so much.
The conservatives you talked about were strangers. Trump to you is a stranger. You don't know none of these people. But yet you sat here and said all this bullshit about these people and how Trump is. It's okay for you to do it, but when somebody do it to you, you turn into this bullshit. Fucking Pop-Tart.
Every single day.
Oh, love. You should see what a conservative woman with a platform deals with every single day, including from the likes of you and Clementine Ford and your ill-informed, hate-filled hordes of lefty losers. We don't go crying about it. I say this genuinely. If it's affecting your mental health, then turn off your phone, log off, go for a walk. Don't do this.
I deal with insults every single day. I do not need it from you because you know that when you say it, you validate it for people on the left. And you are encouraging trolling, you are risking my safety, and you are f***ing my mental health. Please stop.
Yes, abuse from the left is another level, Avi, but let's not pretend you're not doing to Clementine Ford precisely what she's done to you, and that is sending your ill-informed, biofilled fans to troll her. Now, the fallout from Bernie Sanders' disastrous interview with Fox News' Brett Bauer continues. You know, the one where the global warming hysteric and socialist defended his use of private jets.
The only way you can get around to talk to 30,000 people. Think I'm going to be sitting on a waiting line at United, waiting, while 30,000 people are waiting? That's the only way you can get around. No apologies for that. That's what campaign travel is about. We've done it in the past. We're going to do it in the future.
Only problem is you're not in campaign mode. There's no election, Bernie, and you're not the leader of the Democrats or the candidate. You can line up at United with the rest of them, and you know you've gone and stuffed up when even CNN is mocking you.
Tell me what the moment was in that answer that you thought, oh, this is going wrong.
The United thing, because we all you're a man of the people. How dare I have to be with the people, right? That's what, look, it's a cheap question. It's a smart alecky question. So it wasn't a serious question. It was kind of trolly, but his answer was terrible. You can't defend this answer. Hey, buddy, we all have to stand in line. We all have to do this. Even if you have 1K privileges, you're still standing in line. You still have to do this. You got to go through security.
It definitely came across as I'm not going to stand in this line.
Chuck. Todd. He can't help himself. He has to be a clown. How was that a trolly question? A socialist taking private jets across the country should not be held to account. The uniquely awful ladies of The View, they're up to their old tricks again. I regret to inform you that the levels of delusion and madness are intensifying. Sunny Hostin thinks the new Pope is black. And because she's decided he's black, well, that means she likes him now.
There's one other thing that's also very interesting to me because President Trump, as you remember, called Haiti a certain type of country. As it turns out, our new American Pope has Haitian and black roots. So we actually have a black Pope. Apparently. It's like chef's kiss for me. So apparently both of his maternal grandparents are described as black, Haitian, or mulatto in several census documents. And on their marriage license, the grandfather's birth place is Haiti, listed as Haiti. Her birthplace is listed as born in New Orleans. They were identified as people of color, but in 1920, when they migrated to Chicago, the census reflected their race as white.
Yeah, maybe the census in the US might just be a little bit more reliable than the one from a third world country. But if you want to identify Pope Leo as black and it brings some level of joy into your sad little life, then please be my guest, Sonny, because I don't think you've yet recovered from this revelation that your ancestors were slave owners.
Wow. I'm a little bit in shock. I just always thought of myself as Puerto Rican, you know, half Puerto Rican. I didn't think I was, my family was originally from Spain and slaveholders.
I love that show. But